A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning the keynote in 10 minutes. Please take your seats.
Hi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The show begins in just a few minutes, so I'm going to request you all to kindly take your seats. And once again, thank you all so much for being here. It's a pleasure having you all here. Get settled for a fantastic session. So find your seat, relax, and we'll start in just a few minutes. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, and thank you all so much for being here. But most importantly, thank you so much for being here on time. For that, give yourselves a huge round of applause. Whistles. Yesterday morning just to be here on time, but it is a teacher. It teaches us patience, resilience, and the ability to quickly think on your feet. Some have left their cars and run here. And that is exactly what we need. Just the qualities you need to make it big as a founder. So everything is a constant learning. Now, I'm Cyrus Saukar, and on behalf of Razorpay, I would like to welcome you all to the 6th edition of FTX, India's premier Fintechs conference. So thank you all so much for being here. Yes, feel free to clap, keep it informal, high five each other. Okay, let's start with a high five each other. Everyone look on your left and say, give everybody on the left a high five. Sir, that on the hand, sir. You have, that's a gentleman's faith. No problem. We'll slowly learning. All right. So Fintech is a super exciting space. And a few years ago, if you told me that I would be walking around with zero cash in my wallet, I would have called you mad. But then again, looking at my current spending habits, maybe you have a point. But there's just so much innovation taking place in this wonderful area. Every few months, there's a new app, a new product, a new way to pay, save, or invest that it's insane. And speaking of innovation, where else would you rather be than at FTX? Because this is where the biggest names and the brightest minds from fintech, banking, business, and government come together. In this room, we have entrepreneurs, CEOs, CFOs, venture capitalists, central bankers, and bureaucrats. Basically, this room is like heaven for kidnappers. It's amazing. Don't walk out alone, take a friend, come back immediately, have a tag. It's amazing. But FTX, in all honesty, is not just a conference for fintech enthusiasts. It is a gathering of disruptors from all walks of life. Because Razorpay has never just been about fintech or about payments. It is about solving for disruptors, whoever they are, wherever they are from, and whatever they are building. And that is why we are all here today. To dream, to dare, and to truly disrupt. Today we have over 2,000 people here with us in person and over 20,000 people online. So online, if you're logging in, thank you so much for being here. We also have nearly 150 distinguished speakers with us. So thank you all once again for joining us. Thank you for being here and thank you for your presence and welcome once again. Now, just to orient you all for the day, we have 4 super exciting stages set up for you all. Right now, you are at the disrupt stage, which is why I'm here. This is where we'll kick things off with the inauguration, the FTX 25 keynote, and the big picture ideas from all leaders here. We also have the startup stage, featuring an incredible lineup of VCs, star founders, and visionaries. Now, if you're an entrepreneur or dreaming of becoming one, that is the place for you. Then there is the tech stage, which is, I think, to my left, built for all the engineers, the developers, and tech wizards in the room. And finally, we have the launch stage, where you will witness the hottest Razorpay product launches firsthand. So if you're here for Raju and Shilpi's wedding, or the Arabian Food Festival, and the pirouetting Pasha dance performance, then you're in the wrong place, and it's going to be a shocker, because that's happening in the coffee shop at the hotel. So the one person has walked out and run out. Okay, everybody else is here for everything we're waiting for. All those stages will be open right after the keynote, so check your program, pick what excites you, and dive right in. And as you move around, please do not miss our specially curated product booths and experience zones. I promise they will elevate your FTX experience. And for all my wonderful friends online who are like, oh, and we have to look at this more on all day, what about our rooms? Wait, relax. We have virtual booths for you all to visit and learn more about the incredible Razorpay products we have lined up for you all. Now, it's been a truly incredible story. 10 years ago, Harshil Mathur and Shashank Kumar were 2 young men with a dream working out of a room in Jaipur. And today they are building for millions of Indian disruptors. Which is why, on that note, who better than to kick off this wonderful morning and call on stage other than the CEO and co-founder of Razorpay, Harshil Mathur, to kick off FTX 25. A huge round of applause. And Harshil, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's amazing to be here with all of you today and the thousands of folks joining us virtually. Welcome to FTX 2025. This year feels special. Razorpay turned 10. And so much has changed in the last 10 years, except one thing. We still believe we are just getting started reimagining how money movement happens for businesses. 10 years ago, Shashank and I were building this product. We thought we could make accepting payments easier. We didn't know whether people would use it or whether it would be successful. We had an ambition, but we didn't know where it would go. There's a joy of building, but there's an uncertainty about the future. To all the founders and disruptors in this room, you know that feeling. And that is why at Razorpay, we work so hard to build products that make life easier for each and every one of you. And today we are here, powering millions of businesses because of you. In the past year alone, we processed over $180 billion of payments. One in 15 in-store payments happens on a Razorpay POS machine. For many of us in this very room, our salaries are processed and dispersed by the Razorpay payroll engine. And today, 1 in 10 Razorpay customers uses our current account suite powered by Razorpay X. We are helping CFO teams save thousands of hours, delighting millions of users with instant API-driven payouts. The difference between 10 years and now is your love and trust for our team and our products. It's been 10 years of Razorpay powered by you. Recently, I was talking to a journalist, and we were discussing India's impressive growth. And it got me thinking, what was India like in 2015? There was no Netflix in India. There was no such thing as a story on Instagram. But more importantly, there was no UPI. Imagine that world. Actually, let's not. On a serious note, what I recall about that time is everyone asking this question: can Indian brands compete and survive? Because every global brand was coming to India. Everyone wanted to dominate the Indian market. And today, Indian brands aren't just surviving, but they are taking over the world. Think about your last purchase. Chances are, it was from a young D2C brand. 10 years ago, if I said D2C would change the way shopping happens in India, nobody would have believed me. And remember when people said in-store shopping is dead, that e-commerce would wipe it out, how wrong they were. Today, we still love walking into stores. Online and in-store are both thriving because India is rewriting the rules. And that's what excites me the most. India is innovating faster than predictions can keep up. So what will happen in next 10 years? What will the world look like? Think of how much your phone has changed in the last decade. But the way you buy your phone has stayed almost the same. Now with AI entering the equation, how we shop will change dramatically. Picture this. In 10 years, when you want to buy a phone, you'll not open a website, you'll not visit a web page. Your personal AI assistant will shortlist the best phones for you. And then it will make the payment for you based on the best offer it gets. Your two-factor authentication will be your face, your voice. And the transaction will be just between two AI assistants. Wait, will a phone exist in 2035? Let's leave that for another day. Even in-store shopping will change forever. You walk into a store and the AI knows who you are. It knows your preferences, your style, your past purchases. Everything is curated just for you. Personalization in the world of in-store shopping will be a default. And there's no checkout, no scanning, no delays. Your face is your PIN. You pick what you want, you nod to pay, and you walk out. Your cross-border purchases will also become seamless. You will send and receive money across borders, almost like sending a text. Whether you are in Tokyo, Dubai, or New York, you'll be able to pay in seconds right from your UPI account. Almost 100% of payments, even across borders, will be powered by real-time payments. This is the India of tomorrow. This is the world we are building for. And if there's one thing that the past decade has taught us, we just don't imagine the future. We create it. And in the next 40 minutes, we'll show you how. With that, let me invite our Chief Product Officer, Khilan Haria, to take you through the details.
A very good morning. And thank you, Harshil, for taking us into the future with that. So folks, 1 year ago, on this very stage, we launched India's most powerful payment gateway, Razorpay PG 3.0, to bring D2C brands closer to that future. And we didn't just fix payments. We reimagined the entire buyer journey, right from browsing all the way to checkout. And today, thousands of businesses are on PG 3.0. These businesses unlock the power of over 100 million saved addresses. Over 60% of shoppers, such as you and I, even when we transact on a brand new website, don't need to enter the address again. Over 90% of shoppers are pre-logged in with their phone number across the entire Razorpay network. With this, more and more customers are completing their purchases than ever before. Having said that, just this other day, I was chatting with an old CPO friend of mine. He started this D2C store in the home decor space last year. I was asking him how his business is going. And his first instinct was, when I interact with my customers, most of my customers love my products. But sales on my website are just not happening. So my first suggestion, try out Magic Checkout. Surprise, surprise, he's been using it since day one, like many entrepreneurs. So this is the stage when he and I both thought maybe there's a bigger problem we need to think about and solve. Imagine, you as a buyer want to buy new carpets for your home. You see something you love, it's perfect, price is about right. You hover over buy now. Then you hesitate. Close the tab. And you say to yourself, maybe next time. You don't know the website, you've never heard of the brand. There are so many questions popping in your mind. Even if I make a payment, place an order, will I ever get the goods delivered to my home? Is this website even genuine? And then suddenly you recollect a story. Someone had ordered an expensive phone, instead got a brick delivered. Lack of trust on new websites for new brands is the single biggest reason conversions and online purchases are very, very low. Now let's move to the other side. Imagine you are the business owner. You spend months crafting the perfect product suite. You set up your store, you're running all the ads you can, and finally getting some footfalls to your online store. Even after that, people say they love their product, but they're just not buying online. Conversions continue to be abysmally low. And this, folks, is not just one store's problem. This is something every new brand faces today. You have the perfect product, you have the passion, but possibly not the credibility yet. We knew this is something that has to change because trust is the foundation of commerce. Launching for the first time in India, Razorpay Buyer Protection. Isn't this a game changer? Now both you and I can shop with complete confidence online. All you have to do is choose buy production at the checkout with just a single click. If you face any issues with the goods that you receive, you get your money back, no questions asked at all. When shoppers feel secure, they won't hesitate, they won't second guess, they won't abandon the carts at all. What does this mean for all of you? You see possibly 25-30% uptick in conversion, maybe a 4 to 5x jump in add to carts as well. And more importantly, more prepaid orders than ever before. No one likes RTO. With the buy now button, your shoppers and customers aren't just now adding products to cart. They're adding peace of mind. This is how we help young brands scale. This is how we build a more trusted internet economy. And we can't wait to see how all of you take this forward. But like Harshil said, the real India is equally in love with in-store shopping. Just over the last 1 year, our POS devices have processed over 550 million transactions. That's over 1,000 transactions every single minute. We are currently present in over 14,000 PIN codes across the length and breadth of the country, hundreds of thousands of stores. But like we all know, the real story is not in the numbers. It is in the experience that we all get. And we've all been there. Walk into a store. This is how the entrance looks. This is how the interiors look. All beautiful. But this is how the counter looks. Cluttered. There's a deluge of offers, loyalty programs, rewards, cashbacks, all at the counter. And one employee at the counter who's got to deal with all of this. He or she has to explain and try to enroll you into the loyalty program. Also help you figure out what's the credit card to use. Should you buy on EMI? Where will you get the maximum cashback? All of this at the same time. We realized if we could fix this, we would elevate the entire in-store experience to a whole new level. So today, we're excited to bring you Razorpay Growth DQR, India's first POS device that drives growth and loyalty.
Classy, tasteful, artistic, elegant, cluttered. Introducing a revolutionary new device. One device for all your offers. One device for your loyalty programs. One device for everything growth.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is more than just a POS device. It's your store's new growth engine. It displays all your offers, loyalty programs, cashbacks, rewards in real time. It also generates last-minute incentives, nudging your shoppers to finish the purchase, keep coming back for more and more. And of course, when it comes to make a payment, time to pay for your shopper generates a dynamic QR code. Customers just take the phone out, scan, simply make a payment. With this Growth DQR, you're not just providing a payment solution. You're freeing your employees from the burden of driving growth and rewarding your customers with a richer, more rewarding shopping experience. With that, let me now invite Rahul Kothari, our Chief Operating Officer, to take you all through the cool stuff we've been building for enterprises over the last year. Hey, over to you, Rahul.
Good morning, everyone. Recently, I was at a destination wedding in Udaipur. Stunning decor, royal vibes, and everything top-notch. At the reception, I walked up to the bride and groom to congratulate them. And as usual, I had forgotten to buy a proper gift for them. Worry not, I had a classic backup plan, which most of us have. I slipped some cash into a fancy red velvet envelope, feeling odd, thoughtful, and traditional. So yeah, I walked up to the stage. The bride and groom smiled at me, then they looked at the envelope, and then they whispered something in their parents' ears. And as it happens, one of the parents took out the phone, opened the UPI app, and said to me, "Beta, we don't accept cash. Kindly scan to bless." UPI is the backbone of the India's digital payments. One scan, and boom, the payment is done. That's the magic of UPI. It's no longer just a payment system. It's a little bit of India going global. Every time NPCI announces taking UPI to a new country or a new land, we feel like a proud parent. And here at Razorpay, we have been at the forefront of innovating in UPI. Since 2016, we have been at the forefront of being first on multiple things at UPI. We were the first one to launch UPI for business. We were the first to launch UPI for recurring. And we were the first to launch credit for UPI. And every year, we work to bring the latest innovations in UPI to you. In fact, last year, we turned the heat up and we had several innovations launched. The Super QR, the QR at which you can see affordability and use EMI. The Razorpay A1 POS device, the India's one and truly UPI first offline payments device. Turbo UPI, the in-app payments so that you don't have to redirect to make your UPI payments. And we made tens of more innovations last year. With all this, we believe we have made UPI the second nature for all of you. But we are not done. Because the point is, we don't remember the hundreds and millions of transactions that go through, but we do remember that one that fails. Oh, in fact, we hear it loud and clear. We have all been there, scanning a QR code and just waiting to hear, "Sir, payment nahi aaya." I'm sure you have heard that, right? We all have heard confrontations between a consumer and delivery person because the money has left the consumer's bank account, but a delivery person has not got the payment yet. And that's a big problem. It's a big problem because it creates trust deficit between the consumer and the merchant. And no brand wants it, does it? It doesn't. So we went back to the drawing board and questioned ourselves, how do we solve for it? And we realized the answer does not lie on building on top of UPI. It lies on building inside UPI. And that's where UPI Switch was born. With UPI Switch, the unexpected and pending payments are now zero across hundreds and millions of transactions that we process. Industry uptime is 94-95%. Our uptime is 99.995%. No middlemen, no 5 to 7 days for refunds. Refunds are instant. We now can handle 10,000 transactions per second with less than 100 milliseconds of latency. With the control on our UPI infrastructure, we can bring innovations even faster than before, 5 to 7 times faster than earlier to the businesses. We have made UPI faster, smoother, and unbelievably reliable. We made history with UPI. Now, with UPI switch, we have made payments nahi aaya a history. And that's what we call a real upgrade. Now, friends, while talking about things which are fast, have high performance, and cutting-edge reliability, the only icon that comes to my mind is the Formula One racing. This is Red Bull Formula One racing car, one of the fastest machine built on earth to be driven by best of the drivers. But here is the thing. Red Bull does not make its own engine. They trust Honda and Ford from next year, the experts, to build the engine which is very customized for their needs and manages and services it for them. But payments still don't work that way. Enterprises and businesses spend hundreds and millions of dollars every year to build their own payment infrastructure and stack. Think about it. Do you build your own CRM or use Salesforce? Do you build your own cloud or rely on AWS? So why do you want to build your own payment stack and infrastructure? Businesses and enterprises across India use Razorpay's payment infrastructure to run their payments. However, we noticed that while they use our core solutions, they still need to build on top of it. This is because businesses have very diverse needs. Some businesses have multiple products which need their own checkout experiences. Some businesses run loyalty program within them, and others have to run across the groups. Some businesses sell in multiple countries, and it seems checkout experiences required in different countries are different. Actually, payments have different languages in different countries. Now, to solve for all of this, they hire experts. And that seems like a logical choice, right? They hire experts. But what they end up doing is really building a payments company within their own company. And this is what they never signed up for. It's a headache they're left to deal with. It changes today. What if payments just happened by itself and took care of all your needs? Today we have a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, launching Razorpay Payments as a Service for enterprises. In one line, it's Razorpay's extended team for your payments. Here, with Razorpay Payments as a Service, you just don't use our products. We even build it for you. Let me explain the scenario. How many are Taylor Swift fans here in the room? Any Taylor Swift fans? Very few. Oh, great, I see there. So imagine we are having a Taylor Swift concert in your town. You are the event management company, and you're responsible to market and sell the tickets. Your marketing team does a fabulous job. It creates all the excitement, all the frenzy around it. And the ticket sale is about to go live by this midnight. The midnight comes, the ticket sale opens. You're kind of very excited. And as soon as the ticket sales open, your payment system freezes. You have not accounted for the level of throughput for which your payment systems were supposed to handle. Your team scramble, try to figure out solutions. They figure out a part of things, try to optimize something. But yeah, in 15, 20 minutes, the overall throughput anyway goes down and the systems are back up. You feel relieved. But then you see one of the cards, one of the specific cards where you had exclusive tie-ups for the offers for an event, starts failing. Again, your teams are scrambling. They don't know what to do. They try to figure out, troubleshoot. And during this time, the fans are furious. Twitter is abuzz. And your marketing team is really breathing down your neck. Now, folks, with Razorpay's payment as a service, your extended payments team, the things are very different. And let me explain how. During this crucial time, our team sits with you, works with you to monitor all the payments, look at the different trends, and see how to solve for those. As soon as they see that throughputs are far beyond the threshold we had planned for, they quickly get some of the new channels opened up, get some of the new acquiring banks to get the transactions done, and things go much more smoother. As soon as they notice that the specific that one card where the offers were failing, they try to analyze, they quickly diagnose the problem, and they get the backups up and running. And all of this solved in less than 1 minute. And not only this, they even try to get the recovery of the sale by sending offers to the customers whose transaction failed in real time. It's much smoother, right? Now think about the day of the concert. Typically, you would have only POS devices to collect payments from the audience, from the fans. With Razorpay's team, we integrate, manage, and service payments across the POS devices, the RFIDs, and the wallets, so that the fans have a seamless experience of payments across all these different forms that they can pay with. Let's imagine the worst case scenario. The concert gets cancelled. It does happen, right? We're in Bangalore. The concert gets cancelled. Our team sits with you, and within 30 minutes, they do all the refund payouts. And right before even the customers get to know that the concert is cancelled, the refund is into their bank accounts. And despite this, if there are some disputes, they can call our call center, and we will take it from there. Not only concerts, e-commerce, food delivery, D2C, quick commerce, every company as it scales, it requires a reliable payments and something which can be customized to their needs. So we give you customized solutions designed for your needs and built on the top of our core solutions. A dedicated team that integrates, monitors, analyzes, and troubleshoot the payments for you. And the best part, enterprises can get the cost by 80% down of their overall payments management. That's the biggest cost cut saving lever enterprises are going to pull this year. This is a fundamental shift. This is about thinking beyond just building payments yourself. It's about using payments as a service. For the first time in last 10 years, I would say, the best payment gateway isn't ours. It's yours, built by us. I would like to now invite Arpit Chugh, our Chief Financial Officer, who will take you through some of the exciting launches for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahul. Hello, everyone. For this next segment, grab your passports because we are flying international. See, in the past 5 years, Razorpay has helped over 1 lakh Indian businesses go beyond borders. Fashion labels from Delhi, dietitians from Lucknow, SaaS startups from all over the country, you name it. We've sold to nearly every country in the world. From Boston to Burundi, Rome to Rwanda, our exporters have sent their goods and services everywhere. And Razorpay's payments has helped them collect money in 132 currencies, earning millions of dollars in revenue. You know, when a brand like Tayani by Karan Johar credits Razorpay for their international growth, or when Ferns and Petals says that they were able to handle 2 times the regular international orders, that's what fuels us. But we are not just helping big brands. With the Money Saver Export account, we've made international bank transfers seamless for service providers, freelancers, and global market sellers of all sizes. But as India looks to the world is looking at us. India is a massive market. Everyone wants in on our booming economy. But there are roadblocks. Let me give you an example. My aunt, she lives in Jaipur, 60 years old, but loves shopping online. Buying thoughtful gifts for us and sending them our way. Thanks to UPI, online shopping has become very easy for her. Now she's buying grocery, clothing, furniture, almost everything online. One of her nephews was graduating in the US, and she decided to give him a special gift, a holiday. Now, she handled everything herself, filled in all the details, but when it came to checkout, she was completely stumped. You see, my aunt is a UPI-only shopper, like most Indians. And when she was faced with a checkout that was only cards payments, she didn't know what to do. I got an earful saying, why is the website not accepting UPI, even though I told her that this was not a Razorpay website checkout, at least not yet. Aunts can be really hard to please, but you get the picture. As foreign businesses look to acquire customers like her from India, their checkouts are not optimized for India's consumers. They find it tough to figure out India's compliance rules and how to win in a UPI-first economy. So for a foreign business, getting all of this right is tough. But not anymore. Let me introduce Razorpay Import Stack. Razorpay Import Stack, it's a game-changing solution that lets global businesses accept payments from Indian customers and settle them directly in their international accounts. A UPI-first, completely compliant solution that is tailored to match the global standards of the brand and payment experience. We are already live with top enterprises worldwide. We've also enabled global PSPs. And today, we are opening this stack for everyone. I'll take you through an example. Airbnb has been accepting payments from Indian users, but they still had some challenges to solve for. A checkout experience that seamlessly blended their global brand with India's preferred payment methods, compliance with the LRS regulations from RBI, and something that could handle Airbnb's scale. So we worked closely with Airbnb's global and local engineering teams and developed a custom solution in just under a month. The result? A big increase in conversions on Airbnb's new checkout powered by Razorpay. So whether you're a tech enterprise in Singapore, a travel aggregator in New York, a global PSP in Europe, looking to come to India, Razorpay should be your first port of call. We're not just taking India to the world, we are bringing the world to India. Okay, moving on. I want to talk about, Engage. I'm very excited about this one because as a CFO, I really care about how marketing spends their budget. At this keynote last year, we launched Razorpay Engage. Today, Engage is redefining the way marketing ROI can be maximized. Because every rupee should work as hard as all of you do. And Engage was created to solve one of the most difficult problems in the world, how to make the CFO love their marketing team. And so too many large organizations are disturbed by increasing CAC, lower retentions, discount-led cash offers that just burn money and don't work. So we envisioned a smarter way for businesses to engage their customers beyond just discounts. So we built a set of solutions to redefine marketing. We created a loyalty wallet to ensure repeat purchases. We've created one of India's largest reward marketplaces where you can discover personalized rewards for your different customer segments, and the most advanced offer engines where the right incentive is offered to the right customer at the right time. And due to all of these, over the past year, Engage has become the go-to solution for CMOs, business leaders, and founders across industries. But today, we are taking it up a notch. We are introducing Engage gift cards. We've reimagined gift cards from the ground up. With Razorpay Engage, you can create gift cards that match your business goals. You will have complete control, set your own redemption rules, personalized discounts for different products and different segments that you're offering these gift cards to. Make gift card purchases and redemption delightfully simple with our one-click checkout. And your gift cards will be available in one of India's largest rewards catalog and reach millions through Razorpay's network. Our AI-powered security also ensures zero leakage and fraud. And the best part, Engage gift cards are built for everyone, big or small. You can now set up your gift program right from the Razorpay dashboard. So you can issue, accept, and distribute all in one place. And today, we are really proud to launch these cards with 3 partnerships. Apple Premium Reseller, where we are bringing India's first multi-brand Apple Premium Reseller gift card to life. Blinkit, powering gift cards for India's fastest growing quick commerce platform. And Lenskart, where we are helping customers gift not just eyewear, but also a new perspective. You know, Lenskart reminds me, it was my niece's birthday not too long ago, and I know she was eyeing a pair of sunglasses. You know, here's the thing, she doesn't really trust my fashion sense. So instead of taking any chances, I got her a Lenskart gift card. The moment she saw it, her face lit up. For her, it wasn't just a gift. It was the freedom to pick the perfect pair that matches her style. Engage gift cards, because your brand deserves to be on everyone's wish list. Thank you. The next launch is something you folks in the room are going to love, and I invite our co-founder and managing director, Shashank Kumar, to take the stage and walk you through the details.
Thanks, Arpit, and hello, everyone. So far, everything we have spoken about, it had to do with your customers, giving them the latest and the greatest. But at the same time, we are also solving for the people behind the businesses. Razorpay X. Razorpay X is the most comprehensive business banking suite that we have built for India's disruptors. It caters to your finance team, your employees, your partners, and your vendors. The product goes way beyond just a vanilla current account. Solves for reconciliation, payouts, and compliances. And it also solves for the X factor in your businesses. Our payroll, for example, is the most loved product by the CHROs and CFOs, giving them one-click payroll execution that was not at all possible before. And today, we process more than 4 million payslips in a year. 4 million. That's same as the population of Jaipur, which is where Razorpay started. But there's still a piece of the puzzle missing. You know, there is a joke in every startup. 80% of the time, a finance member calls a founder, it's to ask for an OTP. And honestly, it's not even a joke, it's the reality. I still remember, even after raising $10 million at the start of Razorpay, we couldn't get a corporate card. Imagine that. A payment startup couldn't get a payment instrument to pay its vendors. And this isn't just our story, it's every startup story. Founders using their personal credit cards to run their businesses. Team members scrambling to find that one card to make the payment at the last moment. Finance teams spending sleepless nights to reconcile all the expenses. And of course, in all this, the founder's own personal credit score goes for a complete toss. So, for every founder and startup professional in this room, that stops now. Here is introducing the Razorpay X corporate card. Razorpay X corporate card. It's a card built for chaotic, fast-moving, late-night hustling startups. Remember how getting a corporate card felt like applying for a home loan? Yeah, that's over. With our partnership with Yes Bank, we have made onboarding simple. You don't have to fill a 200-page document just to get a card. And once you have it, you can get supplementary cards for your team at zero cost. And there's no more passing around the founder's credit card like a relay baton. And you can set customizable limits so that the intern doesn't accidentally book a business class. Although that doesn't sound so bad. Our recurring payments feature helps all teams track their subscriptions in one place. And the reconciliation dashboard helps finance team track in real time who spent what and where. The best part, rewards that actually make sense for startups and founders. With the corporate card, you'll be able to make seamless payments on Shopify, but also get $2,500 in Shopify credits. Get 90% off Freshworks bill. Get AWS discounts, get free Notion subscription, and get multiple other perks from 20 plus SaaS tools. In fact, every startup can save up to rupees 5 lakh and more on their SaaS bills. That's right, 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs that can go towards hiring, scaling, or better coffee for those late night sprints. And we build this to make spending easier, tracking effortless, and startup life a little less painful. Finally, this is a card for founders, because maxing out your personal credit card was never part of the pitch deck. And whenever founders have problems, Razorpay is always going to get their back. And speaking of things that make life easier, now let me talk about the next topic, the topic of the year, artificial intelligence. Last year at FTX, we introduced Ray, the all-in-one payments assistant. Ray changed how customers dealt with payment problems, fixing them in real time. It answers questions about products, suggests new solutions, and explain why payments fail, giving personalized info on settlements. Ray now addresses 25% of all the queries on our platform and also resolves all their problems automatically. So today I want to take a different look, the evolved version of Ray. In the last 10 years at Razorpay, we have looked at payments from every possible angle. How money moves, where it gets stuck, why businesses pull their hair out trying to fix it. And we have spent a decade fixing those problems, solving those problems. But just when we thought we have made a lot of progress, we have made payments seamless, we again found new ways to question everything. AI is helping us break down our own products so we can rebuild them better. And a lot of people talk about AI like it's a shiny new toy. But for us at Razorpay, it's not a shiny new toy. It's an existential crisis for every single process that we have ever made, fixing what you thought was already fixed. Let me start with onboarding. We spent years perfecting this. We got businesses from filling out these 27 forms to your live in hours. We built smart guides, helped businesses get their documents in order, and made onboarding a breeze. And then we asked, why stop there? Today, we are excited to launch Ray Concierge. Ray Concierge is the AI first onboarding that is now 10x smoother and faster. Now you don't just get instructions, you actually get a super smart executive assistant that does the onboarding for you. Just need to upload 2 documents and tell your website, and Ray will find your business category, analyze all your website details, figure out the shipping policies, the refund policies, extract your business and bank details, and fill up all the forms that are needed. You can review the form that is filled, do any edits, and that's it. That's it. Then you're onboarded. From filling physical forms a decade ago to now asking AI to do the digital onboarding for you, we have built the best business onboarding experience in the industry. And that's not all. You have done the onboarding. Now what? You still need to integrate the payment gateway into your app, which is usually very simple, right? Well, it's not so simple anymore. We have, right now, we have 4,000 pages of developer documentation. 4,000. We are actually very proud of it. We have built it over a period of 10 years. Well, let me be honest. No one has ever said, you know what, I love reading API docs. Well, maybe I do, but let it be. So we thought, how do we make this integration even less cumbersome? Introducing Ray Copilot, your AI developer. That's right. Ray Copilot is like a helpful engineer who will help you with the most complex integrations. You don't need to read docs or test it manually. You can just tell the Copilot what you need, and boom, it'll do the integration, it'll test the setup, and that's it. You are then ready to go live. And you can tell whether it needs to integrate checkout or any other Razorpay product. It'll do the code generation specific in that context and do the testing and setup in that context only. So now Ray has evolved from being a helpful assistant to being a payments powerhouse that assists you in every part of the payments journey. From Ray Assistant to Ray Concierge to Ray Copilot, we are building and embedding AI into every part of the payments journey. And this is just the beginning. I invite Harshal to take the stage once again to talk about our next AI launch that will continue transforming payments.
Thanks, Shashank. You know, every time we think we have perfected something, AI comes in and says, think again. And honestly, it's right. So today, let's see how AI is again breaking and rebuilding payments all over. We built the smoothest checkouts for web pages, the most seamless SDKs for apps, but with AI, the way we shop is set to change, unlike anything we have seen before. Tomorrow, AI agents will do everything. Book your flights, find you an RCB jersey, even when they lose, or reserve your tickets for the Coldplay concert. So we asked ourselves, if AI is making all of these decisions, why should payments still need you to open a website, pull out your card, enter an OTP? Introducing Ray Agentic AI Toolkit, the biggest leap forward in AI-powered payments. Now when your AI assistant finds you the perfect hotel, an OTT subscription, or that limited edition sneaker, you don't have to open the web page, order yourself, and do all of those things. You don't get redirected, you don't get interrupted. Payments just happen seamlessly inside the conversation. Let's see it in action. And here's the best part. Businesses and AI agents can build right on top of it. Customize experiences, enable refunds instantly, track real-time payments data, create your own AI-powered dashboard. With Ray Concierge as your command center, Ray Copilot as your AI payments developer, and Ray Agentic AI Toolkit powering the next generation of commerce, we're redefining how payments work in the AI-first world. Without us, AI just talks. With us, it transacts. We've taken you today through everything that we are building. The next generation of D2C brands, the revolutionary new corporate card, solving for cross-border payments, the strongest UPI infrastructure, smarter marketing, and now AI-native payments. But if there's one thing I want you to remember today, it's this. We're not just building for today's problem, we're building for the next decade. The future is about making money movement invisible, effortless, and intelligent. Whether it's AI-driven commerce, real-time financial insights, or global payments at a scale we have never seen before, we are building the rails for what's next. Because the next decade isn't just about what we build, it's about what you build with it. Before we go any further, here's a glimpse of why we do what we do.
It's Friday afternoon, you're signing an office check, and you realize it's been exactly 5 years since you quit to start your own company. You think of all the events you've attended, the books you bought, and the jargons you picked up. You think of your first office.
तुम्हारा बैंक प्रेस हो गया।
कर रहे हो यार कॉल पे।
And the people who wondered if you really have one. You think of all the times you doubled up.
Hello?
As a receptionist.
He's not available right now, but can I take the message?
As the one-man payroll department. And also, of course, the office boy. You think of your first coffee machine, your first visiting card, your first order, and how it put you on cloud 9. And then back to the basement as the office boy. You think of the Mondays you gave everyone off, and the next Sunday, you had to call them to work. You think of the office furniture you paid for, and the salaries you skipped, and the pizzas you ordered. You remember all the drives you had looking forward to a good meeting, and all the ice creams you had on your way back from a bad one. You think of the FDs you broke to finance that annual offsite. You think of all those pitches you made to investors who promised funding and then pulled out just before your launch. To friends who told you you're the next big thing and then refused to take your calls. To parents who sounded worried even as they tried to give you courage. And to that promising coder from college who quit after just 1 month to join a bigger firm. You think of that one night when you reached the verge of shutting it all down. You think of how far you've come since that night. And you realize that 5 years ago, all of this was just a small belief. Those who believe will never walk alone. Razorpay. Outgrow ordinary.
And with that, we will wrap up this keynote. Once again, welcome to FTX. We have some incredible sessions and amazing speakers lined up for the day for you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Businesses start all around us, not just behind glass doors. Belief makes you take the first step. And 10 years ago, that's all we had. A chance to be a part of these journeys. To back potential with belief. Sometimes a business is just an experiment. 700,000 people rooting for you. It's your dog influencing for free. It's over coffee. Overhearing something at coffee. It is coffee. It's starting at 50. It's mad passion, adventure, and sometimes it's 1.5 founders. But the most real part is your customers' belief in you. We know, because without your belief, we wouldn't be 10 years old today. You backed us, stuck by us, believed in us. We didn't get here alone. We were powered by you. Razorpay, made of belief, powered by you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a big thank you to all the folks who were here on stage. And who knows? Yes, thank you. Clap, sir. Thank you. All these people have stood up. I think it's a standing ovation for me. Guys, relax. It's too much love. Too much love in the room. Okay. Now, I don't know about Ray. Ray was amazing. Maybe Ray next year will decide to host FTX, which will take my job, but I'm not very happy about that. But maybe Ray's already decided it will, and we don't just know yet. But what an amazing and incredible showcase of amazing and incredible products. This, as I had said earlier, is Indian innovation unfolding right in front of our eyes. It is the age of the great Indian startup. A big announcement, a quick one actually, before I move any further. Folks, we have the tech stage and the startup stage near the registration desk. Keynotes are starting now, so if that is something you are here for, you could join them now. And with that, we proceed with what's lined up for you all here today. To explore the thoughts, we have an incredible privilege among us. We're privileged to have among us today a true visionary in public policy and finance. With decades of experience shaping India's financial landscape, from capital markets to economic governance, he brings a perspective that is both rare and completely invaluable. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to invite him on stage. Please welcome the former Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, Dr. K.P. Krishnan. Round of applause. Sir, thank you so much for being here. Super excited to have you here and hear you speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Morning, all of you. It's great to be here today with this fabulous audience. Some of you may know I've sort of spent a lifetime in the government doing policy regulation, and perhaps half of that period doing academic research, teaching, again on finance and regulation. But I must confess, this is the first ever time in my life I have come into a serious financial sector conference where perhaps one needs to do a Shah Rukh Khan act in a semi-disco setting. So it's not something I'm entirely familiar with, but nevertheless, certainly looks like a fun session, and I hope what I say will be of use and fun to a lot of you. Cyrus early on spoke about the traffic woes of the city. I belong to the city. I currently live in Delhi, but I belong to the city, and the state is my cadre. Those of you who are familiar with the IAS would know this notion of a state cadre. So when I came to the state, when was it? A little after Alexander invaded India, in 1984 or something, this used to be what was called a non-fan station. Those of you who have familiarity with government and army and armed forces would know our entitlements, when you moved, the house that you got, the allowances that you got, depended on the classification of the city, and Bangalore was a non-fan station, which meant you didn't even get money to buy fans because the city did not need fans. It was also a retiree's paradise. So we were told. People who had sort of gotten into Vanaprastha came to Bangalore, and from then, clearly, to become a city with more unicorns than most countries can boast of is some journey. And this journey clearly is equally about the city, about the state, but I think more than people realize about India, about public policy, about regulation. This is not a pitch for policy and regulation. Many of you perhaps are victims of policy and regulation, but this is just to give you an understanding of the context of policy, regulation, the objectives of policy and regulation, and how is it going to play out for the spaces that you guys occupy. So essentially, this is about the sort of story of how did India move, and how did India move from an economy which was more resembling the sort of erstwhile Soviet Union to what it is today, and why is there tremendous resilience in the story. And in keeping with what Harshal said, in keeping with the Netflix type sort of context of today, this story is in 2 seasons. Season 1 is about the journey till now. And a quick preview of season 2 is what is it that the future holds for us in terms of policy and regulation. Let's start with episode 1 of season 1. Recently independent India, I'm talking about the late 40s, early 50s, very suspicious of foreign capital. We were enslaved because of foreign capital, and we were enslaved because of foreign capital mixing up with foreign government and reducing us to the stage of penury over a 200-300 year sort of time frame. Clearly, this was a situation which was suspicious of markets, suspicious of anything called trade, commerce, because those were precisely the instruments that enslaved us. In that context, and also remember, in the early 50s, this was also the consensus of the times. almost the entire world was moving to a situation where the state, the government, led the economic story. The government controlled, as it did in India, the commanding heights of the economy, to use the jargon of those times. In other words, create public sectors, set up large industries, all funded by government, very few consumer-facing activities, and the state effectively controlling flow of all kinds of resources, whether it's capital, whether it's land, and directing entrepreneurship and labor to activities that the state or the government thought were necessary. And this is the India that we see almost non-stop, plus minus, policy changes here and there, from 50 to 90, and in keeping with our OTT sort of analogy, this is the India of what I call Do Bigha Zameen. If you remember that famous movie, a rickshaw puller from perhaps somewhere in eastern India, Bihar or eastern UP, going to Calcutta, and at the end of the film, having lost land, almost losing his livelihood, there is a bit of hope in the horizon, but it's not a very happy story. It's a story of the state running the economy and individuals essentially being denied serious agency. And what did sort of this India achieve in terms of outcomes? Before we moved to the sort of India of the Chakde times, what did this India achieve? This India, as you can guess, achieved not too much. Very little gross capital formation, and a lot of the gross capital formation that you see, which are still in single-digit trillion rupees, a bulk of it is government capital formation. It's not private sector capital formation, so not much to show in terms of serious investment, notwithstanding the fact that the government was spending money on all of those huge public sectors. We're still talking about small volumes. We are also talking about GDP growth, which are still in very, very small numbers. We are talking about 10 to 25 in a sort of something like a 30, 40 time frame, where just about doubling of GDP at a time when population is hugely increasing. And we are talking about a decline in share of poverty. This was to happen. The entire effort was focused on poverty alleviation, but what will be interesting is to see the rate of poverty alleviation, which we will do later. But from here, we move on to something far more exciting, which is the famous 1990-91 reforms led by the then PM Narasimha Rao, led by the then FM Dr. Manmohan Singh. And we are all familiar with a lot of the macro stories. India opened up, India made it easier for us to start industries, licensing got abolished, India did a lot of financial sector reforms, India created, for instance, the Securities Exchange Board of India. So there was a lot of economic reforms that India did, and I'm sure all of us as observers, as students, are familiar with all this. What I want to draw your attention, is to the fact that this was also the time that Fintech revolution actually begins in India. This is not a story that many people know, so maybe with your permission, I'll spend a couple of minutes on this. We are all familiar with the famous Harshad Mehta scam of 1992, made popular by that Sony serial, which I'm sure a lot of us have seen. This scam was actually about money being taken out from the fixed income market by forging a whole bunch of instruments. Essentially, this was a fiddle in the fixed income market or the debt market. But what did the creative, imaginative politicians of India do? And this is a terrific, positive story that needs to be told and retold. They realized that the 1990s India was about companies like Infosys, Wipro, and a whole bunch of similar companies. And what distinguishes these from our old generation companies is something that you guys know very well: asset light, human talent intensive, IPs, and future flow of income rather than heavy current asset base. What does this kind of an industry, what does this kind of a market need? It needs risk capital. It doesn't need so much debt capital. Using the Harshat Mehta scam, which is actually a scam in debt markets, Manmohan Singh and Narasimha Rao stand up in parliament and say, we need to solve this problem. What do we need to do? And in a tremendous act, in a sense of subterfuge, they actually create a vibrant equity market ecosystem for India. They create SEBI. But that's not the fintech story. The story they create is what follows. Perhaps the most successful startup of India, in my opinion, the National Stock Exchange. Some of you may know this. First ever for-profit corporate entity doing stock exchange business is India, not New York. Sweden had attempted, but the first one was National Stock Exchange. But what did National Stock Exchange do which made it very different from the Bombay Stock Exchange? It was use of telecom and IT. Given that India was at the starting point of an IT telecom revolution, what did they do? Parallelly, we created something called the Depositories Act of 1996, which is what we now take completely for granted, namely dematerialization of equity shares. Think back, what is this piece of legislation? It is effectively like the sub-registrar office with which all of you are familiar, buying land, registering it in a government department, effectively was taken out of government, handed over to a company which has been given the right to handle property rights and using technology. So the base of everything that you call fintech actually is somewhere here. And that is around the time that Rangarajan, as governor of RBI, pushes all the banks into greater degree of computerization. Bimal Jalan shows up a little later and creates a whole bunch of new private sector banks, all of which take us into the era of finance with technology and telecom. And those of you who probably recall this time would remember a bulk of these times we had governments like the Devegowda government, not exactly known to be quote unquote most progressive, most liberal, or in tune with modern technology. Devegowda personally pushed a constitutional amendment that was required to bring about the depositories legislation. The reason for telling you this is public policy may be slow, but public policy understands, I think, the pulse of the people far better than we are willing to acknowledge, and launches this terrific sort of growth of gross capital formation, GDP, poverty, and so on. Stories that you're familiar with. Given that we have a sort of few minutes left, let me quickly move on to episodes 4, 5, 6 and give you a quick preview of season 2. Episodes 4, 5, 6 are the sort of equivalent of taking to the masses what had been done in the mid-90s. If the equity story is about 1% of India, the percent that actually owns equity shares, small number of companies that issue shares, Aadhaar is about making this story much more a mass story. And I think this is the lesson that we all need to keep in mind. Politics in a democratic environment has the responsibility to a much larger audience than this audience. So this task is constantly about how do you make for people what is good for the elites. And Aadhaar is a classic example of technology being put in place for essentially solving what are large mass problems. And Harshil and others spoke about UPI and a whole bunch of other subsequent technological developments which have now taken this entire Aadhaar and earlier foundations to a level where it's now almost sort of pan-India scale. Are we, given where we are today, well placed to take this forward? Is India well positioned to be the startup leader? Clearly, my personal and I think the general consensus answer is yes. Why? Some people have doubts about whether we can continue to be globally connected, which was the sort of the foundation of a lot of what we did in the 90s. The fact that we allowed foreign capital to come in. Indian equity analysts in the 1990s did not know how to value a firm like Infosys. FPIs knew this, and we opened our world to the FPIs. Is today a world that is hospitable to being globally connected? I think the answer is yes. Just look at the numbers. India is 1.5% of global FDI. India is less than 2% of global trade, less than 4 or 4.5% of global trade in services. Less than 1.5% of international tourist arrivals come to India. Less than 5% of the global entertainment market, this huge market that we are proud of, we are less than 5% of the global market. So even with a world which may not be as globally connected as it was in the past, I think the barriers on us to grow are far, far away. So I think we are well positioned in a global sense to become the startup leader. What does policy, what does regulation have to do? Policy and regulation have to reiterate the foundations which led us to this point, namely, continue to argue for an international rules-based global order where we can continue to grow globally, equally focus internally on what the current economic survey calls get out of the way. Governments contribute more in entrepreneurship by keeping away, but remember, there is a role that governments need to play in keeping this balance. And what is that role? Early on, Kilan spoke about a new product called buyer protection. What would a regulator's response to this be? He would quickly look at it and examine, is this an insurance product? Because if it's an insurance product, it needs to be backed by capital. That is the role of regulation. Kilan and teams have to create disruptive products, but a Reserve Bank of India, whose job is to protect us by ensuring stability, which is the antithesis of disruption, needs to do this balance. So public policy and regulations will take time to catch up, but they will catch up and enable. On this happy note, let me wish all of you entrepreneurs here and Razorpay all the very best and ensure that we do end up as the startup leader of the globe. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krishnan, for that wonderful and amazing and enlightening speech. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it kicks off the stage which is set up for the Indian startup revolution. Before we proceed, a quick note to the wonderful audience members. Our launch, startup and tech stages are going live very shortly. So please do feel free to explore those. And with that, we surge ahead. And it seems like in life, the world is looking at India right now. Everyone is asking that one question, what's in their chai? Well, it's a powerful mix. It has a dash of innovation, a hint of resilience, and a finely powdered drive to build. Now, speaking of building, there is no sector that's shaping India's future quite like Fintech. From powering payments to driving financial inclusion, Fintech is clearly rewriting the rules of money. And our next session is all about the state of Fintech in India. To dive into it, we've got an all-star panel with decades of experience across banking, payments, tech, and entrepreneurship. It is an honor to have them all on stage. I'm going to invite them now. Ajay Rajan, Country Head, Transaction Banking, Government, MNC, and International Businesses, Yes Bank. Please, sir. Round of applause, please. Rishi Chhabra, Country Manager, Visa India. Varun Dua, Founder and CEO, ACO. Tejas Goenka, Managing Director, Tally Solutions. Archana Vora, Managing Director for Payments and Shopping, APAC, Google. What a wonderful lineup. Thank you all so much for being here and getting this conversation started and guiding it. Who better than Razorpay's Chief Innovation Officer, Arif Khan. Arif, we're super excited to see how this conversation goes. Over to you.
I guess I'm the most excited guy over here and probably the most nervous. Okay, so we have a powerful panel over here and I think collective 220 years of experience. So it's going to be awesome. Yeah. So we have the people who have built, who have disruptive, we have the people who have anchored in the form of a bank. So let's get going, right? So I'm going to, straight dive into this thing. But when I ask you a question, I would request you to just introduce yourself. Because if I start introducing, I think we'll take 45 minutes just to do that. Okay. So I'm going to start with you, Rishi. Rishi, what have you seen in recent times in the payment space, right? Which you think has really helped on the interoperability side? And what do you think is the new disruption that is happening? But before you start, a 30-second intro would really be helpful.
Can you hear me, right? It works fine? Yeah.
I guess it's so.
Great. Thank you, Arif. Thank you for having us here. I don't know if you need to mention the 220 plus years of experience. We'll keep that aside. But it's been great. Quickly about me, Rishi Chhabra. I lead the Visa's business here in India. Been in payments for about 20 plus years in different forms and fashions, both in the US as well as India. To your question about fintechs, innovation, payments, a lot has happened, right? And I think happened at a time when it was needed, especially before COVID and coming out of COVID, right? And I can speak very specifically from a payments perspective. If I think about everything that's happened on the issuing of credentials to a consumer to make digital payments, whether it's the likes of One Card with what they did with secured credit cards, the like with FFIs, what they did for consumer journeys, UX for the Gen Zs. You think of some of the Forex players, 82 players, a very unique value prop when it came to Forex payments. You can think about the acceptance side of the ecosystem. We've seen what happened with QR codes, with the likes of sound boxes, what Razorpay and few others are now doing with the low-cost acceptance devices, which is fantastic, again, with the whole idea and notion of increasing digital solutions, payment solutions, pan-Bharat, not restricted to tier 1 and tier 2 cities. And if I just quickly go into the online world that we all love so much, right? We have become creatures of habit now, shopping online. I wouldn't have said that 10 years ago. I'm sure Archana has some really great stats about online SECJ from a Google Lens perspective. But just to think of all the payments that happen online today, where we have come from 5, 7, 10 years back to now, thanks to tokenization, all the kinds of different kinds of methods today, payment methods, a consumer has a choice at the point of checkout it is fantastic, right? Those choices didn't exist a decade ago. Even within, tokenization or checkout payments online, with tokenization, with the fact of all the innovation Razorpay is doing, many others are doing with push provisioning, pay with partner, the whole intent again is how do you make this more and more seamless and give the consumer the best experience they're looking for. We like it or not, consumers don't have the patience now when it comes to payments. They literally think of payments as the means to the end, and they want to get done with it. And it's our collective job in this room and beyond, how do we keep making it very, very more seamless, more frictionless, but at the same time making sure it's very safe, very stable, very secure, very resilient, because nobody in this room and beyond wants a payment not to happen. If you want to purchase goods and services, you want that payment to happen instantly. So I think that's the collective thing that we are seeing in the ecosystem. We're very, very happy to be a grand collaborator, to partner with many on this stage, many beyond, and making sure that we constantly push the envelope when it comes to innovation with payments.
Thanks for that, Rishi. But Rishi, incidentally, I have a very good friend who happens to be on the panel also, Tejas. He's the MD for Tally. He was out touring to a lot of tier 2 cities, right? And unlike what I would like to believe and what you just mentioned, he actually mentioned the payments is broken, there's a lot of friction. Tejas, to you, how do you react to that? What do you think, where are we in payments?
Sure, so just for the intro, I run Tally and responsible for everything that goes wrong. I've been at it for about 15 years now. And yeah, I love it. So Arif, we were talking off stage. The last 6 months or so, every 2 weeks I step out, and a lot of time has been spent with our customers, small businesses. A typical one in Bangalore, for those of you here, is maybe a good description is someone sitting out of Chickpet selling sarees, right? Margins are very low. And I think that from their perspective, what I kind of see is two things really, really matter. They're running 50 crore, 70 crore, 100 crore businesses, but running it on 1.5%, 2% actual margins. And so for them, really every rupee makes a big difference. And a payment solution which costs in bips is totally out of question. I think that's number one. I think the second thing that matters to them is cash. Cash is a big part of what the owner spends their day on. And cash, I don't mean literal cash. It's about making sure that there's enough collection from suppliers to be able to make payments, collection from customers to be able to make payments to suppliers. And therefore, if I make a payment, I expect that to happen and reflect in my account today, here, now. There's a lot of recon pain that I will go through. I think these are the two big problems. So if I have to sort of summarize and say, if you have to solve for the B2B space in India, which is still, in my experience, untapped, large potential, we'll have to figure out how to make payments on par. So 100 rupees equals 100 rupees. And real time, which is at 10:40 I've made the payment, at 10:40 I've received the payment. Something like that. The closer we can get to this, I think you'll see the second wave of the payments boom in India.
I'm sure Ajay can solve for it, but we'll come to it. Just hold on. So Varun is the founder for Acko. He's a serial founder. Varun, you know, Acko has been disrupting I myself am a customer of Acko. I had a great experience. You guys have been disrupting the legacy LICs of the world. How has payments and fintech, how has it evolved for you? How has it helped you? Where do you see yet is a problem, a frontier which we need, I mean, something that Rishi and Ajay need to solve for?
Yeah, I think insurance is probably way far behind where payments and lending are. I think one of the things, including maybe wealth management, I think all of fintech has somehow converged to payments and lending. In my personal opinion, it's just that I think payments from the good old days of when we used to hear about PayPal, it was all trying to power commerce. You know, and from powering commerce for consumers, okay, now lend them money to buy more. So it's in my opinion, it's kind of stuck there to a large degree. There are large sections of financial services, whether it's insurance, wealth, all of these pieces I still feel are untapped. One, within the product itself, there's a lot more innovation required. I think there are so many payment companies. I cannot count the number of lending companies that are out there, but right, really, we can probably do with 10 more Accos or 10 more Policy Bazaars or some other kind of businesses. But coming back to your question, I don't think without the kind of payments revolution India has seen probably in the past decade, I don't think people like us would even exist, right? Nobody could buy. We don't sell small transactions. We sell fairly large transactions. I don't think 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was possible to expect that people would pay 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 rupees online, put these kind of large payments on subscriptions. All of this has happened over the last few years. I think where there's room to grow is at least on insurance. I can comment. I know that subject slightly better. Which is we still haven't solved for financing of premiums. We still haven't solved for a lot of push is being made by the regulators. Actually, we were talking about it off stage today. A life insurance application, a health insurance application is painful. There's a lot of screening required before you can issue a coverage to somebody, and money gets blocked. Refunds happen. There's a lot of chaos in how I enter an application, I assess somebody's health, and then I want to charge him more. Half payments, half recons. It's just a mess. It's still a mess. So I think we've done, as a sector, if I were to take payments, I think there's a great amount of revolution in small payments, small ticket sizes, commerce, shopping. But I think payments supporting other financial services is still weak, is what I'd say.
So he's given us some more things to solve. Rishi, Ajay, I hope you're taking note of that, right? Next is Archana ji. I call her G. In my 15 minutes, I interacted with her before she's moved to G status. So Archana is the MD, Google APAC. Prior to this, I mean, she's done a long term in Meta. She's been in Amazon, so she's done it all. She's done advertisement. She's done marketing. She's done tech. She runs Google Pay. So she's the know-all. Besides all this, I came across a very interesting blog that she's written, and it talks about the 7 steps for successful women leaders. I think it reflects about men more. Maybe, Archana, you could start with that, talk a bit about it. It's a very interesting one. I know we are going out of topic, but that's really cool if you could talk about it.
No, I don't mind talking about it. Hi, everybody. I am not as fossilized as he made me sound like. The G stands for genie, not for G in Hindi. Just. Okay. I will quickly talk about the blog. The blog basically is on Times of India, so if you can find it. It talks about how women tend to toggle their role in the corporate space and family. And the constant toggle of being fierce and not being fierce all at the same time, and being apologetic and not being apologetic about it. And so the 7 habits are for women to be significantly more successful. And I'm still learning them, but when you have the time, take a look at it.
And she wants all women to be bossy.
I don't know about that, but I do believe, interesting, on a payments panel, you're asking me women questions, but that's fine. I can take them. All right, for all the women in the room, can we get a cheer? Louder. Now, this is exactly what you need to do in your corporate lives as well. Cheer for yourselves. We are here at a Fintech summit. There are very few women in the payment space, so please take pride in it. But now to the question.
So Archana, payments is a lot about trust, right? Where you sit in Google, and Google practically covers 50% of our online life in one way or the other. Where do you see are the breakages? What could be done better? What's in it for us to learn? Where could we go from here?
So I think I'll try and take a payments lens across APAC, including what we do for GPay in India. I think a couple of things. I think the first, and I know some parts were covered here, I think credit is one large line. I do feel that in a country of the size and scale of India, credit is an area that needs significant more work. As a country, we are underpenetrated, and that's not because there is no intention. We are underpenetrated because, A, for running credit in India, you need scale, which is India population size scale. You need diversity, which means you need to solve for many problems all at the same time, and you need to drive economic growth. And as you do that, I think the big challenge, and something that we have invested deeply in, is how do you make credit responsible? And there are multiple ways of doing it. The first being, at least from our lens, is how do you use AI? How do you build voice and multilingual interfaces in a way that you can grow the ecosystem and the audience for payments? More people using more instruments. I think the second bit, and we sometimes in forums like this underplay the size and the scale of UPI, right? And so there is a dire need to increase payment FOPs. Now, whether those payment FOPs are RuPay, whether those are UPI Lite, whether it is BNPL, whether it's Tap and Pay, I think that is the second piece that becomes very, very critical. And the third, I think, in a country like India, you will be astounded to see how little there is in terms of financial knowledge and financial literacy. How little people think when they take plans, and when they take plans, it becomes even more difficult because they understand the plan after they take it. And so very, very critical, and we do a lot of that on GPay, is we've built AI support to tell customers on, hey, you're taking credit right now. Do you know the EMI cycle? Do you know the eligibility? Do you know the outcome? And I think all of that also, therefore, becomes extremely critical to solve for.
Archana, I don't come across a women-only app, let's say payments, insurance, and wealth. Do you think there's an opportunity and there are a lot of budding entrepreneurs sitting over here? Do you think that someone could come up with an idea saying, hey, there's an app dedicated only for women empowerment and cover these things? Do you think there's a space for it?
Well, I think there is a space for, let me step back. I think of the scale and size of India, there is space for multiple credit apps, right? Should there be one that only caters to women? I don't know, for the reason that I think credit is underserved across the board. It is underserved for MSMEs, for example. Should there be an app for MSMEs? Yes, there are, and there are many, right? But does that actually solve the challenge that we just heard him speak about, which is, I want to know mere galle mein kitna paisa aaya aaj, right? And can an app help you do that? Yes or no? And so is there space there? Certainly. Or is there space for reconciliation? And I know a lot of apps here do it, but I think that could be an avenue where I do believe that more work could be done. And all of us who are part of the TPAP ecosystem offer reconciliation. But I think there is still, when I say reconciliation, I mean business reconciliation. But I think there is more that we all can do there.
Thanks for that, Archana. Ajay, also known as the Fintech Baba, every Fintech in the country,
Fintech Baba. I am G and you are Baba.
Invariably ends up working with Yes Bank. We do a lot of business with Yes Bank. Ajay, we don't see many banks, while they talk, they want to partner, but they really don't take the last step where they want to partner with the Fintech. What do you think is the constraint and the challenges? And what's the difference in Yes Bank? How come you guys are there ready to work with Fintechs, take the risk, if I may say so?
Baba, we'll talk after the session. But anyway, I think Arif, and if you permit, before I answer to this question, I would really like to spend a couple of minutes on, we talk about a fintech revolution, right? But I think it's important to dwell upon how this whole revolution came about, right? And I think a lot of credit, while we give it to the fintech ecosystem and all that, but I think the first and foremost credit really needs to be given to a government which was extremely progressive, a government who chose a contrarian approach than what was done in the West in terms of pure technology development, and a equally progressive regulator, who supported the government and created what now we call as DPI, or the digital public infrastructure, right? That really laid the groundwork and the framework for creating this whole ecosystem, a framework which the entire ecosystem, whether it is NPCI, who led the revolution, and, Nupur is here representing that. I saw Lalita as well. And, of course, then the fintechs, the banks, the NBFCs, everyone created use cases around it, and I think rest is history, as we say, right? Since your specific question was about Yes Bank and what kind of differentiated our approach towards this whole ecosystem is, we ourselves are a startup bank. So we are the only greenfield bank in the country. We literally started from zero, went on to become the 4th largest private sector bank in the country. Hence, the whole approach was always a startup approach, right? Second, very early on, we clearly decided that A, technology was going to be our differentiator, and B, we developed an attitude and an approach within the bank which was called ART, Alliances and Relationship Through Technology. And that's really, what we imbibed within the entire, that time, maybe 20,000 plus, today 29,000 odd employees in the bank. So you would find everyone being digital native and really, wanting to partner, co-create and collaborate. We, of course, started the whole UPI story with PhonePe, and rest of what, we say is history. And we've done that across multiple, such cases. On the business side, Arif, as you mentioned, we've been a very key strategic partner along with Razorpay, and, a lot of innovation, I'm sure, will come through it. The outcome of all of this translates, and I was, sharing with Varun and Tejas at the backstage, is that today, when you look at payments in the country, practically because of this approach and partnership, and this is what I urge every bank or every fintech to really do, is, today we manage almost 1/3 of India's digital payments. And I'm not talking about only UPI. I'm actually cutting across all the payment modes, whether it is NEFT, RTGS, IMPS, AEPS, etc., right? And all of those have been built on specific use cases. So the DPI is there. I think what the industry needs to do between banks and fintechs is to create use cases. On top of that, it could be lending, payments, or whichever other form factor is there. But I think create use cases, and then the rest, I think, is scale is always there in India.
So, Ajay, let me interrupt you. Does the bank need to have a very different kind of risk appetite to work with a fintech? Because I don't see the same amount of enthusiasm across banks.
So, I think two things first. If we imbibe that compliance has to be, innovation has to happen within the framework of compliance, I think that is what really gives comfort to any bank, be it Yes Bank or any other bank, that A, this is the right partner with whom we should partner, right? And it's no longer a need to have, right? It is a must have. I think we've learned it the hard way that businesses which are built on regulatory arbitrage do not survive, right? If you have to build a sustainable business, you need to be within the realm of regulation. And when a bank looks at a partner, the first thing that, a bank looks at, does the business model align with the regulatory framework which is expected, not only in writing, but in spirit. And then, of course, the rest of it will depend on individuals. See, banking is about people, whether we like it or not, but eventually you need that one champion within the bank who can navigate you or help navigate you around, the ecosystem. But I think, so for all the fintechs here, you need to pick your one person, and Arif, don't look at me, to help you navigate across the ecosystem. I think that's the most critical part.
So all the entrepreneurs, you need sponsorship from Ajay. You need to make sure you're compliant. All right, thanks for that, Ajay. Rishi, coming to you. Visa is a global company. You're present in all the continents of the world, right? And there are a lot of emerging technology trends, a lot of folks talking about AI, there's a lot of conversation on DLT, there's a conversation on stable coin. What do you think, from your perspective, are the ones which are relevant for the country? What's going to help us go to the next level?
It's a great question. It's a, we ponder about this a lot at Visa, as you can imagine, right? Both from a global perspective as well as an India perspective, right? If you think from an India, and I think to the point Ajay was making, we're a very progressive regulator and a government who's helping us push the envelope when it comes to payments. So whether it's UPI, whether it's card payment, corporate payments, whatever the different use cases are. I think the earlier point I was making about more seamless transactions. So one, using more potential AI, and maybe going back to Archana was saying, in the credit lending space, I think something we haven't tapped into at all. We are on that journey, whether it's the consumer side, small business side, MSME side. how do we make sure that we're lending responsibly so that the collection process becomes easier and so on and so forth, right? Whether it's for insurance premiums or whether it's for just the other sort of lending from a credit perspective. I think AI has not been completely nurtured from that perspective. A lot more has to come. I know it's starting days, early days, but the more data sources that you have and the more models you can make to work, how do you lend more efficiently? So the user has that much more credit to go work with for whatever use case they have, whether it's a consumer or a business, right? So I think the whole credit expansion story, lending story, a long journey there. Think about it. We are 1 billion plus people. We have 60 million unique cards in this country, right? It's a long way to go. Long, long way to go. I'm not even comparing ourselves to a United States or a UK, which are heavily penetrated. But if we look at some other countries within Asia Pacific, we have a long, long way to go from a credit expansion perspective. And the story gets worse off when you look at the MSME and the small business sector, right? I think that's one. Second is just from a seamless, secure, stable, reliable transaction and payment perspective. I think we all love the OTPs that we do today, but we have to push the envelope there. How do you make it more seamless, more frictionless? How do we use a stepped up way of authenticating a transaction, but the user feels it's done very, very quickly, right? I think a lot of innovation still to happen there. We are pushing the boundaries and working with Razorpay, others, and saying, okay, if I can tokenize a card credential onto my phone, where else can I use it? Can I use that when I tap and pay, right? We're working with Archana and team when I'm doing a transaction at point of sale. Can I use that in a smaller merchant who otherwise doesn't want to take card payments, feels very ambiguous trying to store card data, doesn't want to go down that path, but envisions itself for better and easier payments? How do you work with the likes of Razorpay and others in the ecosystem saying, if a card credential has been device tokenized, how can I push that in a way it can be even used on third-party apps, which otherwise wouldn't be accepting card payments?
So, Rishi, sorry, but I yet feel as a user, as a consumer, that OTP is a lot of friction. I do know for a fact that the regulator came with a draft guideline to look at an alternate. Where do you think that's heading? Will we, let's say 1 year down the next FTX, will we be having a conversation that we are out of OTP now and using something biometric?
Your guess is as good as mine, but all I would say is all the discussions that have happened so far, the regulator is very progressive on this, feels that we have to get beyond OTPs, whether it's passkeys, biometrics, whatever that is. I think everybody in this room and beyond has submitted their views on that topic. The regulator is, looking at that, talking to us about that. I genuinely feel a year from today we'll be in a different spot. OTP still may be here to stay, but we may do a lot more beyond OTPs as well, depending on the transaction type. So I think whether it's a seamless transaction, OTP and beyond, whether it is saying, hey, I want to buy something that one transaction of a merchant whom I don't normally transact at, I don't feel comfortable going and storing my card credentials at, I still want to make a card-based payment. How do I make sure that the token that I saved with a PhonePe or with a Google or whosoever I saved the token with, can I use that at point of sale? Can I use that on the third-party app in a very frictionless way? So I don't have to go back and worrying about entering my 16-digit PAN or my CVV on a third-party app that I generally may only visit once a year or twice a year, right? The challenge is not making transactions on the likes of Flipkart and Amazon. Those have been solved predominantly.
Okay,
the challenge becomes how do you go make a transaction at those 20 plus other merchants who are not your everyday merchants, but you still want to have a frictionless and seamless transaction at those merchants.
Yeah, and maybe Ajay, you could also pitch in for this, right? I think there's a lot of emphasis on cross-border, especially exports. It's part of the Vision 2030 the government has laid on. There is a lot of emphasis on, from a meaty point of view, that how exports can be enabled. Do you think something specific being done in the industry or some tech that is being deployed? I believe there's a lot of friction yet in export. Maybe you could.
I'll take that first. And funnily enough, Ajay and me are working on something together on this. So we are working using our Visa Direct Rails, which is a real-time payment. We're using that for remittance perspective as well. So we have a letter signed up by the RBI where someone like a Yes Bank is working with a Visa on a very outward-based remittance use case. Think about this. There are 3 billion plus Visa credentials globally. If you had to make a payment externally to outside India, there are a lot of players who do it, but not at scale. How do you work with the likes of Yes Bank, where fintechs can then only integrate with Yes Bank, use the power and rails that Visa has to offer, either for just 3 billion touch points only card to card, or even better, we have partnerships in a lot of these geographies where we then help with real-time payments in those specific geographies. The starting point can be India. The recipient could be in any other country. So we are working on a very active use case with Ajay and team. I don't want to speak to that.
Before that, Arif, I just want to touch the point on OTP that you mentioned. So the regulator has never spoken about OTP. They have always spoken about 2FA, right? It has obviously come in the form of OTP, but the viewpoint was always that how do we save the consumer at large? And consumer does not mean the one sitting here in Bangalore who are digitally savvy and all that, right? But across the length and breadth of the country, is really where, how do I make sure that the payment is being done by the person and it is done for the intended purpose? It could be in any form factor. And I think they've clarified that in the guideline as well, that, 2FA can be through any form which, is kind of safe and secure, right? So I think that's really the point. So in your next FTX probably, it could be about how new 2FA models, have been evolved, or, that could really be the topic.
So you're promising me for the next FTX?
I'm sorry?
I'll take it as a promise for the next FTX.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
So, yeah, but on the cross-border piece, and I'll maybe just add to the point, see, this remains the single largest opportunity that is there today in the fintech space to solve. So, and there is regulation around PACB. I think, people should innovate use cases around how we can streamline and make the entire cross-border remittance piece frictionless, both on the inward as well as on the outward side. I think this is, to my mind, probably the biggest opportunity which is there today.
Sure. So innovate, but within the compliance box.
Which always is a given.
Cool.
Which is a starting point. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Varun, to you, and I'm speaking as a user now. How there's a lot of conversation around AI. I would really like to know from you as to what is your view and how you guys are using in your app in your journeys. What I understand that, and I think Acco does it very well. The claim process becomes very simple because you do a great screening when you're onboarding somebody. That's one. The second thing which I would really want as a user to solve, for God forbid, if I have an emergency, something goes wrong with me, I want my wife to access the app and do something about it, right? Rather than me struggling at the hospital or something like that, God forbid. How do you think technology could help? What are your views on it?
I think a lot's changing, and partly it's scary also in terms of at what rate it is growing. Specifically on the AI piece, I think it's fundamentally, we suddenly have started Acco, which is like roughly an 8-year-old company. We feel quite legacy right now. I personally, if I could say this out on a limb, if we were to start building today, we would build very, very differently than the way we've been built. So now the pace of change is something that we need to accept. To give you a few examples, our ability, insurance is inherently, there is complexity for the user in terms of understanding. And I think whether it's the most simplest thing that you can do in terms of a chatbot explaining stuff, which can sometimes explain it better than a human, does not have sales incentives to go by, trying to do the right thing. As simple as that. One of the use cases that we've really seen is medical screening. The ability to understand the medical history of a particular user, the diagnosis of the reports, the doctor's reports or anything that we have to be able to make an assessment. We've tested it. We haven't yet fully deployed it. It's better than a human doctor can do. In terms of what screening, what could your parameters look like a couple of years from now? Could you land up with something else? So from that perspective, I can instantaneously give you a decision on whether we can accept you, whether we need to charge you a little higher, whether we need to put a condition on your policy. The AI can actually make this decision, which today roughly a medical professional or a medical policy that we've designed would typically make. So at the rate at which this is growing, I think it'll completely be different. This also has some I'd say regulatory things that are going to come up in the future, which are difficult to imagine. There are moral issues. If I can predict you so well, then I'm in such a position of, when I say I mean the insurance industry is in such a position of power that people who really need insurance might not get it because I can predict it so well.
I'm glad I already have a policy.
So it's all going in those directions. But from a consumer experience standpoint, yes, whether it's, I don't think insurance, unlike like I said right in the beginning, where payments has innovated so much, commerce has innovated so much, lending to some degree. I think there's a lot of innovation room left in insurance. I don't think we've looked at insurance as a family product. We've constantly looked at it as an individual product, but essentially it's used by the family. Like we spoke off stage, if something happens to me, my family probably doesn't even know where my insurance is or which company it is, what does it cover, what does it not cover. So I think as it moves more and more digital, I think we still live in a fairly agent-centric world, or a bank selling insurance policy world, which is like a transaction and I make a revenue commission fee. The experience layer of looking at it as a family product in a digital world, almost like Apple family accounts and stuff like that, that has to happen. I think we are in that direction. Yeah, but a lot needs to be done.
Thanks for that. Tejas, you see, you interact with millions of small merchants, small businesses, right? What do you, when do you think is the time, and with the technology that we have now and what we have in the future, where they'll be able to do everything they are possible on a Tally front end rather than moving to a bank? Do you see that day coming? Are you working with banks? Are you working with fintechs? When do you think that day will come?
I think the day is pretty close by, actually. We were talking offline, and Ajay was sharing with me, I had no idea that they were...
Please don't speak offline to him, speak via us.
I think they were pioneers in the API banking stuff. I think Nupur's here. We've been working with her and her team on the BBPS 2.0. I think a lot of it, a lot of the rails will keep moving further and further behind, and people will get used to different types of interfaces in front, not necessarily just Tally, but we're also seeing a lot of cases around how businesses operate through WhatsApp. So now how do you integrate and capture data, workflows, provide insights on conversational interfaces as well. So I think that day is very close by. In fact, in another couple of weeks, we are rolling out with SBI, Kotak and Axis for the same thing. The bank is now within Tally. So you'll start off with simpler use cases, but once your imagination starts to actually grow, there's so much that you can do. Archana was talking about the credit deficit on the MSME side. It's a reasonably straightforward solve once you have alternate data which Tally could provide. You have GST data which anyway exists here. You have banking data. So now you have different types of credit products that can start working for different types of businesses. In Hubli, for example, that entire North Karnataka belt is dependent on sugarcane. So the tractors that sell, they sell specifically for sugarcane as a market. Now sugarcane is seasonal, and people who are locally present there will know this, but many people may not. But now that you see historical data of sales, what am I buying, when are my tractors getting repaired, a bunch of stuff that you can start doing,
Thanks for the Tejas.
I was telling Tejas offline, and since you say it here, I think the next level of at scale inclusion can actually happen when Tally does what Tejas just mentioned. Because see, we often talk about the gap in the MSME and that they are not fully digitized, etc. But if you look at millions of MSME, they will already have Tally. When they bring financial inclusion into Tally, I'm telling you the scale at which innovation will happen in the country is going to be incredible.
No,
they have the power to do it.
No, Tejas, Ajay, that's a +1 from my side. I know there's a lot to be done, but don't worry, you don't need to do it all. You just leave it to us. We'll orchestrate everything. Okay? All right. Archana, to you, and probably that's the last question for this panel. You are the guys who make the tech trends, right? Which is the one you're most gung-ho about from an India point of view? What do you think is going to be the next? I know Google uses a lot of AI, there's a whole lot of stuff happening. Maybe you could share a bit of insight, something which we all should bet on.
I think what we all should remember, and I won't call it an innovation, I'll call it a necessity. I think one thing that we should all be aware of is financial fraud and financial crime. Because as we talk about all of the pieces that you heard everyone talk about, it's become imperative for a country that has 1 billion internet users to solve for financial fraud at scale. And there are two ways that we've started doing for, working towards it. One is just last year alone, we could prevent financial fraud using AI worth 13,000 crores. We served, when I say we, I'm referring to GPay in India. We served up to 41 million prompts that prevented people from doing or getting into fraudulent transactions. So I think that is the big one. I like the way you come to me with the clock looking at 000. So you need to have more diversity of opinion on your panel.
Sure.
But thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Archana. That's why Archana ji. And maybe you should externalize those prompts to us. It could be really helpful for the ecosystem. Thank you very much. So we've run out of time, but possibly we can squeeze in at least one question from the audience. Is that fine? Audience? All right, I think the lady in the first row.
So my question would be towards the two-factor authentication. I work in European payment industry where they have come across the payment service derivative to avoid wherever possible the two-factor authentication.
Could you come again, please, with that? We could not hear you very clearly. You need to speak up a bit.
Two-factor authentication.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, thanks. What I'm telling is, in Europe and all, there is a huge disruption in avoiding these two-factor authentication, like making the payment frictionless. But in India, we are through OTP since years. I don't know, like, whether there could be some exception, like maybe for the payment within 1,000, 2,000 rupees, we can avoid two-factor authentication to make it very quick. And for a huge volume value, we can still have the two-factor authentication by having the proper fraudulent anti-fraud measures.
If you want to take that.
I think you should use the Razorpay checkout experience. It will make it as frictionless as possible. But maybe, Rishi, you want to talk a bit about what's happening.
So we have experimented with that in India. We've had experiences where less than 2,000 rupees, you didn't need an OTP as well. I think the ask here and what the regulator is looking at is what do we do macro and bigger? How do we solve it at one time for scale versus looking only for a specific transaction type? So whether it's OTP, whether it is biometrics, whatever the right answer to this problem is, be rest assured a lot of people are looking at it and it will get solved relatively soon. The end of the day, we have to keep the transaction extremely secure. And with the surge of digital payments that happen in India, I think the regulators want to be safe than sorry, and hence the OTP exists. But trust me, a lot of pair of eyes are looking at this problem statement in this room, I'm sure itself, RF included from a Razorpay perspective. And it's less about the value of the transaction itself. It is how do you ensure at scale we can do this.
So in fact, at Global Fintech Festival, Razorpay along with Visa and some of the other networks, we actually launched a product over there. But it's early days. It will take time to ramp up, build the trust around it. But sooner than later, we'll have it. But once again, you should try out the Razorpay checkout experience. It's really frictionless, okay? Thank you. Thank you, everyone over here. Thank you very much.
A fantastic session. That was truly educational, folks. I suddenly feel like an expert on all things fintech just by sitting around and carefully listening. Now, up next, we have one of our biggest launches of the year. And to do the honors, I'd like to invite back on stage Razorpay's Chief Innovation Officer, Arif Khan. Arif, we're going to request you to please step back on stage. Thank you so much. No worries. We're taking just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, so that everyone settles in, and some, of course, are proceeding to head towards sessions that they are super interested to listen to, so they're heading to some other places. For the people in the first 5 rows, quick update on what's happening at the back. Some people are heading for a session. There is a gentleman randomly scratching. It's true. What's happening, man? And Arif, thank you so much. What a fabulous session. And now over to you.
Everyone settled? I think we need to get that sorted out, guys. Someone from the Razorpay crew, please could you just get that door? Okay, we're good. So this is what we're all about, right? And I guess this is the most important thing for Razorpay. Razorpay has always been about startup, right? It's always been about entrepreneurs. And the entire Razorpay journey has been built around building and working with entrepreneurs, and we have grown along with the entrepreneurs. And one of the biggest disruptors, enablers in our ecosystem has been the government of India. Today, we have the pleasure of having Ms. Shri Madana Gopal, Meety Startup Hub CEO with us. He's going to share a bit about the perspective about how Meety Startup Hub is going about, how it's enabling, it's mentoring startups. They've already done thousands and thousands of startups, and what's in plan for next. I would like to invite Harshil, founder Razorpay, on stage. Harshil, if you could please step up. Shri Madagopal ji, please can I request you? I'm going to quickly hand over the mic to him so that he can share some tidbits with us.
Can you hear me? A very good afternoon to all of you at this event. I think it's extremely it's an amazing event. I've been listening for the last 10-15 minutes and some very interesting conversation. I'm so glad that the previous panel, well moderated, of course, and some of the conversations I heard was very, very relevant and extremely heartwarming to see that there's a lot of deliberation in the ecosystem happening on what we at government are thinking. So Ministry of Electronics and IT has a startup hub, which is called Meety Startup Hub, and I lead that initiative. At Meety Startup Hub, we have a kind of a mandate to kind of support the tech and the deep tech startups in the country. So electronics, IT, that is technology, and deep tech startups, we are the custodians of Meety, these three group of startups in the country. Roughly about 70,000 tech and deep tech startups have registered with us. Of course, in the whole of India, we have about 157,000 startups in the country. As with Startup India, who are the custodians of all the startups, while we are the custodians of tech and deep tech startups. So a couple of thoughts that I wanted to share. It's amazing to see the fintech ecosystem lead the tech revolution. A lot of conversation about the the UPI. We are also working with other some similar digital infrastructure from the government side, be it Aadhaar, be it other platforms, to be kind of move towards in the direction of UPI, so that you can have stacks built over it, layers built over it. Startups can innovate on top of these tech platforms available from the government side. be it ONDC, which you might be aware, I'm sure a lot of people are already working with. So we at the government are extremely keen to participate, to engage the ecosystem. We have a very open mind to engage and see how we can collaborate with you and co-create with you, be it at the policy level. I'm sure a lot of you must have heard about the DPDP Act, the Personal Data Protection Act, right? And you've been hopefully you are given your views on that. It's out in the consultation stage. So there is a lot of willingness to collaborate, co-create, and innovate for the country. And one last thing I wanted to leave you all with, I did hear from the previous panel where I kind of, we are a 1.4 billion minds to innovate and 1.4 billion minds to serve as well, right? So we are the largest, economy in terms of consumer demand. Hopefully will become even better. So think for Bharat, we have a lot of problems to solve for the tier 2, tier 3 cities. There is a huge need for inclusivity in the fintech space, especially from the tier 2, tier 3 cities, especially from women in fintech space. So we are, I'll talk about a little later in detail, but we are very keen to see a lot of action in that space, and we are willing to participate and support you in that space as well. And that's something that which I really want to share. A lot of us are, I keep saying in a light-hearted way that startups are now making lazy people even lazier. So 24-hour delivery became, 1 hour delivery, 1 hour delivery became 10 minutes delivery. I don't know what is next. Probably they'll wait outside your house to door to you to order. So that is a different ball game altogether. So let's focus on the larger issues of Bharat and solve problems for the real India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. This is also a great moment for Razorpay. We actually would like to announce our partnership with Meaty Startup, which is meant to mentor, build products, and anchor a lot of the startups and entrepreneurs. There's a second good news. Sir has agreed to stay back for a while after this. We are going to have a rapid fire. So all the entrepreneurs, you can push in your questions, and he's agreed to be as frank as possible, share us all the, whatever is happening within the government and how they're looking at it. Maybe, sir, you would also share about some GPUs that I heard that Government of India is procuring. Maybe you could also speak about it. Thank you. Fireside chat will be on the startup stage, starts at 12:50. All right, see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a truly wonderful and landmark moment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with Razorpay and Meaty joining hands, I can't wait to see what's next with this wonderful world of innovation. In some time now, Harshil and Shri P.S. Madana Gopal will be talking about growth on the startup stage. So if you're a founder, investor, or anyone interested in building in India, you will want to be in that room. But at this point in time, on the stage right now, we have a fantastic conversation lined up for you all. It is a very interesting conversation, and it's all about turning your WhatsApp and Insta DMs into money. I personally shall be taking notes. We're delighted to have with us today on stage the Vice President and Head India Meta, Sandhya Devanathan, and she will be in conversation with co-founder and MD of Razorpay, Shashank Kumar. A session you do not want to miss. Give them a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you both so much for being here. This is super exciting.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So we have Sandhya with us, and when I think about Meta, right, the family of apps that Meta has, from Facebook to WhatsApp to Instagram and now Threads, right? I feel like if any company understands the pulse of India, right, really well, whether it's India One or Bharat, it's probably Meta at this point of time, right? And today now, after the Geo movement and the proliferation of social media among all our lives, right, there's so much happening at the intersection of, I would say, social media, fintech, commerce, AI, and I think Meta is in some ways at the center of it. So I wanted to ask, how are you, on the platform view that you have and the Meta's vantage point that is present, right? How are you seeing commerce evolve in different ways in India, especially on platforms like WhatsApp and Instagram?
Firstly, good to be here, Shashank, and it was good to spend some time earlier in the Speakers Lounge talking about everything that's happening in India and what you're seeing, what we're seeing. It's an exciting time to be here, and it's exciting to be here at this event as well. Kudos, this is your 7th or 8th year, right, of doing this? So
10th. Yeah.
10th. Delighted to be here, and thank you for having me. So look, when we talk about commerce, I think if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I wouldn't have said this, but if you look at something that is dominant, that's across, and I'm sure speakers ahead of me have also spoken about it, is the very real sort of emergence of quick commerce, right? And I think that's been pretty fascinating for us also to see play out on our platforms, and I'll give you some stats just in a little bit on what we're seeing there. But I think that's been really interesting for us to see as something that's taken off in a very, very major way. And the second thing that I would say, and this is something I've spoken about before, and I'll reiterate, and I think we just had, someone mentioned this as well, which is solving for tier 2 and tier 3 city, because tier 3 cities as well, because we are seeing commerce, take off in a major way, especially on WhatsApp in these cities, and I think I want to talk a little bit about that. But talking about quick commerce itself, if you just give me a minute, I think we did a study with GWI a few months ago, and we saw two things. One is Gen Z is actually shaping a lot of the quick commerce behavior in terms of they're the early adopters. They talk about it to people, and I think 87% of those Gen Zs also make purchasing decisions on, based on what they see on Instagram. So we feel like it's a perfect match, right? For quick commerce on our platforms. The second that I would say is what we're seeing on quick commerce started off as just groceries and personal care goods. Now we're seeing pretty much everything, right? Everything from iPhones selling out to, festive purchases to high-ticket items. I think that's been interesting also to see. And some of the conversations we're having as, a company with many of the businesses that we serve has been an increasing interest in quick commerce and how, they continue to, either they've launched, many companies have launched their own versions of quick commerce offerings, or they're looking to get in the game if they're in that space. So I think that's been interesting. The second thing I would say is that Instagram is where India is a land of creators. Depending on the study that you read, there's 100 million creators and counting. Who's counting, actually? Maybe more, right? But they are shaping a lot of the buying decisions as well in the country. So I feel like this is playing out in tier 2 and tier 3 cities in terms of what people are consuming, what they're thinking about buying, and what their next purchase will be. And what makes it easier is probably, for example, the work we're doing together on flows, on WhatsApp, and things like that, making it seamless for them within the platform.
So you mentioned about quick commerce, right? And I think all of us experience quick commerce and obviously use all the quick commerce apps, right? But I feel like that is still pretty much a phenomena in the top cities of India. I think it's sometimes easy to forget about how big India is, right? Sitting in Bangalore. And last I remember, I think WhatsApp itself, for example, in the last announcement, it said like it has more than 400 million users, and that's an old number. Probably at this point, it's more than 500 million in India, right? So And there's a lot of commerce happening on WhatsApp as well. So some of the people here are employees, my cousins. They do all their discovery and shopping on Instagram. But a lot of people back in my hometown, for example, right? I mean, they are using WhatsApp for a bunch of different things. So this evolution of quick commerce on one hand, but also this evolution of conversational on WhatsApp, commerce on WhatsApp, right? How do you see it evolving? How do you see that, with the real India being on WhatsApp, how can people build on top of it? How can people take advantage of that user base?
I think I just want to make a correction. Real India is also on Instagram, right? So I would say that Instagram is no longer an urban phenomenon as well. And that's why I was tying it back to, I think, what we'll probably see is quick commerce today is an urban phenomenon. I expect it to get to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. But before we talk about that, based on the economics, of course, because it's expensive and you'll have to crack the code on that. But I would say on tier 2 and tier 3 cities, what we are seeing is one, just the explosion, as I said, of creators, but also how they're actually, influencing purchasing. I think when we did a survey, we found that 1/3 of the people in, across on Instagram had actually bought a product recommended by an influencer. So I think that then ties to WhatsApp, which is your first port of call may not be an app that you download and purchase. If you make it a little seamless and make it available on WhatsApp, then I think sort of closes the loop in terms of a business trying to reach to real Bharat, as you called it, in terms of finding a larger a larger consumer base, and get their message across. We have now click to WhatsApp, which is you can do the discovery on Instagram, on Facebook, and then, land the actual conversation on WhatsApp. So we built that with that in mind, and we're seeing that actually explode on our platform in terms of usage. So you just see the ad, but once you click, you get onto WhatsApp. And what I would say on WhatsApp that we're seeing is respondents are getting increasingly more and more comfortable with actually buying things on WhatsApp. This is also dated, but last year we did a survey with Bain, and 60% of the respondents had actually, said that they'd used WhatsApp to make a purchasing decision. On our own platform, we see around 1 billion messages globally being sent to businesses. We see around 600 million, I think, a week, and I think we see almost, 60%, that number is actually our number, 60% of business people contact a business on WhatsApp. So we're seeing this not as an urban phenomenon, we're actually seeing people getting more and more comfortable and building trust with contacting a business on WhatsApp. So I would say there is a lot of discovery and, small business-led discovery and large businesses on WhatsApp, on Instagram, but we're also seeing that now increasingly happen on WhatsApp. Because if you think about it, like you're not downloading an app, you're not learning something completely new, you don't want to have 10 apps, and I say this constantly, your first port of call may not immediately be, if you've not tried online shopping, may not be downloading an app. It's being on a surface that you're comfortable with, and for most people, it's messaging services like ours, like I'm sure there are others as well, but we're seeing that actually, take off in a major way in the last 2 years.
I think that is true. Driving discovery of an app and getting an app downloaded is difficult, and I'm sure a lot of startups obviously advertise and market a lot and can drive that, right? But how do small entrepreneurs, or how do people interacting with their users on WhatsApp, right, drive their product discovery on WhatsApp? Can you share some interesting stories on how people are leveraging WhatsApp commerce or WhatsApp conversations, for example, for driving that conversation between businesses and customers? And also, I think something, how can consumers like me, right? I mean, how can businesses ensure that consumers like me don't feel spammed in some sense when businesses reach out with any kind of messages?
So I think we've actually built a lot of tools around that in terms of, in fact, the number one complaint I get from many businesses is, you're not letting me send as many messages as I would like to users, right? So we
leave to businesses, I think they would send messages to all the consumers on WhatsApp, right?
No, but I get it. It's like an interesting, on one hand, we want people to find value from WhatsApp, be it whether, it's you and I messaging each other on WhatsApp, or be it me, I actually bought this dress on WhatsApp, right? So I saw something on Instagram, and closed the sale on WhatsApp. The payment link was sent to me on WhatsApp, and we closed it. In fact, in many places now, the catalog and the ability to pay is all on WhatsApp. But I would say that what we want to do is strike a balance. We want to make sure that people find value from businesses, but at the same time, we want to make sure, they aren't getting spammed. So that's been, you can block, messages you don't want. You can report like businesses that are spamming you. So there's lots of controls that we've built in and continue to build in as we evolve the platform. But coming to your question on some interesting stories, right? I'll start with a larger business and then I'll get to a smaller one. And this one I think you'll all find useful. So I was sharing it with Shashank earlier. Indigo now lets you check in on WhatsApp. And what happened was our WhatsApp global leadership team had come for a product immersion. We found it really difficult to actually get on the website, and we all got our boarding passes because we were heading for a product immersion on WhatsApp almost instantly, and we'd just done the demo with the Indigo team. So
No, last minute check-in is always very difficult. So yeah, I can totally relate to that.
It's super easy. You get it instantly. And like if you think about why that works, and they've not really advertised it, but they're seeing some huge numbers, of people actually using it for boarding passes. They thought they thought their first use case would be people buying tickets. They've been surprised about, as they evolve the entire customer journey from buying a ticket, checking in, adding baggage, whatever else, they're finding that people are adopting it across the entire engagement journey with Indigo. So that I thought was a really powerful example, and they use an AI-powered chatbot. So we'll talk about that as well. I think the power of WhatsApp gets amplified when you add payments and when you add AI into it, right? So for businesses. That's one example that stood out. HDFC Bank, I'm a happy, loyal HDFC customer, and they've offered more than 200 services all on WhatsApp. Everything from fraud alert to credit limit increases to actually booking fixed deposits instantly on WhatsApp. So people are, companies are thinking about it in a very different way. And what that does is, as people get more and more comfortable using WhatsApp, it also means that smaller businesses can engage a lot more with users on WhatsApp and close the loop. We launched Flows. You were there at our WhatsApp Conversation Summit. Since then, we've seen a lot of small businesses actually also adopt WhatsApp in a meaningful way. One example I will give you is somebody that we work with closely, Krishna Ayurveda, based in Jaipur, has actually reimagined their flows on WhatsApp. And what they saw was actually a 25% increase in productivity and a 40% sort of increase in their actual sales volume. So it was a pretty good success story, and we see this time and again. And I really would like to believe that WhatsApp is actually making it easier for tier 2 and tier 3 entrepreneurs to actually, you don't have to set up a website, you set up a catalog pretty instantly, you can use our free WhatsApp business messaging app, and then reach your audience, so I think, and your customer base.
I think generally what I felt, right, every time a new channel opens up, when there was shift from desktop to mobile, then to social media, and then now enabling conversations on WhatsApp, right? There's always opportunity for new startups and new companies to be created, right? So as we move from retail to e-commerce, and now e-commerce to quick commerce, for example, right? Every time this new channel and this shift happens, there's opportunity for new category companies to get created. So just like you saw a lot of brands and D2C brands coming up in the age of e-commerce, and now again suddenly a lot more brands will come up with quick commerce and with Instagram that all of us are seeing, right? I think there's also an opportunity for creating really interesting stories and companies building on top of WhatsApp, right? Because it enables distribution at a level which is simply not possible before. So for a young entrepreneur or for a small entrepreneur, right? I mean, how can they leverage some of these things? Like, what would you advise them if they want to get the best out of WhatsApp conversations, WhatsApp payments? How can they go about it?
Look, I think the WhatsApp business messaging app is free, right? So I would say that should be their first port of call. For businesses that are a little smaller but a little more established and want to reach audiences at a say pan-India, you've set up, growing, you want to reach a wider audience. I would say that we have discovery tools like Click to WhatsApp that I talked about, which is the discovery happens on Facebook and Instagram through an ad that you run, right, talking about your business and your product, and then, you close the loop. If you think about it, you can then, because thanks to the work that we're doing with folks like you and, others, you can actually close the payment within WhatsApp, because it's not just WhatsApp payments, it's UPI. So it's, you can pay across a multitude of providers within WhatsApp. But what that means is, and you'll know this, half the time people abandon carts because of friction, right? There is some friction, you're interested in the moment, it doesn't happen, you don't get to it later. And I think for small businesses, that's a real pain point. So I think that's one that we've tried to address with building in, product features, like I said, like Flows lets you set up a really intuitive, product buying experience, and that, you can avail of as a small business. The second is just, the other bit that I want to double click on is the WhatsApp business messaging app itself has become really sophisticated. You can set your catalogs, you can set reminders, you can bulk send emails to some of your users. So there's messages to some of your customers. So you can do things like that, which I think, it's just getting more and more powerful and is a real tool for businesses to use. And as you sort of get larger and bigger, you should use definitely our discovery tools, but you should also, we have a very robust network of partners, BSPs and ISVs across the country, and they can, usually work with you to sort of help you reimagine your experience for what that would look like on a messaging app and how you reach your audience and using paid messaging.
So that's very interesting. I'm sure a lot of us will try Indigo onboarding next time on WhatsApp and probably get inspired by the experience, right? I know, for example, one of the companies has built a bot on WhatsApp where you can upload your grocery list, right? And they would populate the cart using that grocery list as well, and then you can check out also. And the abandoned cart story actually is very, very relevant. I know that we partner with a lot of D2C brands because I think all of us know this, and probably all of us have done this as well, that we often do impulse purchases, right? Sometimes in the middle of the day, sometimes late at night. But if the payments fail, right, or if the experience is not great, then usually we tend to drop off. And I think the reminders on WhatsApp, on abandoned cart, often work well in bringing back those users and driving those conversions as well. And I've also seen now that a lot of government entities, a lot of banks, for example, are doing their fixed deposit booking on WhatsApp, doing their loan repayments on WhatsApp. So I'm seeing a lot more new use cases emerge as well. I'm actually pretty excited to see what kind of innovation will come through in the next few years, and shifting track a little bit with the conversation we have around AI today, right? And I feel like in WhatsApp, and you guys have invested a lot across Meta in the open source models on Llama and all, and made it available at the click of a button, literally on WhatsApp itself, that I can go and ask the AI any kind of queries that I have, right? So can you talk about what is the open source philosophy for Meta? Why go down the open source route, right? We saw recently DeepSeek as a model coming out and again lowering down the cost of AI significantly. So how can the companies, in the room, leverage AI from Meta, right? And at a low cost, right? Because it's usually very expensive when you rely on a lot of proprietary models. And how can they build on top of the Meta's ecosystem, leveraging that AI?
A great question. I think before we go there, I just wonder, you talked about what's the evolution of WhatsApp, and I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the actual use cases that we're seeing in the public-private partnership space. And we just announced 2 weeks ago a partnership with the government of Andhra Pradesh called Manamitra. It's a chatbot which actually brought together almost, I think, 36 government departments and offered 161 services, citizen services, with just one phone number conversation that you have on WhatsApp.
What are these services, for example?
Temple darshan, so you can book. Tirupati is not online yet, but hopefully at some point. But big temples. I'm from Andhra, so temples in Vizag and Vijayawada, all of that, temple darshans, revenue services, paying electricity bills, renewals, getting, updates on your grievances, getting things like encumbrance certificates. It's like birth certificates also, I think, are in there. But the bit is, if you think about it, you actually, APSRTC, which is their bus services, tickets, if you're traveling between cities, what we've seen is I don't have numbers to share, but it's publicly, but it's really taken off in a major way. And to your point on where does that go, imagine if you then add a layer of AI onto it, where somebody sitting in a tier 3 city is just speaking in, or somewhere else, or even in a metro who's speaking in their local language and says, in Telugu, and says, get me tickets, I want to travel from Vizag to Vijayawada. And it's all voice bot enabled and it happens on the fly. So I think there's real power in using a highway like ours, as a platform like ours, and building services on AI, which brings me to the question that you asked, which is...
that sounds really cool. So, some of these services that you talked about, like, for example, getting the birth certificate or the bus ticket booking. So, I don't need to go to the website or the app to do this, right? I can do it on WhatsApp itself. So, how do I discover these services? Like, because that itself, that
AP government's been talking about it. There's just one phone number, right? So yes, we do not have search for that on WhatsApp as yet, if that's your question. But the AP government's doing a fabulous job of talking about the number and how you can actually avail of the services. We're seeing that also in the number of people using the bot. But I think over a period of time, I think what they've also done is they've integrated payments within that. So you can actually finish the payment experience for the certificate within WhatsApp as well. So you see, there's a flow, there is, services, there's integration and there's payments there. And I think the next evolution of that will be it being AI powered. Which sort of brings me to the question that you asked on open source. And I think I want to sort of talk about, where we've been using AI for a very long time, right? We'll get to Gen AI in a minute. 2006 was when we started using AI in our newsfeed. I think 2013 was when we set up FAIR, which is our fundamental AI research lab. Which, over a long period of time has really helped in the advancement of AI research as we know it. We've released more than 1,000 data sets and models and continue to do that to researchers, to developers, to, academia around so that they can all build on AI. PyTorch, which I'm sure your team uses, is also, Meta open sourced approach released, right? So I think what we've done is for long we've believed in the power of open source. Mark has talked about it many, many times. And it's not, one, I think when the community builds, they build better together. You learn from each other. And two, over a period of time, we found it's helped make our own usage of our open source products, smarter, faster time to execution, fewer errors. So it's good across the board. So I think that's been very fundamental to what we've done. So that's why we released Llama as an open source model. Since then, we've released multiple versions of Llama. And just to give some numbers, it's been downloaded more than 650 million times. And over a period of time, you'd have seen inferencing costs come down. We've introduced now Llama Stack, which helps developers actually build their own agentic tools on top of Llama. And lots of Indian startups and developers are already using Llama. So Sarvam built a local language model on top of Llama. I think you are experimenting with Llama. A lot of large companies, including InfoEdge, use Llama. So we've been quite buoyed by what we've seen within India in terms of not just large enterprises using our open sourced model, but also smaller, startups and developers building on Llama. Just to give you some examples, just yesterday I was at the Nudge Institute. We launched our Pragati Cohort 6. It's a program that we've been doing for 6 years, and we identify really promising non-profits or social impact organizations and support and mentor them and give them grants. So this time round, we've made it focused on how AI can be used to solve large-scale population problems. And the 9 startups, one was looking at actually fast-tracking, using AI to fast-track court cases in India. One more was looking at education. There was another that talked about how we can, farmers for forests, I think, around what they can do on farming and actually doing carbon capture. So there are lots of interesting problems that startups, non-profits, large enterprises are using, to solve with Llama. We really remain buoyed by that. We've seen Pratham, we've seen a whole bunch of companies and startups innovate on Llama.
I think if anything can help fast track court cases, I think I'm all for it. But I think on a serious, sure. But on a serious note, I think it's. I think Meta is probably the only big tech company, right, which has really open sourced its AI models, and I think our teams have also really experimented on top of it and trying to build stuff on top of it, because at a cost level, I think it really creates significant difference when you're hosting those models in-house, and you don't have to worry about data security or data going across boundaries, right? So you get a lot much more control, and it allows for very quick experimentation as well. So we definitely look forward to from Meta a lot more stuff coming out on AI. So I think one last closing question: what will be what do you, if you have any prediction or anything that you can talk about the roadmap of Meta, for India in the coming year or in the next few years?
So I think one, we talked about AI, and I want to also talk about the usage of AI on our platform and why that remains important, over the coming years. We've actually seen Meta AI since it was launched. I think last year we've seen almost 700 million people use it globally, and India is one of the largest countries for Meta AI usage, which is usage of Meta AI within Instagram, within WhatsApp. So we've seen a lot, and it's surprised us the kind of use cases that we've seen people using it for. I talked about this with the Build with Meta AI Day. Outside of Varanasi, when we were doing our product immersion, there was a young mother who was using WhatsApp Meta AI to actually answer questions for her son in school, for his school. So we see things like that already happening on our platform. I think that will continue definitely to be a focus in terms of how we can get the goodness of AI and, in a broader way, not just on our platforms with open source, how, we can partner with more and more companies, startups, small businesses on how they use AI. The second bit that I would say is, the tools that we provide for businesses using our platform. So we provided a lot of Gen AI tools now for businesses to use AI, and Mark shared this number for, during our earnings, more than 4 million businesses have already used one of our Gen AI products. So it could be image creation, image enhancement, right? Testing multiple creatives, because if you're a small business, you don't want to be thinking about, does this picture look good for me to run an ad?
Where do I use these tools? Like I can just go to the ads platform and generate the creators?
Yes, you can. And we've done the same thing now with AI Creator Studio as well for creators, AI Studio. So I think so we see AI as serving our users, serving businesses, serving creators. And with Llama, we see the open source bit serving large enterprises, developers, startups. So that's how we think about AI, and we'll continue to invest in that. And our commitment to open source will remain, and that's something that's central to what we do as a company. So that's one. The second I would say is, I think in India we have a real opportunity to be. I tell my team this as well. We're at a phenomenal point, with the kind of growth India is looking at getting to in 2030, and the kind of transformation that is real and happening in our country today. So I think we want to play a small role in that, be it like what I talked about, which is what we're building on WhatsApp, or how we're thinking about Instagram and Facebook, and now more recently Threads. So I think that will continue to be an endeavor, which is how can we add more value to businesses that we serve, to users that we serve, and the creators that we serve. So that's the other bit that we're pretty focused on.
Great, perfect. Thanks a lot, Sandhya, for coming here. I think we are out of time. Otherwise, we would have done a couple of questions as well. So yeah, thanks a lot for coming in and sharing your thoughts. And yeah, we all look forward to Meta interacting with all the entrepreneurs and people in the ecosystem, and we'll continue to build on top of it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Settle down, ladies and gentlemen, because things just get bigger and better. First up, thank you so much, Shashank and Sandhya. This is proof that a good conversation can lead to great commerce. What a wonderful chat. All right, folks, we've heard the hype, we've seen the headlines, but did AI actually deliver? I'm now waiting for AI to come up with a way that it can work out for me while I get fit and chill at home. Till that happens, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is here to unpack just that. Did AI deliver so far? And we have a dream lineup of leaders who've been at the forefront of the AI revolution. First up, Goda Ramkumar, Vice President, Data Science, Swiggy. Round of applause, please. Thank you for being here, Goda. Oh, careful, careful, Goda. Thank you. Dr. Rohini Srivatsa, CTO, Microsoft India and South Asia. Thank you so much for being here. Satinder Pal Singh, Head of Solution Architecture, AWS India and South Asia. And Bridge Singh, Co-founder and CEO, Snow Mountain AI. What a wonderful panel. Thank you all so much for being here. We're super excited to hear you all. And to guide this conversation, we have our very own tech visionary, Razorpay's Chief Technology Officer, Murali Brahmadesam. Murali, thank you so much. Over to you. Oh yeah, a quick, I think, yeah, this is too much fun. I think if we play music, we have a great meme. Musical chairs. Who wins? You're the winner, Murali. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's only 30 minutes, so maybe we should just start. So let me start with each one of you can give two answers. One is the surprise that you had and the disappointment you saw with AI in your own space. Then we can derive whether AI delivered or not. Go ahead, Satinder.
So I'll go first. Thanks for the musical chairs. I think the biggest, I'll say, positive thing, the thing that I really liked was level of innovation that AI could bring. It was all about thinking art of possible. I'll give you two specific examples of that. The first one is a digital company like Nykaa. Now, they were doing their catalog enrichment through a manual process. They used our technology along with the clip models to automate that process. Now, the thing that used to take days and involved huge human labor has been transformed into using tech and reducing it to minutes. The second example, and this is something that is very close to my heart, is a traditional industry, like a manufacturing industry, a tire manufacturer, like Apollo Tires. And you would think, what is the use case for AI for them? And obviously there are many, contact center modernization, etc., etc. But the thing that really amazed me was they built a tire genealogy solution, which was tracing back the manufacturing process, the products. They created a graph database, which consisted of 275 million edges, 75 million vertices, and used AI to query that. That dramatically transformed their ability to trace back, do RCAs, and identify product issues and correct them. The thing that I think disappointed me was, while there is a lot of innovation that is happening on model, and if you reflect back, Gartner said, I think few months back, that 90% of the proof of concepts fail. If 90% of the proof of concepts fail, then we need to examine why do they fail. Okay. Now, you'll find some dominant patterns there. The one that I have found is the thinking that model is going to solve all the problems. So almost like model is hero or heroine of the story. And so you put in a model, and the model is going to magically solve, ignoring the well-engineered concepts. Okay. Now, whether it is connecting to the data pipelines, finding out the security, privacy, hallucinations, addressing those kind of problems, which is integrating in an enterprise environment, requires engineering efforts. And I think that's something that we need to improve on.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so similar in nature, but I'll keep it more actionable from a startup standpoint. About 2 years back is when I really got back into space. A lot of people might know me as an investor. Last decade I spent as a partner in a VC fund, but my background's in tech. I have patents in enterprise AI back in the day when it was called NLP. And when I tried it about 2 years back, I was blown away, right? Like the stuff that I took years building and perfecting in my first operating avatar was, you could do it in minutes, right? So it was a completely different step function change. And it was such a big deal that I actually quit my job as a VC and became an operator again, right? This was about 1.5 years back. The part that really surprised me though was it was still not very good at quantitative data, right? Like it was, the step function change had happened on qualitative data sets, so semantic analysis and things like that. But especially in the banking and financial services sector, quant data is the bedrock of all decision making, right? So it required a lot of tooling and a lot of engineering and data pipelining to get that right, to the point that we actually quit using LLMs for about 9 months. And we went back to the drawing board to traditional ML and statistical modeling to get that part right. And then as we started to see the newer models becoming better, and we understood the space on what the models are good at, what each model brought to the table, and especially how the agentic architecture could be used to kind of use the different toolkits and models that you have, we went back to the qualitative usage, right? And that's what we're building now. It's a multi-agent architecture for both quant and qualitative analysis for various type of capital asset classes.
Let's go. Yeah, so I think to answer the question, right, I think those who have thought AI just happened 2 years ago will probably ask this question, because AI actually has been happening for quite a long time. Nobody in this room is not using some form of machine learning. Having said that, if we particularly zoom down to what we are calling generative AI, which is the wave that we are on right now, I think there are certain things that are happening today that were not possible, that were actually impossible earlier. I'll give you a couple of examples. So if, one of the startups called PhysicsWala, it's able to manage answers for students, 2 million students who are on the platform on a regular basis, their answers concurrently in a way, at a speed and at an accuracy that was impossible earlier. I think to me, that is just the tip of the iceberg. If you add the language of the fact that this AI today can see, can read, can hear, is multimodal, the kind of things that are possible today was not possible. And you take that to any industry. You take it to healthcare, you take it to education, you take it to financial services. The ability for a user to engage with a machine through voice, through images, through video, in their language, that completely changes the paradigm. So we have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. If you ask me, is it not hyped? What is the hype? I would say it's actually not hyped enough. Because there is so much capability, so much is happening in this space, whether you look at multimodality, whether you look at reasoning capabilities, whether you look at the cost at which things are moving in the enterprise, in the space. To me, the biggest opportunity for startups, and I speak with startups all the time, is their ability to adopt this technology and be able to scale their businesses.
Thank you. Goda, please.
I know I am the last one, so all the answers are taken. But one thing I think, not exactly a surprise, but a delight is, like some of the folks here mentioned, you're able to reimagine what you can do much more easily with much less effort, right? Just to give an example, earlier, let's say you had to, even for a simple search, right? If you had to really understand the intent well and be able to respond in milliseconds with a relevant item for the customer, you'd probably have to build 3 different things in the back end to really enable it, right? Now there is one powerful foundational model that can do it all for you, right? So the capability itself is huge in one model, so you can reimagine what you can deliver to the customer.
I think not exactly disappointment, but something I wish all of us stressed upon much more is, one is, of course, how do you cross over from POC Death Valley to really production at scale? There is a lot of work that will go behind it, and a lot of first principle thinking also required there, where AI might be, at least the hype, which is not enough, but is making it feel all very easy. I think crossing that POC to production valley, we need to focus on much more. And also adding, I think a lot of the new age capabilities in the path of the user comes at still a high cost even as we speak today, right? I think as the inference costs go down, I think that will be able to scale much more.
Thank you.
Can I add a little bit to what Rohini said? From a startup's perspective, I think what has really worked for us is, like everybody else, we started using Cursor and the various models during the development phase of our deterministic banking ML models, and it really helped in the data engineering aspect. So, if you've done complex data engineering pipelines, there's a lot of analog time between, preparing the data set, having a data analyst verify it, then sending it to the science team, running the models, then going back. And a lot of time is wasted back and forth in that. And the way we look at it now is our ML engineers essentially have a whole data analysis team right next to them, right? Like, it's a combination of a data analyst agent and a QA and a business and everything, right? So as a singular ML engineer, you are now an entire team. You're no longer an IC. To the point that with the latest models, O1 Pros, we've actually gone even further, and we think that it's not just tactical stuff that you can do using, let's say, a Cursor or a GitHub Copilot. You're actually building entire modules as a singular ML engineer or a full stack engineer. And what I've started telling my investors is that we're not a 10-member team, we're like a 100-member team. We have 6 people in tech and 4 people on the business, and our productivity output is at the same level as a 100-member team now.
Okay, my CFO will be very happy to hear this. So one thing that we were discussing before coming here was that I shared an incident where there was a table full of numbers that I asked one of the tools to go validate. It was computing lift, so it has to take a couple of values from different columns and compute. And in my head, that cell was wrong. Then I asked it to validate, and it conveniently said, if you divide these numbers, it comes to 37.5, but if you rounded it up, it is 61. So the answer is correct. So, quants, it's not doing well. Let's talk about how to build guardrails so that we can have more confidence in the outputs. So maybe, Goda, you start this time.
I mean, can you elaborate like what exactly?
Bridge pointed out that still the quantitative data that are being processed may not be accurate. And I have anecdotal evidence that it's not that good, right?
See, I think of course, it depends a lot on what information you're giving and how much you're putting into the prompt, as well as how are you assisting the model to reason out, right? As a model does not understand numbers. They are ultimately symbols and tokens for the model, right? But I think a lot of, we have built few, for example, automated root cause analysis when a particular metric is moving in a certain direction. And the way we were able to achieve it is not by making the model understand numbers, but it's by making model understand the thought process or what steps you will follow, how you will autocorrect when you're going wrong. It's just like how you're teaching a child in some way, right? So even if a child does not understand numbers, the way you do mistakes, you learn from it and you kind of auto-correcting yourself. I think that thought process can be very well built into the model.
Yeah, I can add, sorry, I may be jumping at you, but I think it's a very relevant problem. And it goes back to the point that I was making about for POCs to succeed and scale in production, it requires good engineering efforts, not just model. And Goda did talk about how you can build reasoning capabilities on the model. What we have done is we have added capabilities that we call it automated reasoning checks. Okay. How do you know what model is producing is accurate or not, right? is there a data-driven way that you can get to that prediction? And we've been using automated reasoning as a technology on most of our AWS services. Some of them are not very well known, like network connectivity, VPC connectivity. We use the same check and introduced in Bedrock very recently to see whether models are hallucinating or not, if they're producing incorrect output, and the model will self-correct itself or tell that, look, the automated reasoning check will fail. That points to the well-engineered piece that I was talking about.
Can I add a few more thoughts since we're having this very lively conversation? So 2 or 3 different things. One, actually there are at least three different approaches here. One, that you can give these large language models tools. So for example, Wolfram as a tool, which is a mathematical package, can be provided to the model to say, use this when you see math. Okay? And it can do very detailed mathematical analysis. That's one. Because if you just ask the model, you are asking, the wrong question to the wrong person. So you need to use tools. That's number one. Number two, and this has been there for more than 2 years. Over the years, now you have models. By the way, Phi 3, which is a small language model from Microsoft, it's open source. Microsoft has more than 1,800 models on the platform, which includes all the open source models, including Llama. But Phi 3 is, for example, is a small language model. People are using that kind of model to fine-tune for mathematical and analytical tasks. That's the second approach, using a model that is very targeted to what you're trying to do. The third, which is important, is that even when the model picks up information from your RAG technique or any other way you provide in the prompt, you can provide it guardrails to make sure that it is grounded. So there's a level of groundedness that you can steer the model towards to say that you want it to not hallucinate at all. So at least these three. And finally, if you use agentic, and then give it the tools to be able to prepare something that is very specifically, quantitatively accurate, that then your LLM is able to bring together. So at least these are 3 or 4 different approaches you need to think about to be able to make sure that you are being able to have that full confidence on something quantitative.
This is the way. This is exactly what we're doing.
So Bridge, given that you do it, can you open source some of that?
No.
Okay. I tried.
So we built a reasoning model at the model layer where we do use open source as a base model, and we will contribute to the open source community when we are ready. Today we are not. We don't have enough resources. We've not raised much money. We are not like big tech that has thousands of people.
Just said you have 10x developers, right?
Yeah, but still I need to build my app layers as well and start monetizing. We're still like a seed stage company, right? When I'm ready, when I have the resources, we will.
I think Bridget's point is actually very important because that's what a startup does. You take a general purpose model, but then you bring in your context, your domain, your data and intelligence to build something that is your IP. And that's what
you don't have to give.
No, forget about it. The point is that is what a platform provider provides the ability to accelerate.
Look, this whole community, this whole discussion around open source is completely backwards, right? People think that, individual companies need to contribute to open source. What? That was not the purpose of open source in the first place. I think actually, this might be a little bit controversial opinion, but I think big tech has actually taken over open source in a very perverse way. I think companies like Facebook and Meta are doing a great job. I agree. That's a great job that they've open source Llama. But open source was community. When I started coding in 1999, open source was all about individual developers coming together as a community, putting their heart and soul in a product, and then growing it from the grassroots. It was not a top-down process. And we have completely gotten ass backwards on that. So if, this whole debate on why India doesn't have open source or why we don't have this and that is because you just don't do community. You don't collaborate with each other.
I actually agree with you.
Yeah. And
I think the VC community took it over. Just for
took it over? The VC community? Oh my God.
Viral
VCs are like the favorite punching bag in India, right? And I can tell you, I can assure you, I've been a decade a VC and I've been a decade an operator, right? And probably more than that. VCs are not your punching bag, man. Go and look in yourselves. What innovation have you done? Who has brought any kind of model which is worth its salt globally? Then come to VCs and see if you can do something about it.
Sounds good. So let's, we need to give 5 minutes for Q&A. So let's talk about predictions. So let's go around. Satinder, you want to start?
Predictions of?
Predictions for AI, 2025.
Okay. I don't think so that I can really predict. But I'll tell you the things that, when you're thinking about future, there are two models. You can always think about things that are going to change. And that is a legitimate way of thinking. Then you can also think about things that are not going to change. Right? So if you think about, and it's hard for me to predict about things that are going to change, I think, and it's been pretty evident in the field, DeepSeek, et cetera, so I'll not get into that. But let's think about things that are not going to change. The things that are not going to change is, none of us will ever think that the cost of models should go up. The cost of inferencing should always go down. And that's where I'll see, and I think the models are going to get better and better. And I think there was a discussion on type of models. Stanford, after DeepSeek, that didn't get as much attention, S1 model, just introduced a clear technique and a very clever technique of tested time scaling and budget enforcing to get radically different kind of results on reasoning, right? So models are going to become smarter and smarter. The core infrastructure will become smarter and smarter. So I think that's the piece that I think, if you look at cost, is very, very dominant pattern. And we've, on AWS, we've been investing a lot on building purpose-built accelerators for AI, both on the training as well as on inferencing. So I think that's the second thing. The third thing will be ability for generative AI workloads to deliver results for enterprise. The integration, ontology of the data models, I think that's something that I would encourage everyone to think about, because that's going to produce direct results for your generative AI efforts.
Brij, please.
Do you want me to go next?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, again, this might be a little bit controversial, right? I think researchers and entrepreneurs in India have become too whiny. They are not innovating enough. And they're just expecting handouts from the government or the VCs, right? Because I feel innovation, true innovation, happens at the intersection of constraint and cleverness. So what you've seen at DeepSeek R1 is constraint on compute and cleverness to try RL techniques. What you're seeing in Stanford S1 is constraint on the training data set. It was like 1,000-question, highly curated training data set, and a very clever technique of putting weight tokens at inference time, right? And it's just a very clever architecture. They did on like $50 worth of compute, right? And I think they're just like masters or PhD researchers in Stanford. I've not read the paper in detail. I just read the abstract. That's the kind of work that people need to get to. They need to get out of their mindset of cheap and easy SaaS applications and India scale consumer apps and all of that. If you really want to build something in AI, go read some papers and then see what clever architectures you can build out of it.
Dr. Rohini.
+1 to that, because I think the point I'm trying to make in terms of +1, let me elaborate. I think the mental model has been very seriously challenged. And I think there is an opportunity for India to really think differently in terms of what AI means for your businesses. That could be at the model layer, that could be at any part of the stack. Prediction for 2025, I think we're going to see a very serious upswing of adoption. Because people will realize that this technology is going to keep changing. You have to understand where you will play in this and move fast, because the risk of falling behind is growing exponentially higher.
I think at least the prediction for 2025, there are 3 parts, right? I think over the last 2 years, like we were saying, it was a lot of POC phase. We had a lot of proof of concepts. I think this year will be more about, we'll see which ones make it to production at scale use cases. The second thing I think is there will be some level of innovation and reimagining of experiences for the end customer. Now that people feel they have access to these kind of tools, we'll have, it need not come from any specific function, right? You need not be a specific engineer or product or data science. I think innovation will come from all directions because it has enabled you, so it will reimagine what you can deliver to the customer. And the third bit, I think people will try to settle and find their moat. I think right now, everyone is wandering a bit in terms of where does the moat lie? Is it in my data? Is it in my codifying of domain knowledge? Is it in the engineering aspect of building the bare bones required to make it happen? Or is it more in the how innovative your application layer is? I think people will settle to find their individual moats.
Thank you very much.
Can I add a little bit on that one? Yeah.
You have 50 seconds.
Yeah. So I think while we're really good at the app layer SaaS, I think we should figure out how to orchestrate the model layer to enable that, right? So the moat will be in the architecture that you build to deliver the final outcome, right? For whatever sector or whatever thing you're operating in, whether it's consumer, whether it's B2B, if you're able to architecture, or let's say orchestrate is probably a better word, your SLMs, LLMs, agents, with a great customer experience or user experience to deliver that final outcome at your application layer, that's when you will have groundbreaking applications.
Thank you. Let's get some questions. Can you give the mic?
Hello. Hi, my name is Swati, and I'm solving a chicken and egg problem. I'm actually hiring people for AI teams. So irrespective of the small team that is equivalent to 100 people, my firm focuses on building AI teams. Now, while I see a lot of demand in hiring and roles being open in AI teams, there is a huge gap in expectations. Like I saw a LinkedIn post that says, I want 5 years of experience in DeepSeek, which is, which is funny. But what I want to understand is, as companies, as hiring managers or leaders building teams to enable AI, what is it that companies from their end are doing to upskill talent? Now, I know there are like several courses online. Everybody's selling as much as possible that you become an AI expert in these many weeks or months. But even though everything is converging to generative and not very specific skill sets, companies, what initiatives are you taking to upskill your existing team, or to see that, okay, let me hire people who can grow into an AI expert inside the team?
Maybe Goda, you should take this.
Yeah, I think there are two parts we are talking about here is in upskilling. One kind of upskilling is to be able to build with AI for your end customers. The second kind of upskilling we are talking about is how do you leverage AI in what you already do to get more effective. These two have two separate kind of paths to take. I think to build with AI, I still believe core engineering is very much necessary. So first principle thinking and core engineering is still required for you to build solutions with AI. So I don't think there are a lot changes. Of course, when we are hiring, I have people, want to work only on generative AI and not the other parts associated with it, which does not make a good hire, right? For enabling people to use AI to do your own work better, I think that needs a little bit of, at least what we are trying to enable within Swiggy is sharing what each other are using much more. Building or build by does not matter, like tools where everyone has access to what is within Swiggy, for example, right? To do your, to be able to ask questions, retrieve faster, do some analysis, etc. So I think that is a journey as an organization we'll need to take. More people use and find it useful is when it becomes sticky. Just by holding a stick and pushing down the line, you have to use AI, it will not happen. Right?
Can I say something? we don't hire anybody more than 2 years of experience. All our ML engineers are 0 to 3 years in experience. It's not my job as the founder to upskill you. It's your job to use AI to upskill yourself. And if you can't do that, then I'm not going to hire you.
Let's get one more question.
Yeah, hello. So I do agree that POC to going production is the next thing that at an application layer people will try to do, right? But I see the biggest challenge there is quality control. The margin of error that big enterprises has are very less, right? Because they are already very established. So what are some quality controls that you guys have already done at the application layer where you have written complex chain of thought processes, right?
Please take Dr. Rohini.
So, look, I think as an enterprise, we went completely all in with AI about 2.5 years back. Every single software at Microsoft was rethought as an AI first. Because it was that defining moment for the platform, which means that over a period of time, from perspective of every single step of the software development process has got the quality checks, some of the points I mentioned earlier in terms of safety, AI safety as tools and processes that have gotten baked into the whole platform. Because the platform that our customers use to develop their software is the same platform that Microsoft's first-party products use to build our software, which I'm talking about the Microsoft 365 and the Dynamics. So the ability to really rethink your entire software stack in a way that you're baking in AI-related safety checks as well as quality and security checks across the entire life cycle is the only way you can scale and you can innovate at speed.
Okay, but do you have like a dashboard which in production shows that, okay, maybe hallucination percentage is like 10% or 20% or something like that? Or is it still...
No.
Need to innovate.
So if you are building on Azure and you go to the Azure AI safety portal, you will find a whole bunch of tools which help you do all kinds of checks, hallucination level of groundedness being one of them. Okay. So what we are using internally is also exposed for our customers and partners to build with.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. I think time is up. Thank you very much for spending time with us. Really appreciate it.
Round of applause for a wonderful panel. Thank you so much for this amazing chat. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Open your heart. Open your heart. A song I'm writing and we'll finish by the end. Huh? Yes, ma'am, that's true. The AI did do it. Hurtful. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that lovely session, I'm really looking forward to seeing where AI takes us in 5 years' time and what all will be possible. But there's something I'm looking forward to, in all honesty, even more, and that is lunch. That's right, the magic word lunch. We've got a fantastic, lovely layout for you all. Please make your way over to the lawns, but please do be back by 2:15 sharp. So jaldi se khaiye. It's okay to push people gently out of the way. There's nothing wrong with it. And head forward. Ma'am is absolutely shocked. This push, this like that. Okay, enjoy. I'll see you guys after lunch. Cheers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning in a couple of minutes. I hope you had a great lunch. Not to worry, we will start in just about 2 to 3 minutes, I think. Please take a seat.
It's Friday afternoon, you're signing an office check, and you realize it's been exactly 5 years since you quit to start your own company. You think of all the events you've attended, the books you bought, and the jargons you picked up. You think of your first office. And the people who wondered if you really have one. You think of all the times you doubled up.
Hello?
As a receptionist.
He's not available right now, but can I take the message?
As the one-man payroll department. And also, of course, the office boy. You think of your first coffee machine, your first visiting card, your first order, and how it put you on cloud 9. And then back to the basement as the office boy. You think of the Mondays you gave everyone off, and the next Sunday, you had to call them to work. You think of the office furniture you paid for, and the salaries you skipped, and the pizzas you ordered. You remember all the drives you had looking forward to a good meeting, and all the ice creams you had on your way back from a bad one. You think of the FDs you broke to finance that annual offsite. You think of all those pitches you made to investors who promised funding and then pulled out just before your launch. To friends who told you you're the next big thing and then refused to take your calls. To parents who sounded worried even as they tried to give you courage. And to that promising coder from college who quit after just 1 month to join a bigger firm. You think of that one night when you reached the verge of shutting it all down. You think of how far you've come since that night. And you realize that 5 years ago, all of this was just a small belief. Those who believe will never walk alone. Razorpay. Outgrow ordinary.
All right, welcome back, folks. It is good to see you all here, back again. I hope lunch was really good. Listen, let's all now try to stay awake after that delicious biryani. And let's now talk about something that every single founder wishes he came up with like the secret sauce for, which is managing money in startups. It's the big question. Funding rounds are exciting, burn rates keep us up at night, and runway is everyone's favorite buzzword. But what's the real secret to making all this work? To answer just that question, we've got an amazing razor-sharp finance mind with us today. Gaurav Jain, Senior Vice President and India Head, GIC. We're going to invite you on stage, please. Round of applause. Ramesh Bapna, CFO Zepto. Rohan Vig, CFO Acco. Please be careful. Everyone keeps falling on this. Thank you all so much for being here. It's super exciting. I can't wait to hear what's going to be happening with this wonderful chat. And to answer all these wonderful questions, we have, to find answers to all these wonderful questions, we have Razorpay's Chief Financial Officer, Arpit Chugh, who's going to be doing this wonderful fireside chat. Thank you so much, Arpit. Great to have you here.
Good afternoon. Hope you guys had a good lunch, and hopefully we can help digest some of it in the next 30-35 minutes. Thank you, Gaurav, Ramesh, and Rohin for taking the time to join us today. Really looking forward to an enriching discussion. When first the topic came up of secret to managing money in startups, first question that comes to my mind is, what stage, what industry, what's the goal? So, things can vary significantly, I feel, on the scale and, stage of the company. So, with this diverse experience today, we'd love to go a bit deeper, unpack things, and get some insights. So, welcome to the panel, The Secret to Managing Money in Startups. Really excited to have, have all of you. And, before I go to the CFOs and get an operational lens, Gaurav, I want to start with you. As an investor, what do you look at, not in terms of necessarily identifying companies, right, because you're looking at business models and, TAMs and opportunities that you believe in, but from a financial metric perspective, from a financial capability of the organization perspective, what are the things you look at, from an investor lens?
Hi everyone. Good to see you all. Actually, the secret is not so secretive. It's about very prudent management of money, investing for the long term. And really the way we think of financial strategy is if we can marry with corporate vision. And then corporate vision married to corporate allocations of resources, and then you have a good financial strategy in place. I broadly break it down into two parts. The first part is cash flow management. As a startup or even as a late stage company, it's important to think of cash flow management from various aspects, especially if you're burning money in the early days. It's about how much can you burn, what kind of runway do you have, and then marrying it to what the business outcomes need to achieve. Liability side is an important side of the balance sheet that is often ignored. I think a lot of companies and builders are thinking about the asset side, the revenue side. But the moment you start thinking of how do you fund the capital that you need, and it need not always be equity, it could be debt, it could be venture debt, etc. That really helps you augment and think of capital structure in a more meaningful way. The second aspect is capital allocation. Capital allocation need not be democratic. Not every business line needs to get the same amount of capital. Not every business line needs to get the same amount of people. It's really about how do you think of the long-term value of each business and then allocating capital within those lines. So if you talk of metrics, I think we think of really two metrics. The first is lifetime value of a customer. For every customer that you get on board, what is the lifetime value that you can achieve, and then dedicating the right set of resources behind it. Software companies are actually a great example. They exhibit high gross margins, they exhibit high retention rates, and the question is how much can you invest in acquiring that customer, because you know that once you acquire that customer can be with you for a long time, which is why you see a lot of SaaS businesses burn a lot of money in the early days because they know the moment they get that customer on is really going to survive for a long time. The other is even consumer businesses. If you have a fairly sticky customer base, and you can cross-sell that customer over a period of time, then it actually makes a lot of sense to go and acquire that customer and then get them on board and then keep cross-selling multiple products to them.
No, thank you for sharing that. I think the big takeaway, for me on the balance sheet, right? I think so much of the world is just focused on, revenue and EBITDA or the loss at an EBITDA level that I think people often forget about, the balance sheet side of things. So, thank you for calling that out. Very, very insightful. I want to have a small follow-up question on the SaaS model that you talked about, Gaurav, that yes, there is early investment required because there is a tremendous lifetime value. But at what point you as an investor start to get worried that, the balance is not emerging?
Yeah. No, I think that's a great question. Honestly, again, it's a function of how much capital you have. But if you look at payback periods or lifetime value and then can justify the amount of money you're spending for that customer, then the math starts to make sense.
Understood. No, thank you. Moving on to, my CFO friends here. And before we go into, details around startups and financials and managing money, I think all three of us have something in common. As expected, we started our careers in large companies, right? Because maybe 10 years ago, there weren't too many startups of scale in the country. The transition to Razorpay from American Express was certainly interesting for me. Rohin, I want to start with you. You obviously worked for a long time at companies like Bharti Airtel, and then very young startups, Myntra, Oyo, now Acko. What's been your experience? How was the transition?
Frankly speaking, Airtel when I joined was more startup-like, actually more startup-like than Myntra and Acko that
specifically Acco that have joined. We were growing at a breakneck speed. Even we did not know how much we would actually grow. Had we known, I'd probably have retired by now. Because when I joined Bharti Airtel, it was 22 rupees a piece, and it's 1800 wherever it is. But having said that, I think what distinguishes and the change that we come across is fluidity of the business model. Specifically, let's say you take Myntra as an example. Myntra tries to evolve itself. While it started as, if I'm not wrong, as a printing and stationery brand, it evolved into fashion, and then fashion into fast fashion. Today, it's doing forward fashion, which is extremely difficult. So it keeps evolving, and every startup has this fluidity. And that is what you need to, I would say, pivot yourself to as you come from a large company where you know the next 3 years are set. Here, the next 1 year is kind of fluid, and you have to manage that ambiguity very well.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Ramesh, same question to you. You spent time with Cisco, Wipro in the early part of your career, and then of course you've been at Flipkart, Myntra, now Zepto. Love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks for having me here. It's fantastic event. From my side, right, this is the first year I have spent more time in startups than a legacy company, right? I spent 10 years with Wipro, and all startups combined, it's 11th year for me. So to that extent, it's more startup than the legacy companies. What it teaches us, right, in terms of Wipro, it teaches the fundamentals, the depth and the experience, SAP system. From a finance perspective, it grounds you in terms of the fundamentals. But when I joined Flipkart and then over the years right now with Zepto, it's a lot of thing is about mindset shifts. Right? When I'm in a legacy company, it's about optimization and bringing in efficiency of the process which is already set in, to a startup where I come in, work with the founders very closely, figure out along with them in terms of the business models, or build an opportunity to build a lot of revenue structures or cost optimization processes grounds up, right? So to that extent, the satisfaction level, the empowerment, those elements are significantly higher, because if you're a builder mindset, then you kind of be proud about what you have done over the years in terms of marketplace model at Flipkart, or CFO as Myntra, or now at Zepto in terms of how we are running. The second thing is love for speed. So you basically, Zepto, I would say, is like you are high speed in a slow-mo, right? So it's a breakneck speed in terms of execution, in terms of the kind of the growth we are seeing. However, as a finance person, right, I need to ensure the systems are also just not functionally, but also business oriented to support that kind of growth, right? So we grew 3x in last 8 months, and without the right processes or having the payments on time or the hygiene in place, it's going to break very fast, very soon, right? And on one side, you manage those things. On the other side, you figure out more business models, what additionally I can add to that business structure. For example, we started grocery, then we added fashion, we added more categories, or the different business models like Zepto and Zepto Super Saver, where we add more baskets. So you're working along with the business stakeholders on an agile basis, which doesn't happen in a legacy system. So it's a fantastic place to that extent. And building your own team, building your own culture around how the professionals across, in last 20 years, if you look at Zepto team, which I built it from the people who have worked in last 20 years, and also from campus. So it's a good combination of campus and the leaders across the industry. They're coming together to bring that accelerated learning in a very short span of time at Zepto.
No, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, and fully resonate with what you've said. If I share my experiences of coming from a very large company.
Don't mind the banter, but how do work hours typically transfer from a large company to a startup?
It's a trick question for sure. See, work hour and those things all about how do you manage your life, right? And what is important for you at that point in time. So it's not for everyone, not for faint-hearted for sure, but people who are up for it, who really want to build something and create meaningful for themselves and in the business side, it's the best place to be.
Yeah, Gaurav, let me also answer that. I think beyond work hours, I think one of the biggest differences for me has been the number of decisions that one ends up taking in a day compared to the number of decisions you end up taking in a more larger setup, and that has its joy and challenges, right? And that's what makes it quite interesting. And therefore, to Ramesh's point, it's not for everyone.
Just to add, I think what Ramesh also said, it's about empowerment. So the moment you join a startup, you're much more empowered than a legacy company, and that actually is a thrill. That actually is also a pitfall. So you are up for that thrilling ride of making decisions, getting it wrong sometimes, but hopefully making it right. That's where in it for. And ours, I think, is a byproduct.
Yeah. No, thanks. Now that we know what it feels like to manage these, companies as from a finance perspective, let me get into, some specific aspects, right? I think as startups mature, right, their size scale dramatically changes from what it was, let's say, a year ago or a year and a half ago. Objectives change. There are investors involved who have certain expectations. So this is a question to begin with to both of you, Ramesh and Rohin. Ramesh, we can start with you. On how does the financial strategy change as the business matures? Or if you could share some examples from your experience.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's basically in terms of early stage, it's all about figuring out and achieving the product market fit, right? So at that stage, you're not really looking at optimization or even financials. What you're really looking at is your product resonating with customers. You're going into an acquisition spree. You're figuring out whether the tweaks, the engineering bandwidth. I think that's the right kind of allocation to be done in the initial stages, right? And as you figure out, you have achieved a real product market fit, and that's when you really get into the processes, unit economics, what's going to work, and then put out a charter around it. So then unit economics, cash flow management, like Gaurav said, right? The first, at least in Zepto, what I do is I have a weekly cash flow review, even if there's P&L review or not, but cash flow review definitely happens, right? In terms of a health of balance sheet. So to that extent, then you kind of shift gears and you have to manage the investment cycles well. Ultimately, the role of an investor is to put capital, and the role of CFO is to ensure capital allocation between each business units, how they're synchronized to each other, are actually returning that value back to the shareholders, right? And the way I've seen is we have gone deeper and not looking at accounting-based P&Ls anymore. All my P&Ls today are customer backwards, right? In terms of the life cycle of the customer, first-time buyers, early life cycle, or a mature customers, how they are panning out, if I'm investing in which segment. So as long as I know my investment thesis is right in a particular area, and then I continue saying that as I grow, is there an operating leverage? I am like a kind of getting and harvesting it over a period of time, right? So in terms of investment cycles, a controlled aggression in terms of going it very fast, but also ensuring that we build the right products. For example, brand monetization tool, multiple tools which given that kind of leverage back to the system over a period of time. So when the maturity of customers happen, there is a profitability which comes over a period of time. So from a profitability versus growth, that's typical question is or, right? For me, it's growth and profitability, because profitability is not going to come without growth. Right? So that growth itself is the biggest lever of profitability from a leverage perspective. And that kind of opens up a lot more avenues for you to negotiate, to innovate, and add that much more product and tech bandwidth in terms of creating the right unit economics. So that's from the late stage, and then you kind of prepare for IPO. So you put in a lot more governance layer around it, have the right committees in place. So that's the entire spectrum of things.
Got it. No, I think a lot of very interesting insights, but I think the one that was very powerful is not the accounting P&L, but cohorts, right? That the customers you acquired in a certain structure, in a certain city, or in a certain time frame, how are they behaving, right? Because need that insights to drive the right decisions.
But one more thing which has changed significantly, right? And even in last 10 years as startups, the startups have also meaningfully from speed to excellence, right? And how does a CFO move from speed to excellence? The gap is the automation which we have done, right? So I have worked very closely with the product and tech and engineering team. We have a specific bandwidth only for finance. So all the dashboards today are live. Earlier we used to talk about Series 5 closure of books, then we went weekly, then daily dashboards. Now the way the kind of work we do is extremely operating excellence work. Anything which is not tracked live in terms of top line, profitability, cost structure, it's going to head for a disaster, right? So as much as possible, automate every single metric which is important for your company, and then the magic happens, right, at a real-time basis.
No, that's a great point. At the scale and complexity at which large startups are operating, I think, getting information at the end of the month is not ideal. Rohin, your thoughts?
So I'll just add to 2-3 points. At Acco, what we have is a linear structure for customer acquisition. So we started with auto, we are into health, and we believe that the same customer is who will buy life from us. At the same time, the money that we invested to create our auto brand will maybe a 50% of that will be spent for creating a health, and 50% of that will be for life. So hence, anyways, the demand for capital keeps decreasing as you grow and your brand is well established. If you have this linear vision that, hey, I'm only going after this set of customers, the top 20 cities, that's where Acco is. But at the same time, you also pivot or you also have certain other angles of acquiring a customer. As an example, we got into Acco garages. So we have our own garage now in Bangalore and one in Hyderabad, and we are going to expand that. Specifically, it came from a need because Acco is not physically present, and for a physical presence, you just don't want to open a branch and become, for lack of a better word, any other general insurance company. So, but a garage gives us a physical presence. It also gives us a customer acquisition engine. But the financial lens that we will apply for it, we are not burning money on our garages. We're not putting capex, we're getting partners. The OPEX is so well controlled that even with the small revenue that we earn, from non-Acco customers are able to fund it. So all these pivots, while will work in a long term and perhaps in a wild vision of a promoter, it may turn into a separate company in itself. But keeping that aside, keeping reality in check, that don't burn money on the side projects, on the pivots that we're trying to be, because your main capital is for the main product, for the main customers. As Ramesh said, it's about that customer profitability of getting it right.
Got it. And Rohin, sticking with the Acco and kind of, I see that initially it was, health and motor, right? And I think that subsequently travel was also added, and I think I'm expecting more new BUs could be added. How do you think about investment in a new BU versus existing, and how do you allocate capital?
Yeah, so that's what our pitch. So for example, we added retail travel. We haven't spent any money on it.
Okay.
It's just being sold to the current existing customers. They come on board. They actually buy a travel policy. It's a year product. We don't do any marketing, even performance marketing we don't do, and it's a self-profitable business on its own. We want to do a domestic plan. So all these small items are incremental. We don't really want to allocate a lot of capital because the brand is there, the customer is there, the app is there, the processes are there. Maybe something like we're going to evolve into what I've also called as an Acco Drive, in which you can come and book a car and ultimately buy a car. I think Zepto is also selling Skoda in 10 minutes, but we're not selling 10 minutes for sure. So then when you're pivoting to that kind of a strategy, because finally what we want to do is acquire an insurance customer while he's trying to buy a car. That's where you have to be very, very prudent in allocating capital. That may need capital in the beginning. So you find capital from your existing profitable business and allot it. If it is becoming very large, maybe find a new investor. Sure. Pivot it into something new, maybe spin it off into something, a very different company, and create it. So that's where we look at it. Is it incremental business? Then let's not burn money. If it is really a large business, then maybe get new investors on board.
Got it. So the newer businesses are often cross-sells with low burn and low capex, more greater monetization of existing customers. Excellent, excellent. Gaurav, Ramesh alluded to growth versus profitability. Last year at FTX, my entire panel discussion was on growth versus profitability, but didn't have an investor. So in that panel. So now that you're here, would love to kind of get your thoughts on, from your point of view, how do you view growth versus profitability? When do you think is the right time for a business to start thinking about profitability, not at the cost of growth, but maybe stop growth at the cost of profitability? So would love to kind of get your perspective on that topic.
So when we invest in companies, we always take a step back, right? And we think of what this business can become rather than what it is. If you think of every business, they would be largely structured on a few mega trends. Those trends could be India's growing payment volume, it could be changing consumer behavior in terms of how they buy groceries, it could be India's underpenetration in insurance, it could be AI. How do you structure your business in line with some of these mega trends? And when you're in the day-to-day or the tactical aspects of running a business, it's easy to really like lose the, or miss the forest for the trees. The way we think of businesses and encourage our CFOs to think about it is really long-range planning. Think of a business that could be built 3 years out, 5 years out, and then revisit that plan every year, break it down into more manageable blocks, could be a quarter, could be a year, and then identify those trends on which you want to build the business on. The other aspect that allows you, that behavior allows you is really about what you don't want to do, what doesn't align to those mega trends, where do you close doors, which business lines do you not go after. And that I think is an important way to think about it. I'll probably borrow Ramesh's words that it's actually not a conundrum, it's profitable growth. But the moment you think of a 5-year view and where you want to build business towards, then those answers start unraveling for themselves and you can start aligning the business towards it.
Got it. You brought up an interesting topic, long-range plan. I want to ask both of you, given how dramatically the business changes in 12 months, do you put together a long-range plan? Every year, how frequently do you update it? Is it more a vision, or is it like a regular exercise that you do, going deep into developing that?
Yeah, see, overall, from a business model perspective, right, if you look at, I've been 18 months in Zepto and I have seen 3 Zepto, right? Every 6 months, there's something new which is significantly larger, right? We have added 2-3 more Zeptos in last 18 months. From an overall business model, how the scalability will happen at, let's say, 5 years down the line, we definitely have that piece in terms of how all these elements, businesses which are kind of started or their mature stage, how they all come together and synchronize from that perspective. So that's from an Uber lens, but on an execution perspective, today we operate on a quarterly plans.
Okay.
Because it's extremely disruptive, extremely fast-growing, fast-paced company. So I want to be in a situation where I'm agile to what is the opportunity which is existing in this month. And for me, quarter is a long time, and then quarter backwards to month, and month to a real-time basis in terms of how I'm operating and making those changes.
Got it.
Yeah, so we have a long-range plan, and fortunately, I'm in a very boring industry, so it's it's okay. But yeah, 5 years hence is more crystal balling gazing. There are a lot of tailwinds and headwinds that you can't really forecast or predict, and hence you have to be focused on short-term and long-term equally. As an example, we don't know when 100% FDI will be approved in insurance. We don't know when the license mergers will happen. So all those will dramatically impact our capital requirements, dramatically probably impact our growth patterns also. But we don't know. You can't really plan for that. So you need to have a balance of both, as Ramesh said. But yeah, certainly, since my industry is a bit boring, it's yearly and not quarterly.
I'll just add that the scenario planning starts to become very important, right? Because you can't anticipate how the next 6-12 months are going to look like, but you can at least expect a few ranges of outcomes and then figure out the choice that you want to go towards. The other is to have enough dry powder to take advantage of dislocations in the market where you can go and either invest more capital or hire more people, because the competitive landscape around you is changing pretty rapidly as well.
Right. Okay, we have about less than 10 minutes left, and there was one topic that I definitely wanted to cover, which was the topic of IPOs. since we have a lot of experience on the stage and want to hear thoughts. Gaurav, I want to actually start with you. What changes do you expect a company to make as it gears towards an IPO? What do you expect in particular CFOs to do? And then I want to follow that up to Ramesh to answer what he's actually doing as Zepto gears up for an IPO.
Yeah, I think the secret sauce is again that profitable growth. Public market investors in general have a shorter span of, I'd say, bandwidth. They're all looking at 40, 50 stocks. And unlike private companies, they have the ability to get in and out of a stock at any point of time. So what they're really looking for is a high degree of certainty, high degree of predictability. And each business would have certain parts of it that can be long-term profit compounders. Those businesses, there needs to be a lot of clarity typically provided by the CEO, CFO, that can operate in a very narrow band of performance, and you'll consistently deliver that quarter on quarter. You'll keep playing to the thesis. And then you could have a certain set of businesses that are growth investments or investment areas, which need to operate in a certain guardrail, that you'll not cross a certain burn level on these businesses, you'll not dip into profitability or a long-term ROCE profile that you'd want to work towards. And I think the moment a public market investor has clarity on what is a profit compounding machine, what is a growth area, I think there's a lot more predictability around how they start looking at the business. Public market investors look at a movie, right? They're looking at the stock every single day. They're not looking at a snapshot like a lot of private investors are looking at. The other thing, I think the persona of a CFO starts to change the moment they become a little bit more public, largely in the sense that they become the face of the company for many, many factions of society, everyone who's invested. So you'll have to start marrying the business acumen even closer to all the numbers that anyway a CFO is expected and be very familiar with.
No, very, very insightful. Ramesh, your thoughts, and Rohin, then your thoughts as well. I don't know when are Acco's IPO plans, but what are some of the changes that you've started to make as well? Would love to hear about that as well. But Ramesh, let's start with you.
No, rightly said, Gaurav, in terms of business acumen, right? And that's the advantage of being in a startup where the finance person is in depth and equally entrepreneurial in terms of understanding and building the narrative. So I think it starts with the right narrative in the public market where they get it in terms of what's my business model looking like and where the investment cycles are and where's the profit harvesting going to be. So one is setting the narrative and then literally working backward from a company's profile. It's basically, ultimately it's about consistency in FCFF, right? Ultimately it's about how do I hit those narrative or the milestones which I put out in the public markets consistently, right? And to that extent, then you kind of work backwards. And it's not a last 6 month journey, but it is about how you build your finance function, how you build a mindset, even while you're in a startup space, in a growth space, but you kind of build your process systems and governance around those pieces. If it's fairly automated, real time, right? For example, our GMV to cash is real time analytics, right? So that gives you a lot more comfort in terms of our reporting standards, in terms of governance standards, and then really looking at, okay, if this is the IPO requirement, having the right team with the right technical depth and experience. That's how I begin with, have the right IR team, the right legal team on the transactions who have built the right experience, or the tax team, and then find the right partners to work with, have a deep learning sessions with them, and look at, for example, we just concluded a Singapore to India domicile change, because that was prerequisite for an IPO here. So, and that started the thinking started a long time back, right? We're just 2.5, 3 years old company, but the thinking has to start a long time back, and the preparation along with that, working backwards. So, re-domicile has happened. Then you kind of look at your business model structures. What's the public analyst or the public market analyst is going to understand this deeply? What are your benchmark competition looking like in the public markets, right? That's the secondary piece. The third thing is in terms of the governance layer, having the right committees set up, audit committee, like all the committees put in place. So a lot of heavy lifting from a finance angle. It's one of the best times in terms of going deep into technical expertise. The way I operate is put the Gantt chart of all the things I have to do from here to the ringing of the bell, right? So as I mentioned you before off stage, right, we have like 180 things to do to get this over, and every item has its own life cycle and touches so many people across the company in terms of product, tech, business, and compliances, outside stakeholders. So to really have that in-house muscle, to build that kind of understanding of what all needs to happen, understanding of SEBI, understanding of regulatory scenarios, and then putting out the comprehensive list of things to do, and then managing that life cycle effectively. So that's kind of the work we are at the moment.
No, that's a very, very detailed answer, and it seems like there is a very detailed plan in place for you to go public. So, best wishes for that. Rohin, your thoughts?
I'll just take off from where Ramesh left. So to quote one of the CFOs of our investors, IPO is more like a wedding and post-IPO is more like a marriage. I don't know which one is more difficult. But having said that, it's about getting the culture right, getting your forecast right. There are certain things about compliances that you have to now get it right. You're no longer about private money, you're about public money, you're about more fiduciary responsibilities. And that's where the culture has to be built in, whether getting the right team, right consultant, right deep dive into areas of improvement. What Ramesh said, getting that project right as to going live. There will be certain cholbes nas, to quote a Bengali guy, forecast miss ho gaya, cholbe na. Now it cannot happen. So things have to change.
But let me deep dive on that, right? I mean, given that startup businesses are evolving, right? I mean, this is the traditional expectation of you need to have a good earnings forecast for every quarter. How easy or difficult it is, for us as a group? I don't have an answer. I'm raising the question. And Gaurav, do you think there is a pass as a public company for lack of ability to forecast, as well as some of the large traditional companies?
Look, I think a lot of public market investors are long-term and patient, but I think missing the guidance is looked down upon.
Okay.
So therefore, that high degree of predictability is kind of a prerequisite when you go public. But
Yeah.
love to hear.
Yeah. Rohin, sorry we interrupted you. Yeah.
It's right. I think getting forecast right is not that difficult. It's just that sometimes you have to harness your own ambitions. You have to put more prudence and practicality to what is really in the ground, and perhaps not take very, very dicey calls. Once you've grown, once you have demonstrated to the market specifically that you deliver on your promises, maybe a longer period of, say, 4 to 8 quarters, and after that, a little bit of unpredictability the market may forgive you. I mean, we can look at Swiggy as of now, what it is doing, the unpredictability to them. So for sure, it's a mixed bag, but when you are going into IPO and perhaps 12 months thereon, this is a critical aspect, and you have to get it right. Just be a bit more patient, and just over-deliver and under-promise, or vice versa as the case.
No, very, very helpful. I know we've almost run out of time. Extremely insightful session for me, whether it was thinking about balance sheet and cash flow, whether it's thinking about how to deliver your forecast through some good planning, or whether the insight of it's not growth versus profitability, but growth and profitability. Thank you so much for taking the time. I hope everybody enjoyed the session. Thanks again.
and thank you for that wonderful session. I love finance people. When you bring financial folks together, you don't need a panel to get them talking about money. Take them for a pani puri and you'll see that someone starts calculating the margins on the chutney, someone's optimizing the ROI on the puri, and the third guy is wondering if the suka puri is actually driving higher LTV. But thank you guys once again. What a lovely session. And lots and lots of lessons to learn from there. Now, I wish I knew this before we founded one of my investment companies where I was the founder. It was called Workout for You. It was a wonderful app meant for only lazy people, and they get other fit people to work out for them and turn up at the gym. Of course, it didn't go too well. It was very hurtful when my investor said, "You're not result-oriented." So that ended there. But the good news is we've got a lot more talking to do about raising money. But what about now moving money? Because the way money flows is basically in a way that is done through your business, and it can unlock growth and build customer loyalty. To tell us a little bit more about this, we have a very high growth panel. So without wasting any more time, I'm going to invite on stage Nitin Sethi, Joint President, Chief Digital Officer, Consumer Businesses, Adani Group, Nipun Sharma, Head of Marketing, Salesforce, Ravi Garg, Head WhatsApp for Business India, Ramakrishnan Gopalan, Head Products India and South Asia Visa. And moderating this wonderful conversation will be Senior Vice President of Marketing at Razorpay, Apurva Sethi. Guys, make some noise, round of applause, wake up. People at the back, you're not clapping for anyone, we'll send footage of you not clapping.
Sir.
We'll watch it. All right, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Apur. Guys, can you hear me all right? Good afternoon everyone. I hope by now you're full with ideas and food and not sleepy at all. So this is a very interesting panel. 20 years ago when I started out to seek the profession of marketing, marketing was the only buzzword, and only time you'll hear growth would be when you hear Complan, right? So that's the world that we used to be, but the world has completely changed. We don't have CMOs anymore. We have Chief Growth Officers. And somewhere, in some places, the CFO is smiling, right? Because he was the one who knew it all along, that marketers were not driving growth. Yeah?
You're spending money.
So the world has changed, and here we are. It is growth everywhere. All of us as marketers, all of us as business owners are really considerate about how is it that we can use every penny of money that we spend across the value chain of our customer journey and kind of drive it, right? And what better panel for this conversation to have today, right? Because, typically in growth panels, you have 5 marketers talking about very linear conversations, each trying to give a very different definition of the same term. But today we have a very, very diverse group. We have Mr. Ravi from Meta, and the place where conversations are converting into business. We have Mr. Nitin from Adani One. He's giving wings to premium flyers. We have Nipun from Salesforce, pretty much the guys who created CRM and now digital transformation. And we have Mr. Ramakrishnan, likes to be called Ramki, from Visa. You guys were the godfathers of loyalty, right? Before even loyalty was a thing. Yeah? So let's start with Ravi. Ravi, I would like to start the panel by putting the marketers in this group on the back foot. From your vantage point as WhatsApp for Business, you see a whole bunch of us using your platform to drive growth. What are things you think marketers are wasting money on?
Again, that's an interesting question to start. I'm tempted to say anything which is not being spent on WhatsApp is wasted. But on a serious note, Apurva, I think the question is how can they improve the ROI or the impact on the money that's being spent, because that's where the opportunity is. I think what we are seeing as a trend which is emerging is this is an era of personalization. This is not about selling one thing, making one thing which everybody wants. Everybody is looking at what is different for me. Even well, it was very common for clothes, but now people are really looking at shades of phones or devices which are very dumb devices. That's the era of personalization. And when we engage with different clients and brands and businesses, I think that's the differentiator that I have seen. Anybody who's really talking of the customer first and really talking to me like me as Ravi and him as Ramki is probably winning versus somebody who's trying to sell everything to everybody there. Maybe I can give one or two examples that we have seen on WhatsApp. Everybody here knows what marketers look for is reach, engagement, and impact. So how do you reach the number of people? How do you engage with them? And what is the impact that you leave so that you get the ROI? With WhatsApp, obviously, we deliver. We have the largest reach in the country. Nobody can beat us. Engagement, I'm sure many people right now are checking their WhatsApp in the audience. That's the level of engagement. And we have invested on impact where how people can use WhatsApp to make it very personal. Even though it's a mass platform, how you can really personalize on WhatsApp. And I can give, while I can't name brands because there are confidentiality clauses, but I'll give you one or two examples that we have seen. So one of the very large two-wheeler companies, and this is recent, this is last year festive campaign, they landed a very personalized campaign on WhatsApp. So while you see their brands on TV and they run a campaign, but with WhatsApp, they chose to personalize it. It was not even a personal text message. It was a personal video message. Right. So every single person would get a video in his name with, hey, you are missing this, would you like this? And within 30 days, they got 16 lakh bike bookings done.
Wow.
Now imagine the impact that WhatsApp could drive. So that's where it is. I can quote many examples, but I think with technology, with digital, personalization is the way forward, is my sense.
Very interesting. And Nitin, I think Nitin will also agree that Adani One Airports and Adani network of airports is pretty much like WhatsApp of the offline world. He has a captive audience, very high on engagement.
Yeah.
So Nitin, what is it that you see works for you when you look at this whole network of flyers? And what have you learned? Because you are pretty much owning the most premium segment out of India, right? And I think as a group, we can learn a lot about how do you drive loyalty? How do you think of growth on that platform?
So first of all, of course, thanks for having me. 2 cities on the stage is not an easy thing to handle. It's a very interesting question which you've asked because just like WhatsApp, most of our acquisition happens through the captive customer base. We don't spend money to acquire customers. Customers walk into our airports. We are the largest airport operator in India. We operate 7 odd airports. 85 million travelers fly from our airports almost on a yearly basis. Now, what it means that we need to do a very, very balanced and hyper-personalized phygital job.
Are you using WhatsApp for personalization?
We are using WhatsApp for personalization. I don't think there is any brand in this room who's not their client, right? And of course, look at the smile. They get the money out of all of our pocket with a smile. That's a great endeavor. But if you look at the airport as it's a monopolistic ecosystem, you don't actually have a choice. You have one city, you will fly from that city, and that's the airport. So the focus is always on the customer delight. The focus is always on giving you that experience through the AI, because as an airport operator, you have large quantum of segmented data.
Very interesting.
And every single time when you come in, if for a service we end up giving you a loyalty points, which creates more hooks, and you end up spending on 3 services rather than 2, that is what every operator would like to see, or every brand would like to see. We are seeing close to 35% upside in terms of offline versus online sales through Adani One. And one example is the duty free. Let's say duty free, our average ATV is close to 7,500 on physical. On digital is 9,500 plus for the, and you get the best discounts ever. So when you're traveling to Mumbai next time, do use Adani One pre-book and guess the best. So the idea is that through loyalty, you can give a value to a customer and still create bottom line and top line with profits. You don't need to actually go and focus only on the revenues.
We have a very interesting question lined up on the bottom line of loyalty, but I have a very interesting question to ask, right? Like, what you just described feel like a marketer's paradise to get into. When are you opening it up for me to advertise on CPMs?
So actually CPMs are dead. Now with contextual advertising or pitching, if I give you a personalized experience while sitting in a lounge and I say, okay, now there is a hand holding with a customer can buy a duty-free item, rather than pitching you F&B, a customer who's sitting in the lounge will not go and buy an F&B.
Yeah.
He's already tummy full, right? So you pamper him through the convenience. So there are only two elements in the digital ecosystem. Razorpay created the brand on trust, and WhatsApp created brand on trust and convenience through the communication layer. These are the only two elements, and these are the two elements even Adani one endorsed.
Interesting. Now, so I've seen how WhatsApp has a monopolistic, very large network, and you have one offline. Now, coming to you, Nipun, Salesforce again is sitting on treasure trove of data across all of your brands, and you learn a lot, I'm sure, when you look at it from a meta point of view, right? And how is data traveling, how are marketers performing, how is it that they are running campaigns at overall scale? What is it that you would want this group to take away about digital transformation, loyalty, and how is it that you see us leveraging data? Please don't say AI. Everything else is good.
No, we all hear that loyalty is the new sales. Most of the companies have realized it that it is 7 times easier to sell into an existing customer rather than acquiring a new customer. So everybody is focusing on loyalty. Now there are some companies who are still transactional in nature, like if you go to a grocery shop and there your loyalty is more like a wallet, it's like a saving account where the more you purchase, the more gets into your account and then you redeem it, right? But nowadays, most of the other companies who are little matured in nature, what they are doing is that they are looking at loyalty like a stock market, where there are too many signals coming. It's very dynamic. They're looking at macro signals. They're looking at how customers are behaving, what is their purchase pattern, or how are they interacting with marketing campaigns. And all of that is feeding into a system, which is what defines a matured loyalty system. Just an example, if there is a B2B company, and since we are, that's the theme of this topic. If there's a B2B company and they find that there is a customer where the purchasing frequency is reducing, but they are highly engaged with that company. So a traditional CRM would not flag anything out there, but the new age CRM, and we always call ourselves new age, it will flag that there is something off. Right? There's something off. Why is this customer buying less while he's engaging more? And then it can identify the AI. I would like to say, because AI is central and core to our technology. It will find out that there is certain macro issues with that industry. Maybe there is budget freeze. So in which case the loyalty offer that needs to be given to this customer is not a promotion, but it is more on like flexible pricing or flexible purchasing plans.
Yeah.
Right? So this is how I think mature systems really work. And that's what we as Salesforce strive to provide to our customers.
Yeah, Nipun, I would come to my questions later. You said something very interesting. Like I know Salesforce is talking about agentic world. Yeah, how will loyalty work when AI bots are talking to AI bots? And what am I building loyalty for? I'm building loyalty for AI bot.
Right. No, so we are a company that has completely pivoted to agentic. We call ourselves now a digital labor platform, which means that we are encouraging agents, which are AI agents, to work alongside humans to deliver better customer experience. To answer your question, the customer, the receiving side will always be human. The business provider, right, the service provider will be the one which will be agents. And currently we have good agents who who can front end a digital concierge for a loyalty system. So if anybody wants to redeem their loyalty, if they loyalty program, loyalty points, if somebody has any questions on loyalty, they can talk to an agent, and that agent will understand the customer preferences. First of all, it will have all the knowledge about that customer. What has he purchased? What marketing channel has that customer interacted with? All the buying pattern, all the signals, and then accordingly respond to that customer. And it's very human-like.
Very interesting. So, and I have a convergence with Ramki on this, and I'll go off the book again. But Ramki, see, the way I see it, right? Visa was the one who told us what coupons are. Like if I think of the earliest times when we would have reward points, you would have it on credit cards. And therefore, you guys are sitting on probably 3 decades of user behavior on how they interact with coupons, how they interact with points. If I were to ask you to distill it, because that's the holy grail of incentivizing loyalty, if I may use that word, of how is it that you can maximize the investments that you are making in your reward ecosystem. If you were to distill it, I'm sure it will be hard, but what is it that we can take away as a group of how best to structure it for the Indian consumer?
Yeah, it's a tough act to follow. I'm trying to make it as different as what they have said so far, so which is why I'm trying to probably synthesize this. In our view, I think loyalty is evolving, right? The way we look at loyalty. I'll probably lay out 3 or 4 dimensions as to where loyalty is changing. I think first and foremost, within the financial services world, which is largely the audience that you're probably trying to cater to, there has been a shift from a single product focus to a relationship focused. Countless number of banks in India or outside India are now starting to look at how do they give maximum value to the consumer across their different life stages. They may have, to your point, they may have started a relationship with a card, which is a very transactional product. You keep getting rewards, but as they evolve in life, maybe they need a mortgage, maybe they need a wealth account, they need something, an insurance later. Yeah. But how they can weave loyalty across the various products. I think the organizations that have done well have been able to do the holy grail, which is cross-sell better. There are a couple of examples that I can think of. I think Barclays does it very well. They do have a good loyalty program across the bank. There's a bank in South Africa called Discover Bank. Their loyalty to their consumers is actually tied to their customers' well-being. It's like how Vitality, a lot of people have heard insurance program Vitality. Yeah. Vitality's core reason for providing something is to do well-being of the consumer. So if the consumer does their steps, which is walking every day, doing exercises, then you get something and hence your insurance premium becomes better. That's the kind of their theme. But they've been able to link it to not just to one product, but multiple products. So from single product to relationship focused, I think that's one big transition that we are seeing. The second thing that I can tell you is probably from being core transactional, becoming a lot more experiential, whether what Ravi said about hyper-personalization, or whether it's gaming, or whether it is, when consumers there in the airport, what can you do better for them, which is what Nitin was talking about. One good example that I can think of is, we have a partnership with Adani on our co-brand, where for consumers who use the co-brand.
This was not planted, guys.
Oh, this wasn't planted. I didn't know Nitin was there today, till the time I saw him. So we do give consumers the business class lounge experience, even though, they may not be traveling business class or they may not be paying for a higher economy fare. So it's becoming a lot more experiential. Definitely it's becoming a lot more individualized. If you can't run campaigns, if you can't run offers which are suited to me than to him or her, I think we are missing the woods for the trees in terms of loyalty. And finally, it's probably becoming much more integrated than being standalone. What do I mean by that? Gone are those days when you can use your points or things that you can do only in your ecosystem. Today, great loyalty companies, give you multiple options to redeem. In fact, I was talking to a airline loyalty person. The first thing that they said as what you should track the number of people who redeem. And the more you redeem, the more you become loyal. So the first thing that airline companies always encourage doing is they encourage people to redeem. Because gone are those days when you start thinking of loyalty as cost. Loyalty is not a cost center. Loyalty is
a time when you would use the breakage to justify a business case
That's
for
correct.
a loyalty
That's
program.
correct. You shouldn't look at that. If you look at that, you're probably not doing the right thing. And hence from there, it's becoming a lot more integrated. So from standalone, give more options for the consumers to do with whatever they're getting from you. If you can bring in a coalition partnership. A good example is Tesco in UK. Tesco's is like our, any retail shop in India. If you get Tesco points, you can not only redeem in Tesco, but you can redeem it across multiple restaurants. Except for their competitors, they've probably opened their points redemption to everybody and anybody in UK. So it's becoming more integrated into the larger ecosystem. It's becoming a lot more individualized, and it's becoming a lot more experiential. These are the large mega trends that probably I see in loyalty that's playing out. And you guys have a lot of good role to play to make sure that players like us can actually enable that for our partners.
So Apur, before you ask, let me ask you a question.
Oh, very nice.
This is, a lot of people will wake up for this. So you tell me, on option 1, you're getting a 500 rupees discount.
Yeah.
And option 2, you are getting a 600 rupees rewards, which you may redeem next time, whenever you travel. But this 500 is right now. What are you going to opt for?
Recency. 500.
Yeah. So in our research, the instant gratification overrules 90% of the consumer mind space.
Very, very nice. Yeah, very interesting insight.
Even with a 20% margin. The hook, what all of them said on the value creation, you give, and for a lot of new age startup, you give customer something right now, pamper him, and leave a carrot for the next transaction, you will win.
So that gets me to my next question, right? Like, see, in a world where data can pretty much predict what Apur wants, like right now you asked me a question, I'm sure you don't even have to ask a question because I'm a Adani One member. So you know pretty much where I travel, what I do, where I buy, and you sir would have my credit card, so you'll know where I'm swiping it. You pretty much have a lot of my history, a lot of my data to know what I need when. What does that do to the economics of loyalty, right? Because it's a paradox. If all of my marketing spend can be consumed, do you see it as a paradox at all? Or how do you do economics of loyalty programs and retention in that case?
I'm so glad you asked it, because this is every CFO's or every CBO's biggest problem. If you have this threshold of, let's say, 5%, 7%, 12%, 15% basis category to category. Now, if you don't play with dynamic pricing, you will be a dead fish in the very crowded market. You can never outbeat your competition, because somebody always have some big guy will always have a bigger check to play the last man standing game. So that game doesn't worth it. How much money you will burn? The idea is to go for dynamic pricing, see and balance it out with the footfalls and the capacity. When you have more footfalls, discount can be less. When you have more space or the service availability, you can discount it more. Let me give you an example. At airports, 2 to 6 p.m. is a lean time. And then night for domestic is lean time. So can you do lounge with dynamic pricing, F&B with dynamic pricing? A lot of bakeries, even this hotel, bakery, you can buy pastry at a 25-50% discount after certain hours. That model works. There are value seekers. So I'm not saying you will plan your travel, but you may choose the service in that transit. You may choose a lounge over F&B or choose F&B over lounge.
Is it easier to say than do? Like, I'm saying, what is it that, like, all of us know that, right? But if I look at young brands trying to become brands, your first access is on the Google search page. When you see a product ad, you're trying to do discounting you're trying to gratify for instantaneous purchase because you don't want to maximize your CAC.
That's mouth of the funnel.
Yeah. So how is it, like, if you can articulate it for us, right? How is it that you think of a framework to implement and succeed with what you just talked about?
So don't try to get a lot of paid traffic on mouth of a funnel. Try to be organic, try to get it through customer testimonials, through the value of the service, and use the money which you want to spend on the customer delight. You will always win. And I'm telling you, whether it was Indigo, whether it was the previous 10 digital startups I've worked for, every time this framework has resulted amazing. At Indigo, $1 of investment, we have given $10 of ROI. Wow. And WhatsApp was one of the partners. Right? Visa knows that what type of our co-brand ROIs. We have the maximum spend, despite we are only travel-based. So if you're traveling from our airports, nobody can give you better discounts than our co-brand.
Very interesting. I see you guys going back to the same theme, and it's almost a cartel on the panel right now. So there's, in the old world, there used to be Star Alliance, and there used to be large airline alliance, right? It's pretty much that. One theme that I'm taking away, which is new to me, is that loyalty needs to be thought of as an ecosystem of partners. And as you build those ecosystem of partners, you are more likely to succeed because you have better ROI to deliver. I think it's a great takeaway, right? And with that, Nipun, from your context, if I were to look at the whole agentic piece that you talked about, if I look at all of the CRM potential of the Salesforce ecosystem in general, how is it that you see that would evolve in a let's say a collaborative loyalty ecosystem? Like, do you see Salesforce in a sense, like I can imagine a world where 4 partners are essentially sharing some kind of a syndicated data pool to be able to deliver more value to maximize it for each other, right? Do you see that world evolve? Do you see some of it coming together on your platforms?
Yeah, I'll take a lead from what Nitin just said, which is very interesting, that if you invest in customer delight, it always pays off. But how do you delight a customer if you don't know the customer? So very classic example is, not classic, very recent example is, I was coming in the cab today and my driver was really speeding. And I told him that I don't want to reach fast, but he is still speeding. So for him, maybe he doesn't understand that as a customer, what I actually need is a smooth ride. I don't need to reach fast, I need a smooth ride. And unless you know the customer and what the customer wants, you cannot actually delight the customer, right? And so one is just knowing the preferences, and of course these signals come from various different systems, right? For marketing system, sales system, service system. Another example was, I was flying my favorite airline. I was going to the US, and one of the lights was not working. Something on the dash which was not working. It was not working in the sense it was not going off. And I was not, and I had to sleep. It was a 15-hour flight. So I told the technician, can you please switch this off? And he could not switch it off. Then, so I basically put my, whatever that lines, and I slept off. It was not anything major, but I left them a bad rating, right? And I'm sure that rating never is not percolating into the system where they feel that, okay, this person flies a lot and he's had a bad experience and we need to do something about it. I think that thing is lost. Now, next time when I will be picking airlines, I will have a second thought. While that's my favorite airline, I might go with somebody else, right? So customer delight becomes very important, and in which case this integration of systems, which is marketing system, your sales system and service system, is so critical, right? Because signals are coming from everywhere. And what Salesforce does, I'm not trying to sell Salesforce here, but we have a data layer, right? We create a very unified customer profile, which makes sure that all these signals are being captured against a customer. So we know that this person had a bad experience, this person does 10 flights, this person likes this food, this person does not like lounge, this person likes chauffeur-driven, to be driven by a chauffeur. And all that goes into, basically, this is all AI. I mean, because this is huge, there are trillions of data points, records, which our systems kind of processes, right? So all that is only possible when you have AI as a core technology behind everything. And yeah, so that's how the whole...
Very, very interesting. You know, this reminds me of something that I learned from my ex-manager. He said that, you know, everything about loyalty is essentially on the is an old memory from a shopping, when you go shopping with your parents. The chai that you are served and the guy knowing that you need a masala chai with the right amount of sugar is the best loyalty program that you'll ever get to. I think we have only about 7 minutes left for the panel, and if there's time, I think we can take a few questions. Nipun, can we have a few questions? We have 6 minutes. Yeah? Yeah?
Saying you can ask more.
We can continue? Yeah, audience questions? Yeah? Any questions, folks?
This is after lunch session.
I can see a few hands.
Hi, I'm Chaitra. So it's good to know we are concentrating more on loyalty. But what I think is the users are not aware of multiple loyalty programs. We are not making use of it to the 100%. Where some of you said the redemption rate is too low. So maybe we have to work towards it more.
Yep. Is your question is directed to...
So you want all of us to answer? You want...
I can go.
Anyone?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go for it. Yeah, I think right. I think the first and foremost, as people who are creating loyalty programs, I think it's very important that you put yourself in the shoes of the consumer. If you don't design a intuitive redemption journey, I mean, that's it. That's one clear recipe for disaster. So as organizations who have been in that space, we really work with clients to make sure that slick redemption journey is built. One of the things that, and again, this is not a plug, is that we work with people like Razorpay or the payment aggregators to make sure that journey with the consumer goes through is not broken at any cost. And if there is any broken experience, you need to do salvaging of that experience ASAP. Let me give you a very quick example. This is a couple of years back. It's probably table stakes now, but this happened. This was late in the night. I was booking my in-laws were traveling to the US, and there were 3 people who were going, all senior citizens. So you had to do wheelchair selection, and these were 3 legs, because the cheapest fare was hop into Dubai, then into Athens, then into New York. I distinctly remember that example that night. Between 11:30 to 12:30, I was doing this booking, and right at the time when I was just before the payments page, boom, I got timed out. After 27 minutes of investing in that, and then the whole thing got timed out. And the next time if you ask me to start again, I would be shocked, to start the whole thing again. That's the time when somebody actually called me, on my phone saying, hey, I noticed that you're doing it and you've kind of dropped off the experience. Can I help you at this moment? And that was super good call, right? This was with an OTA. I don't want to name them, but I become loyal to them after that. And all they did was they sent me a link. I literally started from where I had dropped off at that particular point of time. And it took me another 40, 50 seconds to complete it. So at that time, to your question, it's not just redemption journey. It's about how do you manage the moments of experience with consumers. It's when loyalty gets entrenched. It's not about campaigns. It's not also about redemption. If you manage those moments of interaction well, clearly you have defined a successful loyalty program.
Yeah. There was one more hand. Yeah.
Hello panel, I'm Jayalakshmi. Hi Apurv.
Hello Jayalakshmi.
Yes, so I have a question consolidating all that we spoke about, and I've put it in ChatGPT so that it frames better.
Wow.
Again, yes. So how can business balance the cost of implementation of agentic AI with the need of client retention, ensuring that we maintain the loyalty of the customers, also ensuring profits?
Ravi, you go ahead.
Jayalakshmi, did you ask it to also answer it?
Ravi.
I told it to frame it because I'm all ears to listen to the answer.
Ravi will answer.
I'm not a loyalty expert, but since you use ChatGPT, I can actually say that's already happening through AI, and Nipun and Nitin and others spoke of AI. this is what is happening today when I shared about personalization and data and things like a lot of people spoke of data. That is what AI is doing today, that a lot of AI data is getting consolidated. And today technology can help you actually give an optimal experience to your user at the cost that you would like to do it. And that's what we are seeing actually happening there. Honestly, while you spoke of cost, the costs of technology are reducing dramatically. So it's not very expensive when you say that how can you balance as a business to give an experience that a user expects at the cost in a profitable way that you want to do it. And what you see is today is very, very early stage of the technology. Like we spoke of AI, Nipun spoke of AI that Salesforce does, but AI is going to get commoditized very soon. It's not going to be a privileged opportunity for a few large businesses. You will see AI agents for every small and large business, every individual users. And the purpose of AI is to reduce costs. So I think if you're on that journey, you're already using ChatGPT, I think you will start seeing that experience that you're looking for.
Sir, I have an extended question to it. So when we, the response is more from the B2C side of things, but when we say B2B, there are competitors involved who are constantly looking for reduction in cost, while on the contradictory part, there are businesses who are catering to those services. For example, if I take Salesforce and implementation of AI will increase the cost, or resources in developing those AIs and to get the best results will come with some cost. But there are competitors of Salesforce, and the customer can always choose competitor over one because of the cost. How do we balance the retention versus the profit?
That's a sales pitch.
I just took Salesforce as an example.
No, I'm happy to answer. See, there is no such one implementation cost. It's not a straightforward answer. First, since you spoke about agentic capabilities, the underlying basis of anything to do with agenting is data. Now, if your organization data is already very structured, is already in a very good shape, then implementation cost becomes less, right? But if, and also it depends upon how many systems your organization is using, how many systems you want to feed into the AI. These are all these factors which determine what kind of implementation and how much time the implementation will take, right? So the more complex the scenario, the more, of course, it's the more, the more difficult it is, right? On the other hand, there are technologies pretty advanced now, so there are very good connectors of different applications. Like MuleSoft is one of the products which helps you connect different systems. So there are technology available to smoothen things out, but if humans have cluttered the whole, the whole process, then it takes time. Like, so there's no shortcut to this.
I'll add 2 cents here. So see, technology is only enabler. So if you use the power of data, don't try to overcook it. And speed is the king. Still, experimentation is the best king. And solve for the customer pain points. That is the best outcome one can do. AI will not going to give you a ready-made solution out of it. You, any which way, needs to connect the dots, for sure. Basis business understanding and the customer experience. But solve for customer experience and pain point, that will ultimately end up in a good outcome, for sure.
Very nice. Thank you so much. We are out of time. And thank you, gentlemen. It was a lovely conversation. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sethi.
with that, thank you so much, folks. It's a fascinating conversation that happened, and it's fascinating to know that money movement can actually shape how businesses scale and how customers stay. Now, speaking of innovation in money movement, we've got something super exciting to unveil now. Welcome to the grand launch of the corporate card by RazorPayX in partnership with Yes Bank. Now, this marks a significant milestone as two pioneers in the financial ecosystem come together to revolutionize business banking solutions. So without further ado, I'd like to invite on stage co-founder and MD of RazorPay, Shashank Kumar, to grace the stage and share his vision behind this groundbreaking collaboration. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Over to you, Shashank.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Cyrus. So this morning, in the keynote, you guys got a glimpse of the corporate card at our keynote launch. And now it's time to unveil the real thing and show you guys what it's all about. And I'm sure many of you have tried applying for a corporate card for your business. You have to fill a lot of forms to do that. And then also there is no guarantee at all, even if you are a funded startup, to actually get a card, right? And this is what we are trying to solve. And then it's not just about figuring out how to get the card, but also after that, how can the startups use the card seamlessly, how we can ensure that we craft the right offers for startups, whether it is on AWS or on Freshworks or on various other SaaS tools, right? The goal is simple, to make sure that to the extent possible, every startup has access to a credit card that they can use for all their payments, whether it's on cloud or advertising or anything else. And I'm really incredibly thankful to both Yes Bank and MasterCard that we have been able to partner and pull this together. So I would like to invite Mr. Anil Singh from Yes Bank and Mr. Gautam Agrawal from MasterCard on stage to join me in officially launching this card.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for as we officially launch the corporate card by RazorPay in partnership with Yes Bank. Let the countdown begin. And I'm going to ask you all to step forward. And 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Give it all your love, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause as we launch the wonderful Yes Bank RazorPayX corporate card. The Yes Bank RazorPayX corporate card launch has happened. Thank you all so much. And without further ado, I would really request Mr. Anil Singh to kindly say a few words after our photo op.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir, please.
Good afternoon, all, and many congratulations to both the teams on the bank side and on RazorPay, and with the support of MasterCard, we have been able to bundle a great product. I have been working in the BFSI space for now almost 20 years. We have seen the corporate card evolve from being just a T&E credit card to be used only for people who are traveling international. Those days there used to be travelers' checks, etc. From those days of limited usage to using commercial credit cards for making payments of GST, for taxes, for all the standing instructions that you want to make the payments, for all the online transactions, etc. We have seen a significant movement in the way the commercial card business has evolved. Within the fintech ecospace, the key to success to what we just discussed is all this while when you were applying for a credit card, the only way to give a credit card was basis your income tax returns of the corporate. So if you are a new startup, there was no way of underwriting basis the cash flow basis, alternate data, and other means of underwriting a particular customer. I think for this particular program, we in Yes Bank have designed for the first time products which can be, through which we can underwrite startup organizations basis their cash flow. The key to success also in this particular program is how we can use those reward points. I think that the rewards that you get is on purchase of different SaaS products that will be designed from time to time in collaboration with Razorpay. And we thank MasterCard also for helping us design and bundle all of it together. With this, we are very excited about this product, and probably there are going to be many more versions of this particular card depending on the use cases as they evolve. With this, thank you all, and we wish a lot of good luck to this particular arrangement.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations once again. And with that, I would like to request Mr. Gautam Agarwal to kindly say a few words on this wonderful occasion.
Thank you, and congratulations again, Yes Bank and Razorpay. So I think what I would love to add is, we've all had cards where we use them at lounges, restaurants, wherever else. We get points, we get cash back, we get so many things. A lot of people come and tell me and my team that cards are becoming very undifferentiated, right? All cards pretty much have similar value proposition today. Some have more, some have less. And the SME segment somewhat seems underserved because SMEs have very unique needs that many of the cards are not serving today. So with having access to about 10, 11 million SMEs that Razorpay has access, I think what has been curated carefully for this card are very specific needs that SMEs have, right? Whether that's access to filing a tax return through a product that is suited for that, whether it is getting points to buy needs for the corporate, for the small SME, depending on what the SME is in. I believe there are 100 different kind of features that one can really access depending on what kind of a SME you are. I think that makes the card really unique, and I just wanted to applaud Razorpay and Yes Bank for coming up with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot, Gautam. I think we are really glad to have both Yes Bank partnering with us on this journey. And a shout out to the incredible team, both at Razorpay and at Yes Bank, who have made this possible. Thank you, folks. And yeah, unfortunately, this card may not give you like free vouchers, right? Which is typically what we have started expecting from every consumer card. But it will give you benefits on multiple SaaS tools, right? And if you're running a business, you know how important it is, especially at the start of the company, on getting the usage of these tools at as low cost as possible so that you can keep the burn low. So yeah, so look forward to a lot of you folks using this card. And at the end, I would say, you'd see a QR code coming up on the screen. Please scan this QR code to apply, and that's it. You move forward. Yeah, thanks, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Congratulations once again. And the golden words have been said. Scan that QR code. Thank you very much. We hope you are as excited about this launch as we are, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to both Razorpay and, of course, Yes Bank. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Round of applause. We're going to dim the lights for just a second and then resume our next wonderful session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've spoken a lot today about building and scaling businesses from India. But at the same time, the whole world is looking at India as its next big opportunity. Their number one question, though, is how can they tap into this market of 1 billion plus consumers? What are the challenges they may face? What are the things that may come up as there's so many differences, left, right, and center? How do you navigate all of this? To dive deep into this, we have an incredible lineup of experts who are shaping the cross-border landscape. It's a great privilege to have them here with us. First up, I'd like to invite on stage Sumedha Datta, Country Manager, India, D-Local. Round of applause. Don't stop the claps, guys. Eduardo de Abreu, all the way from Brazil, Vice President Product, eBanks. That's the kind of noise we need to be making. Come on, wake up. Eduardo's from Brazil. He's got time difference problems and he's super awake. That's right. Amanpreet Singh Bajaj, General Manager, India and Southeast Asia, Airbnb. Nice to have you here, Amanpreet. Please. And of course, Rahul Rai, Head of Financial Institutions, Group Sales, India, JP Morgan Chase. Nice to see you here, Rahul. Thank you for being here. And taking us international, we have Razorpay's Chief Operating Officer, Rahul Kothari, in conversation with these wonderfully talented people. Over to you, Rahul. Oh, we're going to play musical chairs again. Okay. So you're there, Rahul is there. No, it's not a bad idea because, or we can confuse people, it'll be fun. Yeah, mess them up.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Thank you. That was fun.
I don't think people will confuse among us.
Exactly. But it'll be a fun, it'll be
as diverse as possible, I think.
Yeah, but it'll be a really interesting visual because the names are completely different behind you.
But that's the strategy to get
That's it. Yeah, wake them up. Are you all convinced with our seating panel? Yes or no? If you don't give us a yes, we don't start. Yes or no? Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you, everyone, for joining in for the panel. Before we start, let me ask you one personal question just to get all of us warmed up. So the question is to each one of you, and I'll start with Rahul. Which is the last thing that you bought from a company which is not your from home country, like in this case, India?
So it was, I think it was exciting to see that you have that everything on your fingertips. It was, books for my daughter who is studying medicine, and then you have access to all those great authors, international authors, and even apps as well nowadays. So that was something that, I did, and it was really exciting to see that everything is so interconnected.
Okay, great. So you bought her some books. Okay. Yeah, Aman.
So my daughter is 13 and she's a big Taylor Swift fan. So she made us go to UK to watch a show. And obviously I forgot to kind of figure out the tickets. So I literally bought the tickets one day before from a multinational event and resale platform called Viagogo. And it was seamless, got the tickets 6 hours before the show. We all enjoyed the show and it was amazing. So I think events is definitely, driving a lot of consumption.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so hello folks, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. And what I bought from a company that is not on my country recently, it was an AI meeting transcriptor software. So because I was kind of in a need for that, and so far everything was good.
Wow, Eduardo, that's great. And yeah, Sumedha, what about you?
So my daughter is 10. She still believes in Santa Claus. And she had a wish list from Santa, which wasn't available in any of the Indian markets. So I used Uber to buy something. So it was a physical product which came in from not my country.
Oh, wow, great.
So played the Santa.
Great. No, I think this is great. And within this panel itself, it becomes very clear the kind of different things now that we buy from global companies, from the companies not part of our own country, like right from the books to SaaS software, to buying tickets and to buy gifts. So I think with this, let me start into some of the questions around how some of the global companies have been operating and how they think of India as a market. And the first question is to you, Aman. Airbnb has scaled pretty well in India. A lot of people I see in India using Airbnb for booking both the stays stays both in India and globally. How you seen the journey of Airbnb coming into India? What are some of the challenges you face as a global company? What are some things that you had to adapt specifically for India?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for the acknowledgement that Airbnb is now becoming a noun and a verb both, in India and clearly part of the mainstream. We started our operations in India in 2016, so it's almost 9 years. But as an organic platform, obviously, as people traveled across the world, they saw what was happening, and once they used Airbnb abroad, they came and they wanted to try this here. So we had some green shoots of organic growth, but over the last 9 years, I think the focus from our perspective has been on twofold. One is, how do you increase awareness about a product like Airbnb so that the benefits are known to more people? And given we are a two-sided marketplace, connecting homeowners with people who are looking for authentic stays, how can they benefit from it in a micro-entrepreneurial way? So that's one. So creating more awareness, making sure that the product is adapted to the needs of the local audience, right? So we might be seen as a global platform, but at the end of the day, our service and product is very local, right? The homes are in the city, the hosts are a part of a certain neighborhood, and so the activities happen in those cities. So we want to make sure that people can pay with the local payment methods, and we've been partners with Razorpay, and they've been a great partner to enable that. But I do believe all of this is table stakes, right? How people pay and how to adapt a product. I think overall, if I were to just look at it, it's product. So you need to localize, adapt based on the needs of the users. But a key part of our growth strategy has been partnerships. When we come into a market, it's very important to understand what are some of the key partners. In our case, we partnered very well with local state governments because tourism is a state subject. And a lot of people, and creating micro entrepreneurs in a country where hospitality is very intrinsic to us has been one of our focus areas. So we've partnered with state governments in Goa, in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh, and many other states. And our focus has been to create these grassroots entrepreneurs so that they open up their homes, build more capacity, so that tourism dollars are now dispersed from just a few centers that were getting benefits in the past to a much more wider audience, and people can participate in the tourism economy. So that's been number 2, partnerships. And I think the third has always been, how do you get part of the popular conversation? So how do you get part of the cultural zeitgeist? So clearly movies and Bollywood and celebrities inspire a lot of travel decisions for users, and we kind of identified that. You feature a particular movie, a destination in a movie, traffic to that destination goes up almost 2x the next season. So we've kind of tapped into that zeitgeist and looked at social influencers, celebrities, and partnered with them in a very authentic way so that, Indian audiences can go and get access to some of those homes. So I think a combination of product, partnerships, and popular conversation has worked well for us.
That actually summarizes pretty well, and actually we had a conversation earlier as well, I think a few months back, and I think that's what came across at that time as well. So I have another follow-on question to you. While a lot of things Airbnb and under your leadership has done well, which has made them quite successful in India, what would be your one advice which you would like to give to global companies in terms of what they should do, which is from your learning, and one thing they should definitely not do when they're looking for coming to India?
So I think 2 things. One is, India is all about big numbers, right? So we have 900 million plus internet users, 500 plus million millennials, Gen Zs, 100 million passports now. We are adding 10 million passports every year. So a lot of companies get attracted by these big numbers. But I think when you are starting operations, this is an advice that was given to our founders as well, that try to look for 100 people that love your product rather than maybe a 10,000 who just like your product. So figure out a particular niche and then kind of go deeper and build that product that people love, and then the word of mouth and the buzz kind of continues to play for it, right? So that's definitely something very important. And I think this goes like what not to do, not to get like attracted by the
Don't
large
think what's
volumes.
working globally will work
Yeah.
in India. You have to kind of customize and make it
Exactly.
for people, yeah.
And I think the other piece is India is a long-term horizon play, right? So anything that you do in India cannot be a short-term, get into a market, try to grow scale. I think you need to have a much more longer horizon, maybe, 5 years, 10 years, and kind of continue to learn, evolve, adapt, fail, but then iterate and then be successful.
Great. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for this insight, Aman. Now, next, I'll be moving into Sumita, asking you the question. dLocal is known for helping global companies getting into several countries, especially developing markets. What has been some of your kind of experiences with that? What are some of the challenges they face? What are some of the things that work? Are there any specific nuances of one country versus another about India?
Thanks. So, as you correctly said, dLocal as a company faces challenges because of the fact that we do have our horizons in the 40 countries that we operate, and they are from the global south.
Okay.
So being emerging markets has a challenge. The challenges are not regional, but country specific. And that's something that I think global companies also need to realize. Asia Pacific is not one bracket. In Asia Pacific itself, there is dynamics of different region. In India, we are a diverse country with each part of the region liking tea prepared in a different way. So one ticket does not sell everywhere. So this is one thing which needs to be customized for India, for each of the regions that we operate. What we believe very strongly is, again, partnerships, local experts, because unless you have people locally, you will never understand the cultural relevance of doing business and how to do it. So to bridge the gap, local experts, partnerships, and being in a regulatory framework to do it. So we take compliance very seriously. We ring-fence our work within what we do. Being a listed company, we are responsible to do that. We try to envision that in each of the regions that we play.
Okay. Okay. Here, I think, of course, like I said, localization is important. Southeast Asia, you can't look at region. Each country has its specific nuances, and you have to be compliant, right? So one of the questions I have slightly kind of different than this. While you see a lot of trends in India, for example, quick commerce is kind of growing pretty strong. How do you see in some of the emerging economies, how are some of those market trends are? I just want to understand and get a sense. And are there global companies which are looking at catching up those trends within those local economies?
Right. So what we do is, I think you're aware of the dLocal model, is that we have a one dLocal API. And we operate in 40 countries with 900 local payment methods, right? So once you integrate onto the API, you activate each country. For each country that the merchant goes, we do a re-KYC, we do to ensure that they are compliant with each of those countries. Now, what is interesting is that what works for one country doesn't. But gaming and gaming for skill is something we've seen amongst merchants being able to capitalize in each of the south, again, the global south. AI generated personalized marketing and shopping. Okay? So this is, again, a very global trend. So AI actually prompting or enabling you to, on a busy platform, to optimize that are two trends, gaming and AI-driven e-commerce are the two trends that we are seeing growing in the global south. It is immediate as a gratification in that sense.
That's quite interesting, and hopefully I think the AI trend and the gaming part of it will pick up in India also at some point soon. Actually, I have next question for you, Eduardo. You have been helping, the eBanks has helped, help companies get in different markets, get the localization of the payments done. What are some of the trends that you are seeing? What are some of the challenges and how to overcome those? Also, how you're seeing the localization of the payments across different countries? Is it restricted to India or maybe few other countries? Or are you seeing like across many more companies getting into localization of payments more and more?
Yeah, so payments localization is definitely a very big trend in all company that's truly aiming to become very global. Because to localize payments is not a matter of like just switching something on a checkout and then start receiving transactions from specific countries. The reality is that what we are talking about here is, I would segregate in two groups. So first of all is how you set up that operation from a partnership that Amansu Mehta were mentioning. So true localized partners is definitely a critical point because it's very hard to dominate each country in a deep level if you don't have the right partners. Because these partners, they also help to navigate the regulatory piece. And definitely you cannot be a completely foreigner if you want to sell in a country. You have to dominate the regulation and you have to understand how it's applicable for your business. So this piece on the business setup is extremely important. And the rest, I would say, the second piece, it's a lot on how you localize the full experience. And the full experience is it's on the checkout from like what are the truly required fields on the checkout. It's on the payment methods. When you say that, okay, if you enable cards, you are just getting a slice of the market. How you enable the specific local APMs. But you have to dominate and localize the journey itself. And the journey is not just the payment acceptance. So how you localize the FX piece, how you localize the tax handling. These pieces are something usually that comes after the payment acceptance itself, and some business sometimes forget about it, and then they start to have issues and frictions on the journey, especially on the FX and tax piece. So what I would say is that to be truly local, even being a global company, you must have, of course, the right partners. You must know about the regulation of where you are going, and specifically, you have to know the entire journey. It's not just the payment itself. So everything else that is connected with that.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful how it's coming across all the three, I think, answers to all the three questions that so far we've discussed. How localization becomes so important end to end, right from product to payments to everything that you are doing, even post payments. I think, and that's pretty great. Also, Eduardo, I have another question. We were talking earlier. Pix is one of the, in fact, the biggest local payment in Brazil. And when I talk to people, I generally get a sense that it is as big, if not bigger, than UPI in India. Just want to get a sense like what is Pix, how does it work, how is it different than UPI, how much it has been able to replace some of the other payment methods or cash. Just want to get some learning that you have from UPI or some learning from the Pix that you would have for UPI ecosystem in India.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a great point, Rahul. And the reality is that nothing is bigger than UPI.
Yeah, I was talking about all numbers in India is very big. So
yeah, just to state the obvious, nothing will be bigger than UPI in terms of APMs. So actually, the reality is that UPI was a great inspiration for Pix. So we can, like, even from a technical standpoint, how the infrastructure was set up, the documentation, a lot was inspired by UPI. And the reality, what we see is that what we see in Pix is definitely a massive and fast adoption that probably took longer on UPI side, but on Pix, as we have managed to learn from the India experience, we have managed to start already with some implementations on the UX. And basically what is Pix is instant payments in Brazil, provided and developed by the Brazilian Central Bank, which is another similarity here with UPI. And one of the reasons why it got extremely popular is that it was enforced to all the largest payments institutions to join, the financial institutions to join the network, and it became mandatory for them to offer Pix, and it started from the beginning with a great user experience. And it was something that, and this is not only for Pix, but for UPI as well, these two payment methods, they brought to current time the future of payments. We are talking about instant, low cost, low risk, and supporting the financial inclusion. So these two payment methods, they share the same vision, the same ambition. And of course, as a Brazilian, I am extremely grateful to have UPI as a benchmark, because it's truly changed the way people live, changed the Brazilian market, it's changing our society, and we definitely have much more to come.
Oh, that's just really great to hear. Thank you so much, Eduardo. I have one more question. which are the payment instruments, whether Pix is mostly replaced, say, the debit cards, or whether it's replaced more of a cash? Typically, how is it played out? Like, or P2P payments or P2M payments, if you can get a little bit more. And do you know how it compares with UPI in India?
Yeah, so basically right now Pix is 55% P2P, 45% P2B. It was built to become a P2P payment method, but of course all businesses started to see lots of traction and the overall use case is extremely strong for business. So we saw a lot of growth on that. And Pix struck it very hard when a specific payment method in Brazil, which was like kind of a cash voucher, boleto, and basically it wiped the boleto's market share in Brazil. Debit cards on e-commerce in Brazil wasn't very strong. It's still strong in like the physical market, but Pix is also taking this part on the debit card as well. On the credit card side, credit cards the same, stays extremely strong in Brazil, even though Pix is going to surpass the volumes of credit cards in Brazil this year, but it stays extremely strong, especially because of like the credit solutions, the loyalty programs, but there's room for both, for sure, in this market, and that's what I have seen on Pix.
Okay, great, and more power to the Pix then. Rahul, the next question is to you. In your role at JPMC, definitely you have worked with multiple global businesses who come to India, or some businesses who kind of go out from India to other geographies. How you seen some of the challenges of those changing over a period of time, and also how you seen the regulation evolving, either facilitating that movement or kind of becoming a hindrance for that movement? I need a frank view from you on this one.
My views are always frank. Sumidhan all knows. So, see, regulation in India is evolving very fast, and we know that there's a lot of focus from regulator RBI towards international payments, and more so to make it more transparent, more compliant, faster, cheaper. PSEB in 2023 was one such step in that direction, and we have leveraged our technology innovation along with our cross-border presence to create that PSEB product and working on the PSEB participants. There are also regulation towards fostering innovation in terms of sandboxes. In India as well as in GIFT City, when it passes down to IFSCA, and JP Morgan took the first step, first mover advantage basically, to set up a 24/7 US dollar clearing settlement over there using blockchain, using our Canaxis digital platform. There are other regulations upcoming in terms of internationalization of UPI, as Eduardo rightly mentioned. UPI is kind of the poster boy right today in terms of the real-time payment. Some focus on internationalization of rupee trade. Making some concessions for or supporting exporters in terms of allowing them to open foreign currency accounts overseas. So there are a lot many changes happening, and these all are directed towards making it faster, secure, more transparent, and reducing the cost and the settlement time. So I think these are the things that would be there. But yeah, keeping pace with such changes is a challenge for small businesses, and especially for the ones who don't have the strong presence in India. And I think that would entail business model changes, that would have your compliance cost and business cost increase. But yeah, it's not all bad that time, but there is a lot of opportunity for these businesses to capture the growing digital market in India. Being nimble, I think being nimble, being updated to the changes, and I think partnership, as Radu rightly pointed out, I think will really help to capture these opportunity in this growing market.
Sure, makes sense. Now looking at the other side, right? While you spoke about a lot of global companies coming to India, there are definitely a lot of businesses, a lot of entrepreneurs who want to take their businesses global. What are the kind of challenges that you see on that journey? And any advice for them how to make it faster?
I think just 2 words: trusted partners.
Okay.
I think just to elaborate on that, and I think he rightly mentioned, Eduardo, that partnership makes a lot of impact. So when you go into a new geography, the self-realization of unknown has a cost. There's a compliance cost. And the biggest cost I would say is breaching the compliance or the regulations. The regulations become very complex when it comes out to the cross-border and becomes tricky when it comes to multiple geographies. So there is a partner or a person who knows and understands those nuances of those geography, have those presence and can help you out and set up right. I think here also I want to point out one big danger of taking a shorter path or a quick path. I think working with a partner who makes things too easy for you sometimes, and in fact giving you too many concessions, and especially the areas which are kind of gray, will set you up quick, but in a longer run will have a pitfall which can be massive and hard to undo.
That's very interesting. Working with a partner is very important, but I think working with the right partner is even more important. Is I think that's what you are saying. No, I think what I hear, right? Like mostly there are like companies have to localize, companies have to work with partner. Regulations are broadly moving in the right directions. There are local payment options which are prevalent in most countries, and which companies like dLocal, e-banks, etc., are kind of helping them with. But still, I do not see, at least from my perspective, a lot of global companies, while they want to get into India, they do not move that fast. Like, they take a lot of time in deliberation, and which means there's definitely some friction into scaling into other geographies. So just want to get perspective from any one of you. What is it that should change? First of all, why this friction? And second, what is that needs to change to make it easier, whether it's from the regulatory perspective, from tech perspective, from partnerships perspective, which can help that? Question is for all of you.
I could start. So the thing is, what I feel is, I think Amarpreet also mentioned it, when you want to invest in India, you need to be invested in India. You cannot think about coming into India and having a short scape out. The next is what even Rahul said. When you come to India, make sure that you know your black and white. There is also a gray. The gray is a journey the one can take, but the gray also starts shifting as the regulations develop.
Yeah.
It is very relevant and important, and even for startups, I think, you can start on a gray journey, but please make sure that gray doesn't start going to black, because the regulations are changing that fast. The regulator in India, we are not a developed country as far as our regulations, as far as our basic infrastructure on the tech infrastructure platform, on the enablement to protecting an end user is concerned, and that is a concern which the regulator keeps in mind. So when a merchant comes to India, they need to understand it's not just the transaction which gets successful, but the money needs to get out of India, right? Because especially for cross-border.
Yep.
And when the money comes into India, are you ticking all the box on AML, on sanctions screening? Is that something kosher? Are you being able to ring fence it? Is there a leak in the system? Mend it, beginning of your operations. It is not something that can spill over and then you start mending. That's not going to work in India. It's a much developed platform than most others. India has been the milestone for other Southeast Asian countries to look up to. We have a certain standard which we need to appreciate and understand.
Yeah, and just to add on what Sumedha mentioned, in terms of to be invested in India. And that's definitely something that impacts the final decision on the merchant side. Because sometimes they already have a kind of like an arrangements to operate here that is not completely optimized. And then it's like, okay, if I want to fully optimize and to get the most out of this market, I truly need to invest. And then that's usually not a fast or a small decision, because it's a lot on that. It's a lot on like, okay, we will need to review like our regulatory approach. We need to review our network of partners there. We need to review our internal platforms, things like that. So that's probably the challenge we see when it comes of speed of go-to-market from global companies to come to India. So, and of course, part of our job is how we try to become this abstraction layer to make it simpler, but there's so much also that we can do, and that we need to educate the merchants and the companies about India as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, I think I'll move away a bit from payments, right? Talk about travel. So, I do believe that things are improving in a big way, number one. And I should commend the current government as well in terms of, doing business in India is increasingly becoming easier. And there is a willingness to learn, and I think that's a very important point. So, from our perspective, rules related to short-term rentals are very new, right? And they vary from a city to city or a state to state or at even country level. What we've seen is proactive partnership is very important, right? And so we reach out and we have a very strong partnership with state regulators and others. And what I have seen in the last few years is there is massive willingness from them to learn about what's working globally. And I think if we want to create an ecosystem that works for all players, whether it's foreign, Indian, etc., the onus is on all of us to take responsibility of it. We can't just expect the government to work at its own pace and change things the way it would benefit us. We need to be equal stakeholders into that process. What we do is we share global best practices, what we see is happening in other parts of the world, and share those with them so that we say, can we create an ecosystem that works for all stakeholders in India and creates value where it is really meant to be. So I do believe the onus is on all key stakeholders of the industry, whatever domain you pick up, and be active participants in creating an ecosystem that works for all.
I think I'll take back to payments once again. So I think from a bank perspective, I think there are a lot of multiple array of factors which is propelling the consumption story in India. And I think we have solved for most of the domestic part of it with UPI being the poster boy. I think cross-border is one such thing that we are working, and the change in the consumer behavior, wherein everything is at the doorstep. They want everything to be quick. Nowadays, like we used to call e-commerce and now Q-commerce, wherein people put water on the stove and then order for milk. So this is something that's happening. So the bank is having a lot of onus both from the regulator side and from the client side, because we are seen as the gatekeepers for the money which is going out and money which is coming in. We are the last entry on the exit point. So we have a lot of onus to understand that what is changing, what are the regulations, what is required from the regulations. Obviously, gray, white, and black, lot many, and India being, obviously, a lot of gray there. Plus, the onus from the client side, wherein they are expecting us that the solution that we have delivered is compliant to all those things. So there's a lot of onus to us as well. Hence, there's some kind of friction that comes in, or delays, I would say. But I think walking that path, which is clear balance in terms of speed that we want to deliver, and being compliant. Obviously, these are two, sides of force that's kind of pushing things. But we have to be optimal in that sense. We can't be so fast that we breach regulation, and we cannot be so slow that we are just following the regulation and we are not doing anything. So that is, I think, most important from the bank's perspective.
No, I think this all points are very, very interesting points. And in my mind, if I try to summarize it, I think getting into India is a long-term strategy. There are certain frictions, certain gray areas which you think through, certain kind of tech bandwidth that we have to kind of look for, and therefore I think it creates some kind of friction, and eventually I think it should become even lesser to make it more global companies to come faster to India. Now, so this is now let me come to my last question for this panel, and I will keep it non-payment specific, Aman. What is the one big shift in the cross-border commerce in next 5 years that keeps you really excited? What is that one thing you think, okay, this is what is going to happen in the next 5 years, and that is going to be a game changer?
So I'll speak again about travel, and I think that's very important. We are seeing some very strong tailwinds, and two things. One, if you look at the pool of global travelers, so earlier there was a set of countries that used to dominate. That pool is going to change in the next 3 to 4 years, and India is going to play a big role. So in fact, if you were to look at the growth rate of global travel spending, that's growing at about 9 to 10%, and which is one of the fastest growth rates from Indian users. So what it basically means is in the next 5 years, there'll be far more Indians traveling overseas, spending on products and services there. And I think that from a travel perspective attracts a lot of interest, and it's very exciting for us because as a global platform in 220 plus countries, we want to take the opportunity to connect a lot of young Indian travelers who are curious to explore the world with more than 8 million listings that we have across the world and let them immerse in the culture. But what is going to be exciting is the habits of these users, as we kind of discussed, quick commerce, paying through UPI, QR code, etc., is changing at a very rapid pace. So how does this do? Like, for example, just entering an airport in India is so simple with DigiYatra, but can you have the similar process when you go abroad? So I think it'll be interesting to see how other countries adapt. Maybe the start is just easing visa rules, and we have seen that countries that have made it easier for Indian travelers to visit, whether it's Thailand, Malaysia, or a few others, traffic to these markets has grown multifold in the last 1 or 2 years. And so how the world adapts to the new pool of users coming in from India, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, that's going to be very exciting, and how we kind of developing a ecosystem that makes it seamless for people to transact overseas when they travel. So that's pretty exciting for me.
Wow, that's great. Anyone else wants to take a shot?
Yeah, just I believe in the next 5 years, what we will see on the cross-border market is definitely the consolidation of the true instant payment. And what is that? Because right now we do have like instant payments like Pix, UPI, that they're instant from a consumer perspective. So the payment acceptance confirmation is instant, but it's instant, and then the settlement cycle is T+2. T+7. So it's not instant in terms of the funds flow and on the merchant on the business side. So what you'll definitely see in the next 5 years is the ascension of the true instant payment methods, where a person here in India will be able to pay business in the US instantly from a funds transfer perspective. That's definitely something that will happen.
That would be crazy. Yeah.
And to take that to the next step, what is required is intergovernmental collaboration and cooperation. And that's when, I think that bridge needs to be gapped. Of course, questions like sanctions screening, AML, to have the same level playing platform when one government starts trusting the other on that scale, which is when the swiftness will happen, which I'm sure Rahul will have more to say about.
So I was discussing this with, and obviously there's a challenge wherein, say for example, there are 3 banks in chain, and there's a transaction that gets initiated. All 3 banks will do their KYC, all 3 banks will do their sanctions. There is a standardization, but everyone will have their dependence on their own system and not. So obviously a lot of work is being done, but I think from me for the next 5 years, I think confluence of digital currencies with blockchain will really help to see that how the businesses will change and do swiftly, more swiftly, with collapsing of boundaries. So basically, I know that I am challenging my own business, which is correspondent banking. It might go away in a few days with blockchain. There's no requirement of 3 layers, and money can move, and information or value can move immediately. So I think those confluence of those 2 technologies is something that I feel, while everybody talks about AI, but I think this is one thing that, while people say that we have beaten blockchain to death, we have spoken that about open banking sometimes back, and now we're doing open. We don't talk, but we do. And that's what I think, that in the next 5 years, this is something that's going to happen.
Wow. Amazing points to actually this question. It's almost like having a peek on in the future about how this entire thing will change from payments perspective, travel habits perspective, how different banks, regulators come together and work. I think great perspective on this. I will open it for any questions from the audience. Okay, I'm hearing anyway the time is up, so no more questions. Maybe you can take one question at least. Yeah, okay.
Hello. So my question to the panel is very simple. If we are looking at the travel industry in India today, it is growing and it is about to grow more and more, as you said, Aman. But when we are looking at the payments towards the travel industry, it is still based on the blocking of the payments one day before, and then moving on, we look forward to a checkout basis of payment. So is there any other disruption that you see in this industry?
Sorry, you will have to rephrase the question.
So my question is very simple. Basically, when we look at the payments that are made in the travel industry, it works on either the T+1 or after the checkout basis, where the funds are blocked first, and then after the checkout, the real payment happens. But is there any way where we can just prepone this from the merchant side?
This already happens technically. That's what I understand. It's only a merchant choice, and I don't know. Maybe you might want to answer. It's a merchant choice, which is specific facility they give that the payment happen only after checkout, so that customers don't think they will get defrauded or something.
This is talking. You're talking about the online, or you're talking about the normal offline, wherein you go and they block our cards and then the payment happens later on.
Both the online and offline models.
I think again, as Rahul rightly pointed out, I don't think that it's a set rule. It's basically depending on the merchant. And there are places where they don't do, like in the corporate booking, they book the hotel and don't even charge till the time you check out. They don't even block the card sometimes. So taking basically maybe a credit call on the corporate or something like that. So.
Now, just to add, maybe it's also the LRS aspect, which for cross-border, if that's what you're also aiming at. So there is, of course, there is a huge push to the regulator as well by various stakeholders in the payment industry for the PACB, export-import and LRS. Travel, for example, to be considered under the PACB scope. So if that's what you are getting at the LRS, marrying in with the PACB, that's something I think there is a concern which is genuinely there in the industry.
Yeah, on the cross-border, I think OTA again remains one such thing where the KYC becomes important, and there is an expectation from regulator to collect that, but how the merchant would do is something that's being solved. So yeah, there are some frictions and it's being worked.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was an amazing panel. Thanks a lot.
You all so much for that insightful discussion. I'm sure there will come a time when we can shop on any website in the world and be able to pay via UPI, and that would be amazing. Now, we've all seen the evolution of payments over the last decade, but what about the next decade? To answer that question, we have assembled an incredible panel with a truly far-sighted vision. First up on stage, I'd like to invite Lizzie Chapman, partner, Berkeley Square Financial Group. Round of applause, please, for Lizzie. Gautam Agarwal, Division President, South Asia, MasterCard. Kiran Jagannath, Head FSI and Conglomerates, India and South Asia, AWS. And Praveena Rai, MD and CEO, Multi Commodity Exchange of India. And steering this conversation is Razorpay's Chief Product Officer, Khilan Haria. Thank you, Khilan. So over to you, Khilan, and this wonderful panel.
Good evening, folks. Welcome, esteemed panelists. I think we've got experts, veterans in the payment space here. I'm super excited to hear thoughts on, what the near-term 1 year and the next 5-7 years of payments looks like. So we're going to get right into it, maybe with the first theme. Yeah. I think the first theme maybe would love to pick brains is, we saw a lot of AI in the keynote, and the whole media is buzzed with what's happening in the world of AI, right? So if we fast forward maybe a few years, 4-5 years, and maybe we'll pick insights from Gautam first, Kiran first, right? On in the world of AI ML, what is possibly payments going to look like for us as buyers if we go a little farther, 4-5 years out?
All right. I'll start with one word, and I'll probably give a history lesson, then come back. I would say scary. But I think it's important to see the journey of AI. If you think about it, AI models probably 5, 10 years ago were used for some sort of process improvement, increasing productivity of some sort in machine-based systems, right? And then we said, okay, we can use that, plus we can probably use AI to do better user experiences, not just in fintech, but in various other ecosystems. Then from there, very industry-specific use cases were being solved for. So in payments, which is where I come from, fraud detection sort of became that use case that AI was being used for. To give you perspective, probably 10, 12 years ago, card fraud was about 5.5, 6%. That number is probably less than 1% today. And then, of course, now we're talking about Gen AI and so many things. I think all of this is cumulative, right? It's not like we move from one to the other. I think what AI will do in our lives beyond Gen AI and everything else that we're talking about, maybe make us dumber, that's a lot of people say. But I also think it'll make certain interactions of ours, digital interaction of ours, that are very conscious today to us when we do that interaction. Even when you do a biometrics-based payment, you look at your phone like straight, glasses off, if that's how you've taken the picture. You're very conscious in that interaction. I think that will go away. As an example, what we will see is you will just go about your daily life. You'll walk into a store, walk out of a store, you'll be on a device, and payments will just happen, right? It won't be something you would know, in fact, it happened. And if I take it a step forward, as AI will add to it, in many countries where you can buy, as an example, alcohol today on the website, it generally says, confirm you're 18. But there's no real check to know whether I'm 18 or not. I can still go buy alcohol. I can be 15 years old and buy alcohol and I'm done. I think in that future world, it probably wouldn't have to ask those questions. Those are point of frictions to me today. It will figure out based on who you are, again, very smartly, and deny you the ability. To me, the future is, payments is probably the wrong way to look at it. It's commerce that will be impacted, and payments will probably become a very small part of that interaction. That's the way I look at the future of AI.
Kiran, Lizzie, any of you want to add to it?
Sure. Good evening, and Kiran, thanks for having me. I think you covered quite a lot of it. We are seeing similar trends, right? And I'll sort of bring it down into about 3 of them. The first one is what we are seeing as contextual commerce, right? So basically, this is something that our founder, Jeff Bezos, envisioned a long time back, where everything happened through Alexa. I think that's going to become a reality very soon, right? Where everything is voice. Commerce is not something you go to a website or maybe even an app, right? You just speak it, and behind the scenes, it happens. So actually, your question was, what is that one word that I would say? I think I would say agent, right? Everybody say future is agentic. I think the present is agentic, right? It's already happening today. So I think it's going to be very seamless. Like, just imagine, ordering food, dinner or something through Zomato or Swiggy. You're not really going through multiple apps, multiple screens. You just say, just order something, order a pizza, and it just figures out, the agent on the back end figures out where to go, then connects seamlessly with your Razorpay APIs and finishes the payment, and you're done, and the food is there. So it's all about agents going forward is what we believe, right? And it's already happening today. The second one is, you talked about card fraud coming down. It's fantastic. But also what we are seeing is the fraud itself is becoming extremely sophisticated, right? So I think AI and ML will have a very big part to play in bringing that down, because ultimately everything in financial services, banking, payments is all about trust, right? If you don't trust the system, very unlikely the transaction is going to go through. I think the second big focus will be around figuring out how to curtail fraud, prevent fraud, and that's going to be another area where there's going to be a lot of investment around how AI ML will play. And third one, I think you mentioned, and again, I couldn't have said it better. Amazon already does it. Like, if you go to US, there are stores where you can walk in and walk out. Nothing, you just pick up the goods and walk out, and everything is tracked through AI ML, including the payment just happens seamlessly. And that's the world, that's the future we are in. I think same thing with biometrics, right? Which is today, and I'm sorry I'm talking about Amazon services, but there's really no other alternative there. So I have to talk about the services we offer. But Amazon One, you just put your palm and the transaction is done. Right? You're not taking anything out of the wallet. And actually, you know, the previous panel, I was just listening to them, talked about DigiYatra. It's the same concept that we utilized to bring DigiYatra to life, right? Which is how can we leverage what is already there, which is your face, your palm, and then make that transaction, whether it is walking into an airport, checking in, or commerce, like make it extremely seamless. I would say these are the three big areas where AML is going to play a very big part, and agents they are going to transform the experience.
So I'm hearing voice, agentic, invisible, low frauds. I think all possibilities out there. Does it mean anyone in the value chain will become, irrelevant? Relevance will get questions. Existential question for anyone you folks visualize like 4-5 years out. Like there's networks, issuers, payments platform, merchants. I think how is the game going to change? Maybe if any of you want to take that.
I would say one thing we're all underestimating or maybe overestimating is unfortunately the back-end systems of most banks are currently not in a position to handle almost everything that we've just talked about today. So I don't think it's a point of disintermediation. I think we need to see a huge evolution in the type of back-end core banking technology that we build in this country. Everybody's focused on user experience, which is fun and sexy and lovely to talk about on panels. But unless we have the physical infrastructure on the back end, I'm sorry to be a party pooper. None of that is realistic.
I think speaking of back-end systems, I'm going to come over to Praveena ma'am. In the commodity derivative space, peak loads, low latency, high reliability, all that, I think must be a norm just given prices can fluctuate. So how is that scaling up as demands are scaling up? What's your take on that?
Yeah, no, great question. And thanks. Wonderful to be here. But I want to just take the first question, then I'll jump onto this. I loved what was spoken. And the favorite word I have is, invisible payments. And, you summarized that as well. But they both spoke of commerce, and I just want to bring it into the world of financial services, because deep embedding payments into the experience, be it insurance, being it investments, and that's already been done, right? UPI and IPOs, secondary market transactions, equity, and soon we should bring something like that in the commodity derivative space. So I think that really then tightly integrates the ability to really close a transaction at the least cost possible, which then brings us to what's happening in really the space of derivatives, commodity derivatives. So with growth of volume, which is certainly very high, I would say close to doubling, and India is #1 market globally when it comes to commodity derivative option contracts. But all of this leads to a situation where the whole ecosystem and value chain needs to have their tech at the highest level. And here, it's the kind of participants that are there across the ecosystem, institutional players, players with algorithms, retail players, all of this creating an environment where the demand on latency tends to be very high. And I think there is less focus than there needs to be to build that kind of ecosystem at scale with a lot more players coming in. So I agree with what Lizzie said. So it's less about who's going to go away, but a lot more serious tech players to be coming in here.
And for the needs you spoke about, is there anything unique to the commodity derivatives market, retail segment that you can share more light on?
Yeah, I think the commodity derivative space, of course, is a natural balance to investments in equity. It also is a good balance to inflation, good balance to currency markets. So it's a great inclusion in a asset class in a full portfolio, and we're seeing that happening with more retail users coming in. So you have most of the large broker apps, so on and so forth. The likes of Zerodha and Angel One. So they are all, big in that space. So I think they are the front end and they've got their tech in place. But then if you look at whatever happens behind the scenes, you need the trading platform, you need the, the back end clearing interface. And then there is a whole regulatory space, which we can talk about. Should I sort of speak a little bit on the regulatory side. I think that's a...
That'll be interesting, yeah.
Yeah. So I think as, the space on regulation works both ways. And, MCX is a first-line regulator on the capital market side, much like, for example, NPCI was on payments, or MasterCard is. So any sort of exchange or network that is at the center of an industry then has to run a certain set of rules that the whole industry has to abide by. And then there is our, core regulator, be it Reserve Bank or SEBI. And this entire space, as it gets more stringent, more complex, and as the regulator is working to support more progress and innovation, with this balance of control, we've got to bring tech in the equation. So actually, what I've seen, even with where things are on the regulatory side, the use of supervisory tech and reg tech, and use of AI there, going back to your AI question, is like really strong. So use of data, rather than a lot of physical and manual work towards compliances, very rule-driven compliance, and use of AI, modeling, analytics in the compliance world. And that's an open space, wide open when it comes to the kind of tech players needed there.
Super interesting, different perspective for sure. I want to jump to my next theme, which is credit. I mean, no conversation in payments can be complete without credit. I mean, number of credit cards issued in India is scaling, and from the time I got my first credit card, maybe 10, 12 million credit card users to now possibly 40, 50 unique cards being over 100 now, or total cards being over 100 million in India. One thing that hasn't taken off, and I would love to get both Lizzie and Gautam to share their perspective, right? Cardless credit, or BNPL as we call, whether it's in the form of credit line on UPI, BNPL, these haven't taken off to the extent the potential was there with respect to demand in the country. So what's your take on that?
Shall I start? So I had a dream many years ago. I literally shifted my life to India to come and kill the card. Okay, so we started a business called Zest Money in 2015, and our marketing tagline was "Kill the card." Hashtag kill the card. And we were 100% sure that sitting here today in 2025, nobody in this room would have a plastic card in their pocket. And just do a show of hands, who has a plastic card in their pocket? Everybody. And wow, like literally everybody. And not just that there are 100 million cards in issuance, there are projected to be 200 million cards in issuance by 2028, okay? So this is a form factor that's not just lasted 75 years, it's one of the strongest, fastest growing form factors that still exists in this country. And we are a leapfrog country. India is a country that doesn't do physical infrastructure, right? We never needed broadband, we leapt straight to Wi-Fi. We never needed desktops, we went straight to mobile internet. We don't do legacy infrastructure, but for some reason, in credit, we do. And I can say, as I'm now out of that game, it was a singular failure across the board in fintech. For all of us, we failed in driving adoption of cardless credit. And I'm not going to call it BNPL or EMI or whatever. These are actually all marketing terms for what is functionally cardless credit. And the reason why this is important, just so everybody understands, is cards are not an efficient form factor. They're extremely expensive. There are very, very high operating costs in running a card program. They're extremely frictionful at the point of sale. I'm sure we've all been in a small town, I mean, even a big town, and not had our card accepted. And they are very, very, very security risky, right? We all know what you can do with somebody's card. So it makes no sense that we're still stuck with this form factor. I still have a dream, though, and we're supposed to be talking about the future of payments. So I'm going to give somebody smart a business idea here. We will get to a point in the next few years where I will be able to open my preferred payments app, and I will be able to see all the credit that may be available to me in the world in a virtual construct, and I will be able to use that as a form factor in the way I do today with my debit. I believe it will happen, but we need innovators to push the boundaries, because the main reason it hasn't happened, and I think you will add to this, is that the business models backing digital credit are not really working today. So this is one of those sad places in fintech where money hits the road, meets the product design, and we need to come up with better business models that solve for the supply side of digital credit, not just the demand side, because we do believe it is still there. So hopefully someone in this room will do that in the next 10 years, and I won't be sitting here seeing so many hands up when I ask that question.
All right.
Some of this is changing with virtual, usage at least on, RuPay credit card on top of UPI. So at least, I'm not carrying my
I'm
wallet or
addicted
my
to my
card.
RuPay. Yeah, I'm the biggest fan of RuPay. Thank you, Praveen.
Sorry, Gautam.
All right. I think, firstly, it's probably wrong to say that credit cards have been a success story in India. Credit cards, so it's to your question, why the others have failed and credit has been successful is actually a little bit of an unfounded question. I think credit cards themselves have not been successful in this country. And why do I say that? And sitting in the chair of MasterCard, why do I say that? We have 100 million cards in this country, as you said. You unpeel that, that's 50 million unique card holders. We're a country of 1.4 billion. We have over 1 billion bank accounts, and we only have 50 million unique credit card users, and they're not even all active, right? Compare it to some of the other countries which have much smaller population than us. They have 2x, 3x of that number. If I compare it to China, which is the same population as us, it has over 500 million unique credit card users in that country. So is credit cards really successful in this country? Absolutely not. The reality is credit is not culturally in our mindset. We don't like credit. And that's why credit has never taken off. I was just talking to some people, in MasterCard on how we are doing on certain growth rates. In certain geographies, credit just doesn't grow. Now, will cards be the form factor of the future? Probably not, right? Whether it'll be BNPL, I don't know. I think credit has to grow in this country if we have to grow and be a superpower the way that we want to be. If you look at any statistic, military statistic, technology statistic, there are only 3 countries that show up as the top 3. India, United States, and China. Somewhere China is first, somewhere United States is first, generally India is the third. GDP will hopefully be third again, anytime soon. So the point I'm making here is the future of credit is not necessarily a card-based or not card-based. In fact, I sort of a bit disagree. I don't want to see an app where I'll have 30 offers of credit from different places that I have to buy and then have to manage those different credit lines. The reason credit cards has worked is for 2 reasons globally. One, of course, is backed by a solid business model, as already stated. The other reason is forget the form factor, it is one point where all my credit is being managed. I don't have to, at the end of the month, look at 30 or 40 different places where I have to go pay my EMI. Other than housing EMI or a car EMI, there's only third EMI in most countries, which is a card EMI. Or it's not even an EMI, card payment to make. I think what will happen is 1 or 2 credit forms will exist in India and the world, to be very candid. And everybody probably will have 1 or 2 favored way of managing that credit. Whether that's a credit line on UPI, whether that's on a card. When I say card, I mean a traditional MasterCard kind of a setup or something else, who knows? But it will be something that will go like that. I don't think the world will be, let me pick one of these 30 offers and then pay for it and then manage it. I don't think people want to do that.
Got it. A quick follow on. The 50 million unique card users, or unique credit users in the country, what do you expect that to be 5 years out?
If we were to leave to the 9-10 banks that control that space, probably 150, 200 million in the next 10 years. If the public sector banks outside of SBI and the long tail banks wake up and actually think of credit as a business outside of being a technology IT requirement, probably 400 million in the next 10 years.
Super.
If I can come
Yes,
in,
please.
sorry, it's hard to sit being an ex-banker who managed a large credit card portfolio and not say anything on it, though I'm working for a technology company now. I'm very optimistic actually about credit. Not the form factor, I completely agree. I think the form factor will become irrelevant going forward. But I do believe that credit will be a big play, especially in this country where we need to focus on consumer spending if we really want to grow the economy and grow it forward. I think one of the big things that's changing towards that is how technology is being used for driving better financial inclusion. Because, Gautam talked about the top 10 banks, but if we truly are honest, I don't think we have tried to extend credit beyond the urban areas, right? It's not as easily available to many people beyond. And that sort of explains the 50 million number, right? But is there no need? I think credit, it's been debated for ages now. We do know credit does increase buying power, right? So I think we are now finding different ways to bring data, use data to improve our financial inclusion and extend those credit lines to people who till date have not had access to it. And I think that, for me, is what makes me hopeful that it will increase buying power, and increasing that consumer spend, domestic spend, very critical for India to become one of the largest economies very soon.
Thanks, Kiran. No conversation of payments can be complete without UPI, right? And I'm going to come to Praveena ma'am. You've been the builder of UPI in the previous, gig that you were driving. So both as an insider and now, as a consumer of UPI, what is the next big evolution of UPI and real-time payments in India? You again zoom out many more years out, not near future. What do you expect to change in UPI big time?
Yeah, I think UPI is some phenomenal first to its credit, right? In fact, just this week, SEBI has come out with a circular which says, device binding, will be there on broker apps, and that was really something that UPI brought in as a strong inbuilt security feature on all UPI apps. So I think some inherent parts of UPI are going to pervade, everywhere. Now coming to payments, and I would say this is like a dream where if this can actually offer, true financial freedom to the user, that is a great place to be. And financial freedom again goes back to being able to access credit, being able to get your insurance, being able to make your investments, have your savings, make your payments. And I think we have all of these happening in pockets, but still some way to go. So how UPI plays a role in this full financial ecosystem is something that I think has a lot of potential. Also, when we look at what's happening in the real retail payment space, in the micro to small, that really is where we are seeing all of this action. But as we go up the sort of value numbers, friction points still exist. So in a manner that is explainable, we need to take UPI beyond where it is today. And that's really where I think this should go.
Got it. Lizzie, coming to you, we're about maybe 300 million digital payments users in the country, somewhere around that number, 250 to 350 is what I keep hearing, right? What will unlock the next 200, 250? One or two game-changing things.
Ooh, okay. So I've been doing a lot of work in the last 1 year in the philanthropy space. And I think that's really important for all of us to get outside of Bangalore once in a while and understand, the real deal and how this country works in practicality. Unfortunately, there is still a bit of a digital apartheid that's going on, and we don't see it day to day because we get excited when a chaiwala accepts UPI. But the reality is, outside of urban India, mobile devices are very few and far between in a family context. There's normally one person who controls the mobile phone within a family. And unfortunately, there's often women who don't have control and access to that device. And that means we have a real digital divide today in the way that payments is actually happening from a gendered perspective. So less than 1 in 5 UPI transactions are initiated by a woman today, and that's a shocking statistic. So the big unlock will be that we will see a much fairer enabling of female participation in digital payments, and I see a lot of work happening in that way, even from our own regulator, which is really incredible. The fact that RBI have an entire division to focus only on that problem statement gives me a lot of hope and excitement. But similarly, the way that we, offer UPI needs to evolve. The reliance and the current chat on, biometric authentication and all these new forms of very expensive authentication needs to evolve. So I think we need to go back to the first question and use AI for things like behavioral authentication. So using much simpler ways of authenticating who you are, such that even the most basic low-cost device can enable UPI, and we can finally get rid of OTPs.
Thank you. Maybe opening up to the audience for 1 or 2 questions. If there's any question, please raise your hand. We'll come there with a mic.
Hi, I'm Chaitra. I have a couple of questions. One is on Lizzie, I'm with you. That would be a dream day when we have no plastic cards with us. With RuPay cards, as Kilan mentioned, we can go without card. But would it come even with MasterCard and Visa, where we can have that the credit cards integrated with the UPI payments? So this is first question. Second one.
We'll keep it to one, sorry, in interest of time, if you're okay.
No worries.
I think that's a question for the regulator to answer. Right now, by the regulator, it's only allowed for RuPay.
Okay, sure.
Anyone else has a question?
So my question is, what are some of the counterintuitive insights that you have got in your experience that have changed your view of future of payments?
Yeah, so probably I can give you some perspective. I think counterintuitive is, we always get very excited about the change we are trying to create, and it seems very close, and that's what sort of intuition tells us, right? That it's so obvious, the problem needs to be solved. You put it out there, you enable the market, you create the business model, and it should just happen. But it takes a lot more time. So that short can be 10 years, it's not 2. And maybe as humans, we always hope it's 2, and then we think maybe long term is 5, but actually it's 10, 15, and that tends to be a little bit of a counterintuitive experience. So that's what experience has taught me.
For me personally, if we go back like 15 years back, right, as a business operator, when India introduced 2FA, I was shocked. Because the conversions went down, consumers didn't know how to do OTP online. It was a era where, of course, digitization was very low in general. So I thought this is a unnecessary friction, right? I mean, if we take 15 years out, this is the single biggest reason trust in payments has been so high, because consumers feel they have full control, and frauds are absolutely the lowest in the world. So at that point, it looked counterintuitive. Of course, if I come in and see it as a payment operator now, not as a business operator, it looks pretty intuitive to me.
So I'll add, maybe not a counterintuitive insight, but maybe something that I would have everybody think through. Lizzie talked about the fact that the bank infrastructure has to scale in a context of a different question. I think we need to put ourselves in perspective. This is a country that does, 130 billion UPI transactions a year? Pravina, is that right?
I think we lose number now. It's just moving so fast.
Right. So let's just say across all retail payments, we are about 200 billion transactions, card included. In a country of 1 billion people, I don't think any other country comes close to that kind of scale. And if at that scale, for the most part, in the last 5 years, we've not had any major issue disruption in payments. Banks have scaled fairly fine. Yeah, you'll hear an article here and there, some bank system failed, I couldn't do UPI payment or card payment here and there will happen. But for the most part, the banking system has worked, scaled very well. They have been able to deploy technology very well, and we have not appreciated that. We only criticized, oh, we will not be. So I am actually not worried about our ability to scale. Our banks will scale. People talked about, for those of you who are pure play technologists, people are worried about how the IP address structure was put together, that once devices come into play and every device becomes an internet device, we will run out of IP addresses. In the card space, we had the problem with bins, right? We have 16-digit bins, we'll run out of bins because now we have tokens. We figure out a way to scale that and come around that. I think banks will scale. I think there's an appreciation that we should have of this country, that the kind of scale we've reached, there is actually no other country on this planet that is anywhere close to that scale in retail payments alone. And we are doing it. And in my opinion, we've only touched the tip of the iceberg. Going back to the point, we are not there in rural in India. There are only 300 million UPI handles. There are only 50 million unique credit card holders. There are 900 million debit cards, but of them, half of them are not getting used because UPI is the one that is being promoted and used. So I think there is a long runway that 200 billion transactions a year would look like very soon 1 trillion transactions in this country, and we'll scale really well. So I think to me, it's not a contrarian learning, but to me, it's an appreciation that we have in India that we should always understand.
It's really well said. I just wanted to add one more thing. You missed out 24/7.
That is correct. 24/7.
Without downtime, everything needs to work every single second. That's no other country does that, by the way, even at far lesser volumes. So really well said.
Thank you so much. I think you allowed us to zoom into the future to see possibly what payments might look like. Invisible, low frauds, high scale, possibly 10x more credit. Possibly some folks will become irrelevant, which no one spoke about who they might be. But yeah, the interesting future in front of us. So as a payments guy, I think very excited to thank you again. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Kiran.
Thank you
for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for what a wonderful chat it is. Thank you all very much for your time and what a wonderful chat. All right, guys, couple of questions. We're doing a small, fun, important survey, and you all are part of this survey. The thing is, we all are so different. We can't figure out what, even on a menu, we can't decide what we like and what we don't like. Everyone has different opinions. Yet, our lives online and our choices online are pretty similar. I'm going to call out a few circumstances. You guys have to just raise your hand, give me a yes, in case you have gone through these things in your life. All right? Simple pimple. Okay. How many people here, give me a hands up if you've ever sent money via UPI and instantly regretted it. Wow. This whole side, no regrets. ठीक है भाई. Any interesting story? Yes, sir. Where have you sent money and why have you regretted it?
I was just taking a flight and immediately I was just trying to pay to the driver, and instead of 1,250 rupees, I sent him 12,500 rupees.
Oh!
Catch the flight and I cannot wait for him, and driver said, sorry, I cannot return it back because I'm not handling my UPI app.
Oh man, that's one happy driver. He's not a driver anymore, sir. He's an investor in various startups now. He's doing well. What a great story. Does anyone have a bigger number than that they messed up on? Round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Stand up or give me a hands up if your UPI pin is basically your ATM pin. अरे आप तो सर स्टैंड अप हाथ उड़ के गया आपने कोई रिसर्च नहीं करी इस पे. How many people with the ATM? Ma'am, you're looking so happy about this. There are people taking notes. So have you got this? Is your birthday pretty much across the board? Everything, suitcase code, ये वाला code, सब कुछ.
Kids birthday, common password. Cross. Kids birthday.
Kids birthday, common password. बता दिया है आपने. सुन रहे हैं लोग. पता है आपको ना 20,000 लोग ऑनलाइन सुन रहे हैं ये. I wish you the best of luck as you go home today. Please check your balance. But I'm like this also. मेरा भी यही हाल है. It's not too difficult. Sir, मेरे से शुरू हो रहा है. Okay. See now how similar we all are thinking. Okay, stand up if you check your account balance right before and right after a big purchase. Anyone? You do. You don't. Stand up if you ever spend 10 minutes picking the right payment method for a 100 rupee transaction. Nobody. Oh, you have. What? How do you make your choices, sir? क्या confusion चल रही है आपकी लाइफ में, आप मुझे बताइए. मेरे साथ भी होता है, इसलिए शर्माने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. बताइए. What's your name? What is your name, sir?
चितविलास.
Stand up भाई, खड़े तो हो जाओ. हाँ. So आपको कितना टाइम लगता है ये decision बनाने में? What are the complications going on in your life? Tell us about it, my friend.
So basically, when I want to make a transaction, I'll just check on which UPI app I want to make a transaction, so that I'll get a better cashback.
Nice. You've created quite a nice cashback situation then in your life.
Actually, I should thank Cred for that. Cred has actually given me a lot of cashback.
Nice, bro. Very happy. See, he's cracking the system. He's cracking the code. Thank you for sharing this. Okay. How many of you have this pattern? Stand up if you've ever abandoned an investment because I'll research more later. ये किसी के साथ नहीं, इस बड़े इंसाइटिव. वाह, दोनों लोग, ये दोनों साथ ही रिसर्च कर रहे हैं. दोनों ने हाथ किया. Okay. Stand up if you have ever downloaded a new Fintech app just for the signing bonus. No. Oh, there's an army of people. These are Fintech. Okay, how to crack this? Who has cracked it? Sir, you. This man is looking gentlemanly with a beard. Yes, sir, what's your name?
Swarnava. So I downloaded an app called Flash.
So that is for a nudist beach. No, some other Flash. Okay.
Oh, so the Flash app gets you coins on every transaction you made on Swiggy, Big Basket or whatever it is. And you can redeem those coins as a money, as a payout in your bank. They've stopped it right now, but I got around 2,500 cash out of it.
Bro, give this man a round of applause. The sad part was when you said they stopped it. They stopped it. Otherwise it's been a...
500 is what I cashed out of all the...
But otherwise you have like stocks in Tata and all because of... You're sounding like...
Now they're just giving rewards, like you can...
Like what? What are...
You can do Myntra vouchers, Amazon vouchers, but still that thing is there that you can pull out coins.
Guys, write this down. What's the lamest reward you won? I feel like in my life I've been lame rewards. मैं तो करोड़पति हूँ रमी सर्कल पे. लोग मेरे मतलब आइए सर, आप आइए, आपके लिए स्पेशल पोजीशन है. हाँ,
इंस्पेक्टर है हम रमी सर्कल पे.
वही, हाँ भी इंस्पेक्टर हूँ, बिल्कुल. ओके, लास्ट फ्यू फन क्वेश्चंस. हैव यू ओके, दिस इज समथिंग आई डू अ लॉट ऑन. हैव यू एवर लाइक bought stuff, put it in the cart but not checked out? This is, how many people have it? Ma'am, you are waving also. I can't figure out. भाई सच्चाई की बात है, पीछे किसी ने कुछ बुरा नहीं किया अपनी लाइफ में. I want to tell you, ये संत हैं यहाँ पे सारे. इन्होंने कहा गलती नहीं करी. Yes, ma'am. You seem like this has happened a lot. There are like 40 apps open right now with your basket is full. What is happening between you buying to now? This has happened to me today morning, by the way.
Happens to me every day. It's like an everyday thing. I would go on different apps, check out things I want to buy, but then I will be like, check on another app. If I get it for cheaper, I'm getting a better deal, and then never go back. So it just stays in the cart.
They're just carts left open and around. If this is a physical room, there just be carts with bags filled in them. You're her fiance, sir. You're crying. Please wipe your tears, sir. Hanji, you tell me, does it happen in physical shopping also?
It happens every time. It happens every day. So we are just like constantly hassling about what to buy, what not to buy. And at the end of the day, we don't buy anything. It's just, and she likes to do that because we save a lot of money because of that.
Dude, you don't save any money. My wife does this all the time. Okay, and I have done a calculated math on research and development जो होती है कि यहाँ से कम में मिल जाएगा, वहाँ से कम मिल जाएगा, उसमें वो पेट्रोल का बिल जो है ना, वो इतना ऊंचा है कि कुछ पैसे नहीं बचे मेरे. But as you noticed, along with information, we've also offered the couple a good therapy session, free couples therapy. But well done, guys. Thank you so much I wish we had more time to ask you all the fun and weirder questions. Unfortunately, I'm only allowed this much time but I shall return with more weird questions. And now, coming back to our next splendid session, Commerce in India is evolving at a breakneck speed. In 2015, we had to step out to buy milk. Today, it is here before you've had time to put a t-shirt on, open the door, and just grab that packet. But quick commerce is just the start of it all. Where is it all eventually heading to in a dynamic, massive market like ours? Now, to break it down, we have a stellar lineup for you all. I'd like to invite on stage for our next fireside chat, Sanjeev Bhatia, President and Head, New Economy Group, Axis Bank. A round of applause, please. Marichi Mathur, SVP and Head Retail, ONDC, and Ravindra Kamath, CFO, Grocery Business, Reliance Retail, along with Mayank Jain, Director and Lead Consumer Credit and Business Lending, Amazon Pay. Thank you so much for being here. And this wonderful chat will be discussed and hosted by Razorpay's Chief Innovation Officer, Arif Khan. Arif, thank you so much. We need you back on stage. Over to you. I think we have again flipped it. Okay, now it's too late. Think of it as a mirror image. Thank you. Oh, okay. Moderator shift. Oh no, have I messed this up? Doesn't matter.
I think it's only fair if he was moderating it, right?
The suspense is that the photographs pop up after we've sat down, sir.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But it's absolutely fine. We all know you all.
I think some confusion is fine, right?
I love it. It's the birth of greatness. Okay, over to you, sir.
Okay, thanks for that. So we're going to discuss about the future of commerce, and we have probably the best panel we could. We have Mr. Rajendra, CFO of Reliance JioMart. We all know, we know what Reliance has been up to. We know what Bill Basket has done, subscription-based milk, and so on and so forth. We have Mayank. Mayank is from Amazon Pay, Director for the APAC region. Everything got to do with affordability, BNPL, and all the goodies, the cashback, etc. is run by Mayank. We have Marichi, who is actually trying to disrupt all of us with the ONDC. So we'll have a good conversation. We'll ask him some tough questions and put him on with Mr. Rajendran to debate something. And of course, we have my good friend Sanjeev over here. Sanjeev is the president for Axis Bank. In short, everything fintech in Axis Bank is run through Sanjeev. And he's done, what, 6 meetings already since morning? With all startups. Excellent. All right. So here we go. So, we spoke about commerce, where we are. I think e-commerce is expected to be 35% of our GDP. Our target is 5 to 6 trillion by 2030. E-commerce is supposed to be contributing around 2.25, somewhere around that region. In all this, I think the key component that's going to be with all the disruption and technologies enabling a lot of that is going to be technology. I would like to, Mr. Rajendra, start with you and understand where do you think technology has helped you? What's the role technology is playing? Will there be a situation where you'll have these drones delivering milk to our homes very soon?
Good evening, everyone. See, as far as technology is concerned, because right now I take care of grocery e-commerce as well as physical stores. So what I see is that technology is evolving day by day. How we deliver to customer. Okay, so now originally there was only scheduled commerce, then started e-commerce, and subscription commerce is another arm of it, right? Our Milk Basket app is a subscription commerce. Scheduled commerce is usually 3P related, 1P is a quick commerce. So those different types of deliveries are happening to customers. So technology evolution is happening in each and every sphere. How we pick the material, how we give it to the last mile delivery person, how we collect the payment, everywhere technology is there. Okay, but what I see the future is that, I have gone through the drone deliveries, all this, many things are there, but drones and all are yet very futuristic. We need to see how it works, What I see is that, last mile delivery is very important thing which we need to crack, because quick commerce is heavily dependent on riders. Okay, and now getting riders and all is a bit difficult job, and how to make payment to them, what rate we should engage with them. So it's a big thing which is happening now. Because there are a lot of players who wants riders. Riders are available, but right time, right riders should be available. Okay.
And do you think, something like a scheduled grocery?
No, that's what I'm saying. So in case of quick commerce, we are dependent on riders more. Okay, so there we need to have some app like Uber, where you need to just say that we need 10 riders today. Those riders will come as and when it is required and take the material from for last mile delivery. So that is what is future of last mile, according to me. As far as schedule is concerned, that is not an issue because we bunch the deliveries and send it in a smaller vehicle, four-wheeler. And the subscription model, that is not an issue because every day morning by 7 o'clock, everything is delivered. So big innovation should happen in last mile delivery, according to me.
Sure, thanks for that. So I've got my friend Marichi sitting right next to you. And, they've been busy unbundling, decentralizing everything possible in commerce. We call it ONDC. And ONDC, I believe, has been now adopted by a couple of more countries. So Marichi, do you have a solution for this, right? Last mile rider, can you unbundle it and get Uber on the hooks or some Rapido? How does that work?
So it's very interesting to listen to the problem statement on the rider piece. And I'll just narrate a story. So all of you who are living in Bangalore, if you open your Ola app now, you can order food and grocery, okay? And what Ola did was looked at, they had a large cohort of customers, consumers, okay? They have a large rider fleet. Pan-India, they have close to 500,000 riders, okay? Who are essentially your bike taxis. They've looked at both these opportunities as their strengths and leveraged it on the network and offered their consumers additional value points by not just buying, say, or booking a cab, but able to, say, order food, able to order grocery, and enabled it by plugging their rider fleet when they are not used. So think about it. A rider would be really used in peak office hours. Food delivery happens when it is not peak office hours. Peak office hours would be between 8 to, say, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Peak food delivery hours for lunchtime would be 12 to 3. Similarly, in the evening, it flips again. And in the morning, before, say, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, the guy can do grocery. Now, suddenly, you have an entity who has infrastructure. They can leverage that infrastructure on the network and absolutely drive that entire value properly. And I think that is a magic which an unbundled network brings. So one of the biggest advantage which an unbundled network brings is it takes away the ownership of building the entire value chain by one entity. Very few organizations across the world have the ability to stitch the entire value chain. Get customers, do customer acquisition, build a UI UX, bring suppliers on board, enable them, manage inventory, and then also do the delivery and all the components required to stitch this together. The network way of commerce allows you to unbundle this entire piece, pick up things which are your strengths, only do those, and leave someone else to do the other parts which are their strengths. And I think that is a very powerful story, and that I think grows. Another anecdotal story which I would like to say, which is picked up recently, I was sitting with a food chain in Bangalore. They have their own riders. And they said, I have riders. I've attached a bike rider to one outlet of mine. They are only occupied for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, and that's a cost to me. Now imagine they can plug that rider fleet when it's not used for them onto the network and offer it as logistic. And that's where the unbundling opportunity really starts to open up.
The buzzword is unbundling.
Yeah.
So I have got two giants sitting next to you, right? Reliance and Amazon. I would really like to hear from you, Mayank. What do you think of unbundling ONDC? Are you on the bandwagon, or Amazon wants to own the stack A to Z?
I was just talking to Marichi. Actually, I have been very fascinated by what these folks are doing, and I just told him two of the favorite examples I have from this very city. Whether you talk about the Nama Yatri app, right? Or you talk about even Magic Pin. Like some of my batchmates are founders there, and I saw what kind of an impact ONDC brought to that platform. They were just a discovery platform, and then they could become an ordering platform, right? And they could directly serve the customers and create demand for the stores that they were trying to serve. And as Marichi would know, I think Amazon is also doing a bunch of experiments with ONDC in different types of categories. Some categories lend themselves to a different model. Some categories, for example, the autos, the Nama Yatri, the food delivery are very, very actually this model of unbundling really helps scale those kind of categories really well. So I think those are the ones we are looking at opportunities to scale, because we want to serve A to Z needs of our customers, not necessarily building everything ourselves. So we want to partner.
So Mayank, follow through, and whenever one goes to an Amazon, anything on Amazon experience is very personalized, right? Right, from an offer, buy now, pay later, all the capability that you bring, the magic, right? What's the technology behind it, right? Is there a lot of AI? What's the prompt, right, behind it? Because there is some offers. Someone spoke about cashback, and that's very exciting for us Indians, right? How does it work? What's the magic formula over there? What's the tech being used behind it? Maybe you could share a bit about it.
I think the magic, see, there are lots of technologists here. There are a lot of people who work with technology. The magic, frankly, I would say, the magic that, and you talk about buy now, pay later, you talk about cashbacks. In this proposition, the magic is making it available to the customer in the moment of need, the moment of truth. And that's what whole embedded finance is all about, right? We know credit drives consumptions world over. In my role as leader for credit products in emerging markets, I've had first-hand experience of seeing how people are embedding credit into commerce. Like you go to a market like Brazil or Mexico, the biggest retailers there are also banks. Right? And the typical bank branch in Brazil or Mexico, you get into the bank branch, you will first see laptops, refrigerators, phones, even two-wheelers. And towards the end of that, you will see a queue of people paying their installments or getting a new card issued, which they will actually use on the way out to buy something else from the store. So it's all about, in the customer journey, how do you embed, how do you weave what the customer is looking for and make it so easy and so frictionless for them to take it. Our Pay Later program, for example, Amazon Pay Later program, most of the credit lines for Amazon Pay Later actually get issued during checkout. Somebody came to the product page, they wanted to buy it. Maybe they didn't have the budget or they were looking for buying something which was slightly higher price. They can enroll for that line, they can get that credit, and they can check out within 60 seconds, right? And use that. So I think that's where, bringing commerce, financial services, and commerce together, which becomes like a self-fulfilling flywheel, a virtuous flywheel, is where the magic is happening.
Thanks, man. Sanjeev, I guess all this makes your life very difficult, right? There is someone who's trying to get embedded finance. There is someone who's trying to get subscription for retail, for your grocery. And there is someone who's saying, I'll bundle everything. Now, in all this, at the end of the day, the way I look at it, the flow of money is always through a bank, being a regulated entity. And we all assume banks are the legacy pillar of the country. How do you cope up? You bank with what, 67%, 65% of the unicorns of the country. How do you cope up with all this? What's happening within the bank? How are you coping up with their technology demands?
So one of the things that we have done is organize the bank around client segments, right? So for example, I had the startup vertical, and I and each and every team member of ours, which is approximately 150 odd relationship managers, they only bank startups, right? And if I go to a relationship manager who covers Reliance,
they bank and fund startups. That's more interesting for the audience.
We fund startups indirectly. We come in as LPs into funds. We don't take direct stakes, because there are lots of bells and whistles that RBI has put on what the banks can do and what not. But yes, we do fund, we are LPs in most of the leading private equity and venture capital funds in India. So to your original point, let's say there is a relationship manager for Reliance Group, or rather Mukesh Ambani Group. If I were to ask the Mukesh Ambani Group relationship manager to manage startups, he or she will just not find time or the inclination. So that's the way, because of the client segmentation, now my relationship managers and my team are evangelists for what startups need from a bank. And we are like your eyes and ears within the bank, and we challenge the bank that this is what the startup needs. This is how they want us to manage collections. This is how they want us to manage payments. They want us to do 500 transactions per second while doing payments. They don't want everything using APIs. So we act like pressure points to get these things developed. And of course, we've had a huge amount of sponsorship from our board of directors, from our MD and CEO, because of which we've got a lot of investment dollars to build products which are relevant to this space. And that's how we've been, and the other thing obviously is, when we say that we are building relationship with startups, we want to be relevant to them, right? So we don't want to be bit players. And most of the start relationships that we have, our share of wallet would be anywhere between 30 to 60%, doing something very critical, mission critical stuff for these startups, and because of which it's like a flywheel. We start getting referrals, we start getting leads, and we are always at the cutting edge in terms of what this sector needs.
Thanks, Sanjeev. And I know Access, we partner with Access Bank for quite a few things. So, their APIs are probably one of the best. Coming back, and when we speak about commerce, and we are saying it's going to contribute 35%, e-commerce is going to contribute 35% of our GDP, and so on. I think a lot of importance is given to the tier 1, which is growing, doing well. But I think tier 2, tier 3 really needs to come into play, probably even tier 4. I do know for a fact that on Amazon and overall Amazon Pay, you see a lot of traffic coming from tier 2, tier 3. I would like to understand from you and then follow through with you, Mr. Rajendra. What are the nuances that you see in tier 2, tier 3? And do you see an experience play over there, a technology play, or it's a cashback play? How do you see that market evolving? What kind of education goes behind it?
See, of course, lot of the tier 2, tier 3 towns, for example, I'll take you a stat, like when this Diwali sale happens, right?
We love that sale.
And then you see almost 60 to 70% of sale that happen on installments. Like we run a big installment program, happens from tier 2, tier 3 cities. These people are waiting. It's an aspiring India. It's very aspirational. And when you are able to give them a tool to go for their aspirations, right? They really go for it. So we see a lot of aspiring, like a lot of these phones, big electronics, TVs, etc., get sold in tier 2, tier 3 markets. And the trick is like to have the right selection. So the way we look at it is we always look at it selection, experience, and price. And we always try to, offer the selection that is relevant for that segment of customer, make sure that the experience is as good as we can give. And then on pricing, the one thing that is very different from our global playbook in some of the emerging markets is that pricing is equivalent to affordability and value. You have to make it really affordable for this segment of customers, right? That's where for the top of the pyramid, there are these 50 million unique, like the last panel was talking about, credit card holders. They are looking for cashbacks. They are looking for better value or rewards. But the tier 2, tier 3 cities, they are looking for even credit to break the payments into multiple months, to aspire for that next level of product that they can own today. And so these products are very, very popular with them. Like our buy now, pay later, we have 10 million signups. I think majority of them would be out of these cities.
Oh, wow.
Right? And we have, and installments, I told you, during these sale periods, large amount of purchases happen through tier 2, tier 3 towns. And I think that's the thing, right? We are trying to push the needle to provide access to these financial services, to broaden that so that they can participate in commerce.
Excellent. I know Amazon has been leading the way. Sir, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I agree with what he says. Basically, JioMart is present in 18,000 pin codes across India. Out of that, grocery is in 4,000 pin codes because we can do 1P grocery where our stores are available. So majority of our...
Sir, are you going to stop at 18,000 or is it going to go beyond?
No.
We ran out of pin codes.
So 4,000 pin codes, 1P grocery is available, and majority of towns are tier 2, tier 3 towns. And our experience is really very good. People are buying on our platform, and they are buying different products, and because they are getting choice and home delivery, and so they are used to it now. Thanks to Amazon, so everybody is getting used to e-commerce, and plus thanks to Reliance Jio, everybody has got a good bandwidth on their phone, so they can order.
As I told you, Reliance likes to own the entire stack, right? And how do you see quick commerce, right? I mean, do you see quick commerce is relevant in tier 2, tier 3?
Yeah, because right now quick commerce is concentrated in where Zepto, Swiggy, all those people are there in top 10 towns.
They're spoiled.
Yeah, but we introduced quick commerce in all 4,000 pin codes. Everybody let them experience quick commerce, let them enjoy it.
One thing that always worries me is returns. India has a tendency that, roughly around 15-20% return. There is yet 20-25% which is cash on delivery. How are those processes handled, right? What's the kind of, we being a payment company, we would love to hear from you as to what kind of expectation would you have from someone like us, payment companies? How do we solve for that? Or do you think the problem is already solved?
About payments?
Payments.
So payments, basically what happens is that a lot of people are still on COD, okay? Because they don't trust unless they get the material. After getting that delivery, they are ready to make UPI payment to the rider.
And UPI dominates that space?
What is that?
Does UPI dominate that space in a tier 2, tier 3 context?
Yeah, they do the UPI payment. So what we did is that we enabled our last mile delivery person with the proper app and other things so that he pushes for UPI payment. Because last mile collection of cash is always a painful thing, you know, because he collects the cash, then he will return, give it to somebody, then it will come in our account. So a bit reconciliation issues are there. So we prefer UPI payments. Preferably it should be a prepaid transaction, but whoever is not doing prepaid transaction, we enable last mile conversion of COD into prepaid.
Sir, why not partner with Mayank, Amazon Pay and get some cash back and benefit for the customer?
We have GeoPay with us, so.
As I told you, Reliance owns everything, right? Thanks. Marichi, to you. I remember one of the first use case when we started speaking about ONDC. I was involved in a different, way. Was one of these things in Far East where there was, I think, again, food delivery and grocery. What's been your experience in Tier 2 vis-a-vis what you did with Namo Yatri in probably Bangalore and some other places?
So first up, I'd like to clarify one thing. ONDC is not a platform.
Okay, before we get there, right?
So we are like an infrastructure piece, right?
Sure.
An infrastructure piece's job is to kind of create the backend and the backbone of it. So the open APIs which we built is the base of it. Now anyone can connect onto those open APIs and be part of the network. So now we have created the network and the protocol. Who joins and who derives what value out of it is left to the individual organization. Because of the very inherent nature of an unbundled nature in which this protocol has been built out, you could have a large media house who could say that, oh, I want to start playing the e-commerce game, connect on to, because they already have large cohorts of consumers and in the deeper tiers of this country, and say, okay, I don't want to build the supply because I don't have that expertise. I understand my consumer, I can create cohorts, I can target, I anyways do a lot of affiliate marketing, but I want to complete the transaction at my end. They just come in as a demand generation engine and just start pulling supply from the network, start pulling logistics from the network. So the way it stitches together is much easier. You have newer opportunities because there's no just one way of doing it. There are gaming apps who are coming together who are trying to say, gamers spend 3 hours gaming. Can we build a very natural, intuitive way where without the gamer, and gamers hate getting out of the game and they are in the zone, can I build the purchase experience within the game? Who knows how this works? So the opportunity is there for entrepreneurs to figure out how to leverage the network. And I think that's where the important thing is. Someone could be sitting in a small town and decide that, okay, I'm 15 bikers, can we come together and just start doing deliveries? All they need is someone to give them a connector and onboard themselves as a logistic provider and start opening logistics. So that's how this will start opening up at our end.
Awesome. So, you have, you're right here, right on the stage. Who are the guys you need to convince? Is it the business guys or the technology guys? Where do you think is the challenge?
So I think it's more about the approach. So the way commerce has been done across the world is a more do-it-for-you model, right? Entities, large organizations build the entire stack. You just go and agree on a commercial term, and then they do all the heavy lifting for you. The ONDC way or the open network offers new opportunities, but it's a more do-it-yourself model. So if you are a brand and you're a D2C brand, you now have opportunity to reach new customers through the example I said through.
So who's the challenge? Is the CBO the challenge or the CTO a challenge?
I think tech is the lesser of the problem. I think it is more the way organizations need to figure out how do they leverage. I would like to be very clear here. ONDC is not meant to be an anti-anyone. It's supposed to be an all-inclusive entity. Organizations need to figure out what are the strengths they have and how they want to leverage that strength onto the network. And that is, I think, a very business call. We spoke about the Ola example and spoke about the Magic Pin example. These are entities who figured out a space. They spotted an opportunity, looked at what was their inherent strength, and let go of stuff that they were really not good at. And that's how they were able to stitch this together.
Fantastic. Thanks, sir. Sanjeev, Access has always been present in Tier 2. Are you guys going deeper in the geography to support these businesses? I remember the earlier days, it was a lot about building brick and mortar branches, but I believe now there are different models, BC models and so on and so forth. So what's been Axis's journey on that front?
So if you look at our investor presentations, which come out every quarter, or once in a year, we also hold our analyst meets. We've called out 2 areas of distinctiveness where Axis is going to be, rather 3 areas of distinctiveness where Axis is going to be different from rest of the banking industry. One of them is digital banking, and that's where you see the focus on APIs, or the open retail banking app that we have is rated 4.8 on the Play Store and the App Store, one of the highest ratings in the banking space, and we'll continue to invest on that front. The second one is customer obsession, which is Sparsh. Whichever channel the customer comes through, we want the customer to have a world-class experience with us. That's a journey that you don't complete in a year. It's a multi-year journey for us, but we have started work on it. And the third one, which is relevant to the question you asked, is what we call as Bharat Banking. Now, Bharat Banking is our deep geo strategy, which is going into tier 2, tier 3 cities, semi-urban, rural areas. It's not about opening a branch over there. That is just one part of the strategy. The idea really is to get into the ecosystem in the deeper hinterland of India. That is Bharat, right? Now, what does that mean? Who are the economic actors? So if suppose there is an agri input which is going down to the farmer, is there a local manufacturer over there? Is there a distributor over there? Is there a dealer over there? Similarly, if somebody is procuring agricultural commodities, how do you procure from there, right? Or if there's an MSME entrepreneur working in the hinterland, how do you support that MSME entrepreneur with capital, with helping him or her collect money from their customers? So it's a very holistic kind of
through the supply chain.
Through the supply chain. So we are basically tracing the economic activity happening in the hinterland and getting embedded in each of those economic activities, through products which are relevant to that space.
So, Mayank, to you, right? When tier 3, tier 4, I remember, this is like around 5 years back, we used to talk a lot about assisted commerce, right? And where people would come, they would, discover some products, maybe on a kiosk, select something, and then go offline and make payments. Do you think that's really required today, or technology and the mobile penetration has really undone that, and we can directly go, especially with the language and India having its own, DPI and Bhashni as a stack available? Do you think that's yet required, or this is good enough? Technology will solve for it.
I think it's a journey, right? We are very different where we were 5 years ago. Now you see on Amazon, you see a button with Rufus, which is your assistant that can help you shop. You're on whatever detail page.
It helps you to spend.
You shop, you have to spend. But basically, it's like you're using technology in a scalable way that can. So we have a lot of focus on vernaculars. That Rufus is our, we are trying to leverage AI and LLMs to figure out how we can help the customers make those choices. In shopping, this is happening. It's happening in financial services also, frankly, right? A lot of the applications that used to happen earlier, right? Now you have a very assisted journey where nobody needs to call you. The tools on the application itself help you figure out what are you supposed to do next. So it's a journey. I think there is a lot of fantastic work that is happening. Now in this era of AI, this is one place where I think the most disruption can happen, which can really open up the market for everybody.
So you think conversation commerce and these things are going to be a reality soon?
They are already a reality. They are already a reality. Different segments of customers use them differently. And I think with AI, more and more platforms will be able to talk to that customer, which was very difficult to reach through the traditional commerce or financial services models. Now you can actually reach that customer and bring them.
One thing we've seen at Razorpay, yes, there has been adoption of conversation commerce, but the checkout experience yet moves out and there is friction. There's something which we are trying to work with entities like yourself as to how it could be in line. Right? So that's something which we are very gung-ho about, that we should be able to crack it over the next period. Anyway, let's moving on. And since we spoke about LLMs and conversational commerce, my next question, and I'll open it to all of you. From a technology point of view, right? What's the future of commerce? What is the bet that you would like to take with a technology lens in the coming next 3, 4, 5 years, which is going to really change the way everything is done in commerce. Maybe I can start with you, Mr. ONDC.
So with advancement of technology, what I feel AI is very important thing which is happening now. So with that, because we have offline stores and online both are there with us. So we know customers' preferences, what he is buying, what is the best product which is selling in that state or in that city, what customer is buying. We can give personalized offer based on his whatever he's buying, what is shopping pattern. So a lot of things can be analyzed with this advanced AI, and that is the future of e-commerce according to me. If you use it properly, and again, as you said, conversational commerce and all those things are there to help us. So slowly and slowly, I think in next 2-3 years, with the help of this, e-commerce can definitely go ahead. Like we can do a lot of things with that.
Great. Sir, looks like Reliance has solved the GPU challenge. Most of us face that. Looks like Reliance with its might has solved for itself at least.
Yeah, and JioMart is basically made in Bharat and made for Bharat. Okay, so we'll definitely serve Bharat in our best way.
Thank you very much, sir. Marichi.
So the beauty of this, the question which you asked me, the beauty of the answer is I don't have to build this out. It's the gentlemen who are sitting towards the...
You've outsourced everything, huh?
We've not outsourced it. It's an infrastructure piece which we've built. What you build on top of it, it's completely up to you. I think the best analogy for me, and it comes from my childhood, one of my favorite toys was the Lego set. And the beauty of a Lego set is you know that there's a 2-piece and a 4-piece and they go together. Now from that you can build a house, you can build a cart, you can build a rocket, or you can build whatever you want. And I think that's the best way to look at ONDC. It's a set of infrastructure pieces, it's a protocol. What you build on top of it is completely open to your imagination. We have no idea how people will go wild with this imagination, but it's completely left to the ecosystem to build out those solutions.
Thanks. I really like the Lego example. It always works.
One more thing is a lot of innovation is happening in supply chain. You know, how your warehouses are operating. We have automated warehouses where all the robots are working. Means this is what is actually every day we are adding new and new features actually. The supply chain is also a very important element of entire e-com chain.
No, I think the supply chain piece and B2B, I personally feel there is a lot to be solved. But unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Okay.
But maybe next year, sir, we'll invite you here. And by the time, I'm sure Reliance would have solved for some of it, so we'll learn from you. I'll end with you, Sanjeev. What do you think is the next future?
So I don't know whether you guys saw the launch of Operator by Sam Altman on 25th January. And the example that he showcased in terms of what Operator can do for you was e-commerce. You know, it's like the question put to Operator, you know, in that podcast or the webcast was, I want half a dozen eggs, you know, half a gallon or whatever, 1 packet of milk, and I want almond, unsweetened milk, and all of that. And then Operator takes over, and you can see it on the screen. It's like the operator is typing the URL, and then it's scanning the website. It's like going to Amazon.com or whatever is the grocery, DoorDash, whatever. And it comes onto the checkout, and then operator asks the user, you know, how do you want to pay? And you say, I want to pay using card ending whatever, 4568. And the payment happens, right? And that, you know, that is basically what is agentic AI for you. And tomorrow, not in the near, you know, very soon in the near future, you will have these agents building itineraries for you for travel, you know, or booking cabs for you. And these are all different parts of commerce, right? So I think that really is the exciting part of commerce ahead. But what that throws up as a challenge, for example, does the agent divert traffic to Amazon or Flipkart or to Meesho, right? And these are some of the questions that some of the established players need to answer for themselves, right? But that's the e-commerce part of you know, AI. How the bank is trying to use right now, you know, we've got you know, 5,000 odd branches, 100,000 employees. So one of the earliest use cases that we have employed for AI is you know, a tool called Adi, where let's say a 25-year-old employee in a bank branch in Bharat, right, can type in a query. A client has come in and they want to open this kind of an account. What paperwork should I take, right? And then Adi answers that question, and the employee gets the forms filled up and gets things done, right? We've seen that in the branches where there's a very high usage of Adi, the error rates have dropped drastically, right? And that has led to straight-through processing and better customer satisfaction and so on and so forth. So we're doing all of that, and there's a lot that I can talk about, but I know it's zero over here.
Thank you very much for that. And when you mentioned agent and AI together, I think it's music for our ears. And I hope Murli, our CTO, and Kilan, I can't see them, our CPO, they keep talking to me about it, right? So one of the things they are doing, and I think they've almost cracked it, is how through the agent experience, we could get the checkout experience, right? Inline. I could understand only 10% of it, but they're up to it. I'm sure they'll get it out very quickly. But great. Thank you very much, guys. I think we can take maybe a question and a half from the audience. We have time, a minute more. He says, no, I don't agree with him, so we'll take a question. Let's figure out. Okay, go ahead, second row. Quick.
Hi, sir. I wanted to ask
Who's your question for?
For everyone, particularly for Rajendra sir and Mayank sir. Particularly, a lot of companies like MobiKwik and, for example, basically Paytm introduced micro UPI payments, particularly in their through their payment programs.
Can you rush it?
Through their wallet programs. So I wanted to ask, does Reliance, because it has now JioPay and Amazon Pay already being established in the market, would also introduce those micro UPI payment systems? And if not, what else to compete with it?
Thanks. So he's talking about Chota Ticket. I think it's already enabled, right? He wants a cashback on Chota Ticket. So all right, they'll speak to you later. We'll take one more from this side. Yeah, go ahead. Make it quick. Scream, shout. Yeah, take this. I think if there's somebody else,
Yes, sir. My question is to Mr. Mathur. So actually, I am planning to use ONDC. ONDC is actually built on Beacon protocol, but we aren't getting timely updates on it. The last update was on December 22. So when we should be expecting the next update, or how we should be building it further?
So the protocol is driven a lot by the community. So ONDC is a community initiative. The community gives feedback in terms of what features need to be enabled, what are the enhancements need to be done. And if there's a large enough cohort of people asking for it, the same gets done. So it's not as if we've decided. So we build the basic transaction flows. And for different categories, for different activities, for different service lines, there are feature sets which are very specific for those lines, and those get built out as those lines get built.
Correct, sir. I actually get your point, but the thing is, we aren't getting any sort of support from the community itself. So
you're part of the community.
Yeah.
To contribute to get a support back. Let me give you an example. So I'm part of, so I've registered for that.
Correct.
I'm getting pushes every month.
Okay.
They're having workshops. So I think you need to do the right search.
No, we have been with ONDC for
Maybe I'll take it offline and try to get you some connects over there, or maybe guide you to the right place, all right?
Sure,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such an amazing and mind-boggling conversation. I think the next decade is indeed going to be the most exciting one for Indian commerce. Thank you so much once again, Arif. Thank you very much. And all right, folks, it is now time for the blockbuster that you all have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome on stage the one and only founder of Cred, Kunal Shah. Round of applause, please. And joining him, Razorpay's CEO and co-founder, Harshil Mathur. Thank you both for being here. I'm really looking forward to this wonderful chat. Together they are asking the billion-dollar question: is traditional shopping dead, or is AI about to rewrite the rules of consumer economy? With a huge round of applause, let's begin this wonderful chat. Thank you.
Great. So I don't think Kunal needs an intro, especially in Bangalore, but I'll try to cover a bit of what he has done. So Kunal has been a serial entrepreneur, a sharp thinker, a provocator of first principles thinking. He started FreeCharge, which became one of the largest digital payments app. Then he started Cred, which is changing how people treat credit worthiness as an aspiration. He's been a mentor and an investor in so many startups, including Razorpay. But the one thing that most people know him for is his inciting Twitter threads, where he poses a question and then makes everyone spend a day or two discussing what did he mean by it, what did he want to ask us. So I think that's one thing that everyone keeps reading every day. Welcome, Kunal. And we have a very interesting, because of those threads, we have a very interesting question to probe you with today, which is, how does consumer behavior look like in a post-AI world? And it's a very hard question. We didn't know anyone else to ask this. So I think, given the amount of hard questions you ask on Twitter, we thought we'll pose this to you. So I'll start with a very general context-setting question, which is, what is the one thing that you feel will change drastically in how consumers handle the world in an AI-driven world, how people buy things, how people purchase things? What is one thing that you feel will change drastically?
Actually, before I answer this question, can we have lights on the audience? I'm going to ask a few questions to the audience, as expected. How many of you, how many of you use Cred? Please raise your hand. Okay, wow. Very good, well done. How many of you use GPT almost on a daily basis? How many of you have used GPT to ask a personal question to do with the relationship that you're dealing with?
Oh, wow.
How many of you have used GPT as a friend to have a chat about some topic? How many of you are either following a social media account or an influencer who's just AI? Okay, cool, perfect. This is good. This is a good cohort to answer this question. I think many of people over here were very, very young when internet came. I'm 45, I was not very young. I was just about in college, or passing out of college, or middle of college. The first things that happened with the internet is all the stupid behavior, right? Trying to see a celebrity's picture, chatting with random people, access to porn, all of these things becomes like an interesting thing to do first, right? So I think what you are observing right now is most people are using AI for stupid stuff. Stupid in a very unique, but it's interesting, it's a toy right now.
Top of mind stuff.
Yeah. Mera ye email draft check kar do. Actually, how many of you have shared confidential company information on GPT to get a grammatical mistake corrected? Please raise your hand. Okay, good. So I think we are living in a world where we are still figuring out what to do with this toy, right? How many of you use GPT at least 15 times a day? Okay, that's crazy. Now what is happening is very few people are realizing the real impact of what it can do in their life. So it's almost creating a species. Humanity is getting split into, first it was internet and non-internet, smartphone, non-smartphone, and then there is this AI species, but the problem of AI species is it can actually have an exponential curve to it, right? Now, the scary part of that is I don't know if they can keep up with the rate of change that AI is going through, because you don't know what anymore that you are supposed to do, learn, or tell your kids what to study, because it is changing and evolving so fast, right? It doesn't have an end. Form ketchup ban gaya, ab ye theek hai, like the updates are just almost on a daily basis. And the hyper competition and hyper capital being put into it is causing the world to go through this. So I think the right way to think about this is AI is a lot more like electricity than internet. the human population and the human GDP went like this for hundreds of years, and after electricity it went like this. So total GDP of the world and total population of the world has been only in one direction after electricity, because once we understand productivity and can do more things with less energy, it changes. But the moment we are saying now there is an even more efficient way to even burn less energy, and now for the first time even white collar can actually use their brain less and less, it changes everything, right? So for example, internet made information available in the air, AI is making intelligence available in the air, and that concept is a very alien concept to start with, right? Because most people are like, what do I really use it for, right? So coming to the actual user behavior, we should be all equally scared and excited. Scared because if we do not all become AI first, we may not be able to compete in the world that is there in the future, right? It's not an option. All the people who say, oh, I'm not very good with tech, I'm very scared of them. Scared for them, because they may not be able to compete in the time ahead. But when it comes to looking at, let's say, the younger population, right? I often say this, that every house in India has a chief technology officer. Between the age group of 8 to 18, they are like literally driving all the technology usage in the family. And more importantly, their behavior is something that you have to watch out for, because they are literally being raised by AI and not their parents, right? And that's something that you will wonder that what does it mean, because they are asking unlimited questions. They are not getting slapped for asking a question that is problematic, right? And they are going through all these motions through an AI. Now, there is a downside to this. AI doesn't tell you that you are stupid, and AI doesn't tell you that this is not something you should do. It just tries to be nice all the time, because the algorithm is designed to only...
That's what I was going to ask you, right? Like, is that there are two parts of that, two downsides of this. One is, does it make people dumber or smarter? Like, does this mean, let's say, if you talk about tech, now because everyone has a co-pilot sitting with them, does this make them a better developer because now they can do a lot more? Or does it make them a more stupid developer that you don't even know how to code? The other part of the problem is, because, as you said, AI feeds your own biases, like the way social media does it end up capturing you in your own echo chamber further?
I'll answer the second question first. The answer is absolutely yes. Many people use AI as a therapist. Unlike a real therapist who will actually tell you sometimes that that is not correct what you're thinking and correct you, this one will just kind of be nice to you, because nobody wants to see a screenshot where you are getting screamed at by the AI, right? Like, that's not going to happen. Or it's making a gross mistake and correcting you in some way, right? So I think we are kind of, it's a self-fulfilling thing that if you want to believe bullshit, it'll feed you more. It's a little bit like that world of astrology that you can completely get sucked into, and you start believing everything that is there. And I'm not against the business of astrology. It's just that if you believe in it, it is problematic. Now coming to the first question of making people smarter and dumber, I think that's a very provocative and correct question. Look at what smartphones have done to people. There are enough individuals who spend their entire day watching short videos and doing some stuff that is just time pass. And there are people who have used this to get smarter, learn new concepts, really get better at their job, and so on and so forth. So I think every technology has the ability to really accelerate you in any direction that you wish to go in, right? It's just a fuel. You can use the fuel to go anywhere, right? But I think the bigger problem that I'm staring at, these algorithms are so good at just keeping you captivated, right? The amount of time, let's say, we proudly talk about how cheap the data is in India, and how many GBs of data we consume. The question we never ask, कि ये सब करते हैं तो काम कब करते हैं, right? Like, if you're just constantly watching short videos at the work and distracted by थोड़ा Instagram check कर लूँ, थोड़ा ये कर लूँ, like the problem is that where is the work happening, right? I remember discussing with Nitin at Zerodha that he said that the amount of time I see people spend time in the market hours on our apps, I wonder if they work, right? So the question is that internet and AI is this all-consuming thing that actually suck time away. And all of these apps, Netflix, ChatGPT, all of them are competing for one currency, that humans have less of, which is time. All of us can have more money, but all of us will have the same 24 hours. And all these extraordinary technologies sucking more time out of us, I don't know if we'll be able to kind of keep up. But there are some people who are becoming hyper-productive. For example, many developers in my team tell me that they are now able to experience 10x, 20x productivity. Now they will just become a different species, right? I think very soon there'll be a different compensation for AI-enabled engineer and non-AI-enabled engineer, and that discrimination will start very quickly, right? Because ultimately, the metric that will matter to every company very soon is revenue per employee, right? Today, banks don't think about revenue per employee as a metric, right? Some tech companies do. But the moment it becomes the norm, that revenue per employee becomes the most important metric, the role of AI and role of individuals who love to leverage AI will change.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting, and that brings me to the second part, right? Which is, because given this is a fintech conference, I'll try to bring money into that. So you say credit is in the business of trust, right? And you say trust requires a certain kind of behavior, a certain kind of usage. You say humans establish trust a lot more than machines can, at least today. So when it comes to money, do you think people will reach that point that they can trust AI completely? Not just even money, like commerce. Will people reach that point where they trust AI completely that, hey, just buy this thing for me, or just manage my money for me, or just invest in the best stocks for me? Like, do you think people can reach that? Or is that an uncanny valley like you have in video that too much of personalization might feel, hey, suffocating to you?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it depends on the age group, right? If you look at our own app data, right, the trust a 50-year-old have on apps to a 40-year-old, to a 30-year-old, to a 20-year-old is very, very different, right? Their relationship with technology is not of fear, right? I'll start with one example. Many of you have somebody in the family who uses the phone this way. And many of you use it this way. Now, if you see the person who's using it with one finger, they're actually scared. Kuch galat nahi daba do, right? Now, those cohorts are going to behave very differently when it comes to technology and trust, right? Actually, let me ask this question to all. How many of you trust AI more than your friend when it comes to advice? Okay, 5, 6. How many of you think that AI is smarter than your friends? So, I think what is going to happen, we are carrying a 300 IQ pet in our pocket right now that is going through the stage of infancy to teenage to adulthood very quickly. And very soon, it is also likely to make us feel like a kid and not as smart. So I think it's about how do we leverage this versus that. So I think the trust is a function of who do I rely on. Right now we are feeling that, can I fully trust it? But I think very soon data will come out. Let's take an example of sports. Today, most high IQ sports are just entertainment and not high IQ anymore, because any basic computer algorithm can beat you in any of the sports. Chess, poker, Go. So all the people who play these sports right now are just entertainers, right? Because there is a smarter algorithm that can beat them, like a very small algorithm can beat them. Very soon, this will happen to many professions that require deep expertise, right? Is it hard to imagine a radiology machine that can do an X-ray and the report of X-ray in less than the cost of Xerox? It's not hard to imagine anymore.
Maybe better than the doctor.
And maybe better, right? So the question is that we will remain in denial for the longest period of time because 10% of doctors will be better than AI. No questions about that, right? Because ultimately they will have that alpha and edge over the regular thing. But when it comes to most people, it will be better, right? So I think, I asked on my Instagram once, doctors, how are you leveraging AI? The most scary thing was that almost 70% of them said that we are taking AI's help to diagnose. Now that's the real skill in being a doctor, diagnosis, because once you diagnose, the prescription is almost automatic sometimes, right? So I think we are going to a places where the bulk of the stuff will be done, and then super specialized stuff will be done through AI. But the question is that how long can you keep up with that? Because how soon that will also be easily done over there with a higher accuracy. So I think as the training models are getting better and better through the edge cases that are being not handled well, and as vertical focus kicks in. For example, let's say sharp set of 10 founders get into really building doctors and lawyers and other things. I think we're just going to have a very different world. Now, coming to the money aspect of it, imagine, let's say you're a bank and you're in the business of lending. Which customer can you give a 20-year-old loan to? Because what if the world is going to change and their job structure will change and their income structure might change? So I think we are entering a world where it's going to be harder and harder to make longer bets. Shelf life to each business is shrinking every decade, right? The total shelf life of public listed companies is shrinking. It's going to shrink even further, right? Even the biggest monster companies are not safe, right? Forget about the smaller companies. And your company, my company is going to be in always this existential mode. So now good news is people who love chaos is going to love this period of time, right? If you remember the COVID time, all the founders who loved managing in chaos and wartime did well. They actually absolutely crushed it during that time. But I think the world is going to be perpetually in this wartime mode because the rate of change is accelerating at a level we cannot imagine.
And what are these second order effects of that? So, like you've said in the past, and when some natural behavior changes, it comes out in very different ways. For example, to your COVID example, when we all went into COVID, digitization went up significantly. People thought everything will go digital. We came out of COVID, people went and did travel like anything else. Because they got so bored of digitization, they wanted a relief. And now travel is all through the roof. Everyone wants to travel. Everyone wants to go on trips. So there's a second order effect that came out that, yes, digitization went up, but parallelly, people craved non-digital experiences. And that came out in form of travel, in form of entertainment, in form of concerts. What will be the second order effect of this, right? Like that when people are so engrossed in AI, when your AI is your friend, AI is everything, how will people solve for the craving that you have for a human need?
I think it's a very sensitive topic, but I think what happened in COVID is that when we sensed that life could be fragile and we all are at risk, we all did extreme behaviors, right? Almost everybody did risky investments. We had acceleration of people getting married or separated in the relationship during the COVID period of time. We had people kind of taking very bold decisions in their life. But I think that's what happens when you're pushed in the corner and have to make some calls faster, right? If you're in that permanent state, you feel great to be numb. You're like, I can't deal with this anymore. Let me just check out of all of these things. For example, many of us get overwhelmed and delete Instagram. Like, what is that behavior? You're like, boss, there's too much change and too much of stimuli. Let me not do that anymore. So I think what will happen is we will see much more risky behavior, right? If everybody is feeling existential about their job, they will want to think about poker analogy, right? When you are the small stack, you always think about going all in. Like, let me go all in, because वैसे भी wipe out होने वाला है, right? So I think that's going to create a very peculiar behavior. When it comes to consumers and their choices about, for example, many people I'm worried are going to go through significantly lower birth rate because it feels so scary to bring a new life to this world, right? Like, अब मेरा खुद का ठिकाना नहीं है. Like, why do I bring another life to this world? Like, this is a very real thing, right? And as the world goes through these kind of turmoils, I think we'll take more riskier behaviors, which may not be ideal for us, because this all-in tendency comes at a massive amount of cost, right? So I foresee more risky speculative behavior in consumers. I foresee people taking very bold calls, or my biggest worry is getting scammed.
Yeah, and scam is, of course, a harder part to solve for. Maybe AI will solve for itself. But let me zoom out to a macro picture, right? So we zoomed on how people will behave. But at a macro level, like talking about wealth gap, right? And we have spoken how inefficiency is the biggest employer in the country and in the world. And that has changed. Like AI will remove a lot of inefficiencies. Now, will that, and it goes back to the macro question, but it expands from there. Will that create the largest wealth gap in the world, or will it create a more equal world? Like, will people be able, will we reach a point where everyone will have a universal basic income or something like that? Or will it create the largest wealth gap where if somebody's offshoot, they just become a billionaire very quickly?
I think if you study humanity more closely, there has never been in the time of humanity where there was no gap in wealth, right? If you look at the king's amount of money and, for example, we say, oh, India used to be very rich. No, the kings were very rich. People were not, right? And a lot of the affluence that came in, right, was always concentrated, right? Now the thing is that the beautiful thing about people who have money is that money can compound while they are also compounding. Imagine so for many individuals, their wealth makes more money than they make, right? It's hard to outcompete these people, right? Now, if you are just looking at that equation, right, the truth is, from the current 140, 150 trillion dollars of GDP that the world has, it's very easy to imagine that we'll have 1,000 trillion economy, right? Which means there'll be lots of trillionaires, right? Because even growing up, billionaire was an absolutely absurd concept to imagine, right? But then now you just see them all around. I think the overall income will go up. Everybody will kind of go up on the per capita income, but it will come at the back of actually letting them be competent and competitive, right? The worry I have a lot of times is that when we kind of start going into the direction of saying that, hey, we'll take care of you, you don't need to worry about things, I think the edge that people have to survive will go down, right? I think ensuring that people remain competitive, and if we do not do that, we will create a world where we have to constantly take care of people, and many people who are competent will not want to be in a world where there are a lot of people who are not competent, right? So I think the thing that we have to think about and be careful about is that can we really, really protect the acceleration that is happening and actually take the benefit of it, right? For example, we have the youngest population. That's the best thing that we can do for ourselves, but what should people do with that, right? If you say, oh, I'm going to use AI and become the next big social media influencer, bad call, right? Because we have already enough of them, right? But if you say, I'm going to use that and build this business and solve this problem and really make it easy for people to do certain things, you might accelerate and start making more wealth. Because it's very, very, very easy in post-AI world to imagine there'll be millions of millionaires, but probably there'll be hundreds of social media influencers. So which odds you want to play with?
Interesting. Let me come to Cred itself, right? You have a knack for seeing the change and adopting to change. At Cred, how you're adopting to AI? Because AI is going to disrupt the business of money significantly, and Cred is in the business of trust, business of money. At Cred, how you're thinking about it? What changes are you making today?
I think, apart from the obvious things that, we'll make customer support fast and all that, everybody is doing that. I think two realizations is very clear. Unless every single individual is AI first, it's going to be harder and harder for them to compete with people who are AI first, right? So I think what we are planning to do and starting to implement is that, is it harder to get hired at Cred unless you're extraordinary at AI? Or is it harder to retain your job at Cred unless you're extraordinary at that? Because to me, there is now a clear segregation of people who are hyper productive with AI and not hyper productive with AI, right? So that's the first change that we are trying to do. The second thing is that how do we kind of protect the consumers even more, right? Because we realize that it's going to be extremely harder to do bad financial behavior with the onset of rate of change of the world. So one of the things that we are really investing on is that can we build mechanisms to protect the consumers from scams? I'll give you a classic example. Let's say, imagine a hypothetical scenario, right? Let's say an individual is flying to the US, is off internet for the next 15, 20 hours, and their family gets a call. It sounds exactly like their son or daughter. And this person is saying that, hey, I'm stuck at this airport. I need some help. I need some money to be transferred to me because otherwise I'll not be able to fly. I've been caught, detained into something, and quickly send me money. And it's a different number because they have taken your phone away at the agency, and you exactly get the same voice. Do we think that our parents will be able to know, or will they panic and transfer money quickly? So the question is that we are entering a world where the imagination of people who can do scams is at 100x. And many of these things, we are figuring out a way to build technology to kind of prevent some of these things and learn, because I believe that it's going to be insanely easy to manipulate humans. I follow many social media profiles that are absolutely AI and people think they are real, right? Where is that line? Very soon, it's not hard to imagine that some of our actors will live forever because their digital avatars will continue to make movies and we will not want to see new actors anymore, right? So the thing is that we are entering a time, how do you build the second order protection for the consumers and our members is what we are thinking about, and spending. So what we have done is like parked a large chunk of our cap table initiative and kind of building that capability, because we believe that unless we do this proactively, we will lose the trust of people have on internet, on AI, on this, if we don't protect them.
Interesting. I have a bunch of other questions, but we have 5 minutes before we want to open for Q&A. So let me ask you some rapid fire questions, right? So, right, like,
we got very serious with this AI topic.
yeah,
right?
that's
so
why
we should just
break out a bit.
It's not a, guys, many of you are going to benefit from this. At least people who have come for this event, they're going to benefit from AI, because many of you are actually at the cutting edge of adopting technology. Many of you raise hands. At least 30% of the room raised hand when I asked them how many of you do more than 15 times, which is crazy. You are literally in the 0.001% cohort of doing that. All I can give you as an advice to this group is that every big change, there are two choices we have. We fear it or we ride it. I suggest that we ride it absolutely like bosses, because this is our time as India to really absolutely crush it. And if we keep being passive one more time, we may not get this opportunity again.
Actually, before I ask my questions, let me open up for some audience Q&A. Like, anyone folks have a question? And please keep it at the level that Kunal is answering. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Kunal sir.
Yeah, you're able to hear? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Who do I see?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So if you see very recently, China has come up with DeepSeek R1 and very recently Kimi. So, and previously Claude, Anthropic, everything came out of US. So from India point of view, where do we see we stand out? Because nothing...
Let me ask a different question. Does it matter India has an LLM specifically? Like, we have this debate. I just want to ask you
India is a multilingual country, and so we have a lot of languages.
No, but there are companies like Sarvam, Krim.
I think it's very cute to say, I will show them what India is all about. I just think we should be the beneficiary of everybody's tools, right? If we did not question when the world invented LED or WhatsApp, apna kyun nahi aaya? Like, we just used and we became better at it. We've built our own UPI, we are beneficiary of that, the world should be copying that, right? The question is that we need to leverage what is already there, because most of our jobs are hyper inefficient, right? And as a large country, we should be finding ways to accelerate, right? It's a little bit like podcast, right? Everybody's making one, nobody's seeing it, right? It should not become the same thing with LLMs. Let's become the largest user of LLMs in the world, versus trying to worry about who's building the thing and our answer to China, our answer to US. Let's use it. Let's become the largest users and beneficiaries of LLM.
So next question is on a lot of scams because of voice cloning and kind of deepfake and all. So how do we are prepared? Because every day we see in newspaper a lot of scams coming in, online fraud, courier scam.
He spoke about that a bit already, right? Like, yes.
Well, it's going to be the norm. We have to all become better at it. Our LLM is very slow. So unfortunately, we have to really upgrade ourselves and protect the people who are actually not connected to technology. And by the way, I spoke to somebody very up there in cybercrime. Majority of people who are getting scammed
tech guys
are tech industry people. So just very important nuance to call out. All the people who think they are smart are not the smartest people.
Thank you.
The half smartness is a problem.
Yeah. Somebody had a mic.
Kunal sir,
Yeah.
thank you for your insights. I'm Rohan, and while building our platform Just Connect, we, as you said, that we hired intelligence on demand using the ChatGPT and other LLM models. So how do you see that in the next generation, because we are the first gen user of AI, but the next gen users who are coming next, who don't have the details or information how to differentiate between the correctness and the incorrectness. So how do they differentiate between the things provided by the AI and implement those in day-to-day life or the whatever they are building or the creativity things they are doing?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit like internet only. Actually, I'll give you a crazier example, right? When I was growing up, it was very hard to know who in the family was smart or not, right? Because you are respecting elders, default society, everybody has to be respected, right? Then WhatsApp groups came. Then we figured out, right? And those who don't figure out, they will never figure out anyways. So the point is that acceleration of information, acceleration of GPT, acceleration of things is about your judgment at the end of the day, right? If you become hyper dependent on anything, any technology, any model, anything, you will face the cost of it. But I think you look at the net benefit. The net benefit is going to be only positive because productivity is a unique concept. You know, many words in our, most words in Indian languages don't have the word efficiency in it, right? And this is the first time we are actually hyper feeling this, that how to become like really, really good at it, right? So I think if we become more impatient versus trying to be more correct, I think we'll get it right over a period of time.
Just to add to that, there is a biasness on the training models right now.
There is bias around listening to me also. I'm fully biased. You're still here. Kuch fayda le lo uska.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody here? Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Kunal. I'm a college student right now, and I have tried to, build SaaS from my dorm room like again and again and again. But what we are seeing right now, as you said, the change is going faster. According to me, big corporations benefit way more than the upcoming generation right now, as it is becoming easier and easier to copy SaaS products, right? So let's say Canva built something, OpenAI literally like a month later built something else. There was a travel agency who was doing AI stuff. OpenAI literally next month built the same thing. There was an agentic AI company.
No, I got the examples. Come to the point.
So exactly, the example is the question, like for a person who is just starting off his journey, how do we basically hedge our knowledge against these big corporations?
So it's a good question. The right way to think about doing something is that it should be small enough that it matters to be built and not large enough that it will become irrelevant. By the way, most people who think that, oh, my idea was copied by OpenAI are just bullshitting. They don't know what they were building. They just say, oh, same bana diya. It's not same, right? The thing is that if you're so easy to give up on, like you can give up on anything, right? Why should any company exist for that matter? But I think this is the time where we are seeing the fastest 30 million ARR companies come in less than 3 months, 6 months, right? Fastest, right? 1 employee, 30 million ARR, 2 employee, 100 million ARR companies coming up right now. So I think it's about, can you find and understand markets? The unique curse that we've had in India, that many of us don't come from families that are doing businesses or being around people who do businesses, right? So I think our ability to identify problems and gaps is not the sharpest, right? We tend to be, like, I remember when I was building my first company, there were like 25 laundry startups in India. When everybody has a housemaid at home, I was like, "Kyun bana rahe ho laundry," right? But the thing is that we have no ability to. So India is a unique market where there are a lot of people who know how to build a dam for the river, and very few people know where the river is.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll take one more.
Hi, Kunal.
Yeah.
So my question is that given how important data is for AIs to train themselves, right? Isn't it important for us to build our LLM because let's say next 10 years there are data restrictions so that other models don't become so good, right? So if your LLM gets your own data and there is restrictions from all other countries, it makes it very important for you to have your own LLM. What's your thought on that?
I think the answer is taking some right amount of short-term calls and long-term calls, right? When it comes to a company right now that is trying to become hyper-productive and figure out a way to shrink their cost and really compete in a market that is very low ARPU market, trying to do all these fancy stuff will matter less because you really want to crash the cost first, right? It's a little bit like saying that, should we build our own cloud right now? I mean, of course, it makes a long, in the long term, it makes a great judgment call, but right now, trying to embark on that when your revenues are very small doesn't make any sense, right? So I think for most people, it makes sense to really leverage what is out there, right? You've never thought about building your own WhatsApp on the side because how can we make all the groups over there and discuss all our business stuff over there? Like just the same way, it's about what scale you get to where you start worrying about these things. My biggest worry for India, that we are absolutely worrying about the wrong things. Like how many unique companies that we have leveraged which has used AI and we are like already benefiting from that. I think we are stuck with the wrong problems. My request to everybody over here, build. Worry later on.
Can I ask a last question?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes.
So my name is Bharat Mangnani and I'm CEO of Bharat Go Digital. This question is for both of you, like, which AI tools you guys use on a daily basis for maybe more productivity or like, for any other purpose?
I have all of them on my phone. I have a folder which is AI and I've got all the apps kept over here, so I just use all of them. I haven't found any specific thing that I use one for the other. I just keep trying different things.
Okay.
I wish I was really smart. I'm unfortunately a philosophy major who's got into tech. If I was a dev, I would be losing 10x more tools. So I just keep going to my devs and say, kuch naya kuch kar rahe ho ki nahi kar rahe ho types. And I see their demos all the time, what they are doing with stuff. But I can tell you one thing, that even they are finding it very hard to decide what to do next week. It's changing so rapidly. So my personal go-to things is just use more and more of it. I use it slightly differently. I have usually some random questions, which otherwise internet cannot answer. So I make the connection through GPT and ask this question. For example, I asked a question that, is there a correlation between 5G penetration and low birth rate in parts of India? And actually, AI did a fascinating job to say that I might be right because of these following reasons. As internet comes in a particular thing, people's life changes materially, and basically, the conclusion I got is that variety repels duty, right? If the life is so exciting and fun and you're traveling and doing all the stuff, like going through the process of duty makes you feel away from it. So birth rate has a direct. So I think I do these random things. I am faster on truth seeking and history. For example, I want to know the history of, I don't know, how did shampoo come about? And it's good for, all the people with random curiosity, this is like absolutely a joyride for me.
Okay, thank you. Harshil, your views on
every day there is a different tool, so I'm trying a lot. But the two the currently most useful ones for me are, one is the deep research by OpenAI, the depth through which it can do research. It's almost like having an analyst sit with you all the time. You can ask it anything and it does a full in-depth research, like something like this. It'll be able to give a really good correlation, paragraphs, everything, giving you specific breakdown of what is happening in the world. The second most, because I'm a techie, so for me the tool that I'm most fascinated by right now is Replit, because like you can create your own personal app in 5 minutes. You can ask it a question. So now when I go to my team and say, hey, can we build this? And my team says it's going to take 2 months. I write it in Replit and say, hey, it took two minutes. So that's my second most favorite tool right now.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, I know we are out of time, but I have few last questions for you.
Let's go.
I think first is a very simple question. Do you trust AI with your money? Will you?
I think trusting technology is not going to be an option. I do not trust myself on my ability to use technology well, but I trust the technology to be able to do its job well.
Okay. I think the second question I have is, let me ask for a college graduate. If somebody is graduating college right now, what job would you tell them to go in? Like,
oh my God. I think the only advice I have for people who are graduating or just recently graduated is give yourself a goal to become an absolute learning machine. And I have a simple metric for you. Any complex topic given to you, have an ability to learn it in 24 hours flat. And that's the only skill that will matter. because the world is changing too quickly for you to say, I know something, because the biggest cohort that is getting disrupted is the experts. But I think the cohort that will not get disrupted is extraordinary learners and who take pride. I would urge all of you to adopt a title for yourself. Maybe update in LinkedIn also if you are into that stuff. It's call yourself an absolute learner and the most curious person that is around all of you. If you do not grow both of these things, future is scary.
That was my second question. It is advice to startup founders.
Advice to startup founders is if you are starting now, you are entering a world which requires much lesser people than it did in the past, which means it potentially requires much lesser capital than it did in the past. Sometimes you can do this whole thing on your own without even hiring a single employee. Ask yourself that you need to not do anything that the past companies have done. Ask yourself fundamental questions about, do I really need people? And really get sharp at understanding problem statements, go after things in detail. There is an availability to know. You can also be hyper surface level on 200 things or go deep in everything. There's an opportunity to kind of do both now. And what I would say is that focus on changing rapidly, building quickly, and not being in love with your original ideas. Because I can tell you with 100% guarantee that every single founder who's successful today, all their original ideas are absolutely stupid and they changed, but they changed so quickly that they eventually got to the right place. Do not be in love with being successful. Don't be in love with making your idea come to life.
Interesting. And one last question, given that this is a fintech conference, one change in fintech industry that you'll see happen because of AI?
I think every time there is a hyper emergence of productivity and efficiency, the number of parties required will disappear. I think there are many companies are default dead today. And I don't want to exclude credit into that. If you don't evolve fast enough, we are default dead as well. Because the consumer behavior is changing so rapidly that we may not know. For example, that is happening to the, let's say, a Bollywood industry. They don't know what movie to make anymore because the consumer behavior and taste is changing so quickly that you just don't know what will people watch and pay money for. So what I would say is that be hyper evolving and solve some very big problems, because even if you get a small part right, it'll be a business. If you go on to this micro use case, that'll get disrupted quickly by somebody building one tool. And one last thing, be really scared of people who are currently in college because they are born in AI. You are still figuring out which tool to use.
I think that's a good note to end on. Thanks, Kunal. I think this has been an amazing conversation. I have learned a lot. I'm sure everyone here has learned a lot. And more than anything, learning, I think it's given us a lot to think about. So I think all of us will head to the networking mixer and talk about AI only for the next couple of minutes. So thanks a lot, Kunal. I think it was wonderful having you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. That was delicious. I mean, dropping gold. What a conversation. I'm so sad it's over. I could watch and listen to you guys on and on and all. Thank you, Harshil, for such wonderful conversation and questions. And I totally understand why Kunal is now called the Indira Nagar Ka Gunda. Truly amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now wrap up, I'd like to take a moment to, say a big thank you to all our wonderful partners who made FTX possible. The event has been co-powered by Yes Bank. Our AI partner is AWS, and our bronze partners are Coralogics, DevRev, and Zscaler. A huge round of applause for their wonderful support. Lots of love to them and a big thank you to them. And thank you all for being a fantastic audience. We have... I'd like to just inform you all that we'd like to head to the lawn area. We have a fabulous mixer event where you can chat and there's so much of an absorbing day to day that you can go express yourselves, chat, meet other people. So the mixers at the lawn. Thanks a lot. We'll see you next time. Enjoy. Drive safe. Bye-bye.